Hello, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, Khawatino Hazrat, and welcome to Grassroots Cricket's live transmission on the PSL draft. As the draft happens in real time, me, Behram Kazi, along with my panel, which right now includes Nawab Hassan Hussain Qureshi, Grassroots Cricket's very own, and also Grassroots Cricket's star writer and stats guru, Rayanul Haq. I have both of them with me over here right now, and we're expecting more to join us later as the draft progresses. So, gentlemen, how are you? And are you excited for this draft?
Yeah, Behram, as you can see, I'm totally not in the spirit. Don't know who I'm supporting. It's not clear at all. And I'm just absolutely over the moon to be here with you and, of course, the brilliant Ryan. And I think we're in for an incredible draft because all these teams look so strong. And then I look at the level of players in there. Really, really excited. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, it's gonna be a lot of fun. Just getting ready for it.
Yep, same. And it's an absolute privilege to have you both over here. I think Abdullah will be joining us shortly. And then we'll also have some of the netizens that we have become very well acquainted with on Twitter. They'll also be joining us for this draft. And just trying to figure out where I can get like a ticker or something which can give me the live transmission. If some of you who are watching it have some sort of link where we can follow the draft live, let us know, because I'm trying to figure out how to report on it in tandem whilst watching it. I know Pro Pakistani might have been running a ticker, so let me check that. And how are you guys in general? Are you better now, given that Pakistan has lost the Test series? Is the focus now towards the PSL? How are we feeling?
Well, Behram, you and I had a fun few days in Multan, didn't we? Everything off the pitch was pretty amazing. On the pitch was interesting. Look, I just think obviously it's been so close cut with the way the things have gone, but it was wonderful, and I'm really happy you were there. That we got to experience Multan and see the happiness of the fans and the traveling England supporters who've been absolutely incredible. On the field, yeah, there's disappointment, but there's also hope. There's hope that we can figure out something. And right now, I think it's literally everything on the PSL because I'm just so intrigued as to who's going for whom and which player is going to end up where. And I'm really interested in those right to match cards. I think we're going to see some absolute humdingers come out of there because I think Istafa Joanna, the strategy will be very interesting because you might get another franchise to use up their right to match and then use it a little bit. A lot of Machiavellian stuff will be going on. So I think it's going to be great.
Yeah, it was lovely to witness Multan, and you were such a great host, Hassan Bhai, and it was personally such a big step in my own career, and I loved every second of being there. I know Pakistan lost the Test match and is 2-0 down in the series, but if you're Behram, life isn't too bad right now. And Rayan, would you like to add something to that?
Yeah, no, like pretty bummed about Pakistan losing the series, but what can you do? It's life goes on.
Yeah. So if I'm
It
not
has
wrong,
to.
Rayan, Islamabad United, do they have the first platinum pick? Is that so?
Yeah, Islamabad just suddenly PSL's main account just put up a link saying that Islamabad now have the first pick and
Hmm.
Lahore have the third pick. Lahore probably traded it because they're gonna retain fucker. Like everybody knows they're
Hmm.
gonna retain fucker. So
Yeah, and
they can just use their RTM card for that. They don't need the first pick for that to happen. So it
And I
wasn't.
remember last year too,
Yeah.
Rayan, there was this big controversy that Fakhar Zaman has not been picked. What's going to happen over there? And they left it right until the end, and then he was the first pick. So I'm with you over there. I don't think there's going to be any drama. So Islamabad United are going to have the first platinum pick. Let's look at the players that they already have in their squad. So Shadab Khan was retained as platinum pick. Then you have Asif Ali and Wasim Jr. as diamond picks. Hassan Ali and Azam Khan are in gold, along with Fahim Ashraf. And Hassan, I believe, has been demoted to gold. So I'll have you guys chime in and give your views with respect to that. And then Colin Monroe and Paul Sterling are the silver category players. This is what Islamabad United's team looks like as of now, based on their retentions. So yeah, guys, who do you think is the perfect pick for Islamabad going into platinum? And yeah, what do you make of Hassan Ali's demotion?
I think Islamabad always go batting heavy, don't they, Behram? And they go batting heavy at the top of the order. So I think the fact that I look at the list and I look at someone like like Guptill to me just screams out Islamabad all over him. Also, Alex Hales' availability now that he's back with England, thanks to his brilliant form. So I think that would be something interesting. I don't see them going for one of the bowlers. Would they try something different? Could they bring David Miller? And then look, Rehan and Hassan, they always keep you guessing. They're not straightforward. They don't like giving their secrets away. There's going to be some data, and as the great Said Bhai says, science is the man. So science will be making the decisions.
We saw Shadab Khan's tweet as well, in which he said that data will be playing a heavy role in their selections. Rayan, you want to speak to that?
Yeah, so basically, Islamabad have covered quite a few bases with their retentions already. They only really need their bowling attack. Like their batting is mostly settled. They're only going to pick up one overseas opener, so that could be Hales, that could be someone else. But generally, I think the rest of the batting is pretty settled, and they're just gonna go for the bowlers. Maybe they'll pick a overseas bowler. Last time they picked up Reece Topley. Unfortunately, he got injured before the PSL started, and he pulled out, and he couldn't play. But I think they might actually try and go with him again.
So I've been just informed that PSL posted the wrong graphic, and in fact, Lahore Qalandars do have the first pick. And I think everyone is quite certain that Fakhar Zaman will be that pick. So just want to take a bit of the questions that are coming in from the fans. A lot of you are asking if the live draft has started as of yet or now. Honestly, I have not been able to find a link through which I can watch the draft. So I have a ticker. Pro Pakistani has a ticker, live ticker for all of the picks. So that's what I'm using in order to inform you guys with respect to what's happening in the draft. So if you're curious, you can also go over there. And if you find a link, which I can or all of us can watch on YouTube and follow the draft live as well, we would appreciate it. And yeah, that would be great. But yeah, moving forward, I suppose. What other players do you think might be primed for a platinum pick? You've got Vanindu Hasaranga in there. You've got David Miller in there. Maybe perhaps someone like David Miller could suit Islamabad United, even though my mind is saying Alex Hales just because he's played for them for so long. But some lower order hitting, and especially with the brand that they play, do you think that he might be suited to Islamabad's style of play?
Well, it's interesting when I look at it. There's so many options. Aaron Finch is someone who's slightly gone under the radar a little bit, but I think you'll see him available a lot more in terms of the fact that he's going to be someone who may not be playing a lot of cricket for Australia going forward. So yeah, could Islamabad do something different? Go for the David Miller of South Africa. It's that's why it's also interesting this year. I think there's we're in for a lot of, other than the expected retentions, Fakhar, Naseem Shah, and all of those guys. I think we can't really be as clear cut as say last year. And Lahore's picks are very interesting. And look, I think last year a lot of people had jokes on Karachi's expense, but Karachi have almost an empty canvas and an ability to make a team completely different from last time, and they don't have the people who've been doing the teams in the past, so they'll be going in a different direction. I think it promises a lot. I know at the moment, the fans are a bit down, but the only way from here is up. There's no way you're losing 10 games. That's just not happening. So the only way is up, and I think Karachi, you can't really count them out of making some incredible additions to their team as well.
You spoke about Karachi, and they've let go of Babar Azam, and that has definitely made the headlines. Imad Wasim will be captaining the side in this year's PSL, 2023's PSL's 8th edition. That made a lot of the rounds in the news. Do you guys think that this was the right way forward for both Babar and Karachi Kings as a franchise? Because there was a lot of toxicity with respect to Babar's captaincy, and there was a lot of infighting within the team from what we were hearing from the outside. So do you guys think that might have been the better deal for Peshawar Zalmi, who have gained a player in Babar Azam and also a captain in Babar Azam? And how do you think Karachi Kings will fare in his absence? Of course, we're joined by Iman over here. Iman, you might have seen her from, what's the name? The Double Wicket Maiden show, which is for a change of pace. Lovely having you over here, Iman. Welcome to the show. And how are you feeling about this draft?
Thanks, Baram. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Awesome. Yeah, no, I'm feeling good. I'm excited. This is the first draft that I'm properly paying attention to, as in the retentions and everything. I was a bit of a elitist when it came to T20 leagues. I didn't really care until they started. I was like, whatever. But this year I'm excited. I think that Quetta is going to have a ball of a time. I think I think Lahore, because I support Lahore, I think we'll be fine. I mean, our core is already so strong; they can't really mess it up. But I am really excited to see what Karachi do. Of course, I would have loved if Heather had stuck around in Peshawar and we'd had that top three there. So, but I'm happy for him. At least he'll get a solid run, and I'm excited to see how they build their team around him, and hopefully not some of the older players that they have. Hopefully they focus on Heather. But yeah.
Yeah, that is the coup with respect to Karachi, right? That's the one big thing that they have gained out of this trade is Heather Ali. And Heather, he hasn't seen the best of forms with the bat in recent times, but we all know what he's capable of. And with Ahmad Wasim captaining the side, they need like a young star within that mix of such experienced and aged players. So definitely he would be the man to look out for with respect to Karachi Kings this season. And Iman, just before you joined, I was talking about how Babar Azam has left Karachi Kings and joined Peshawar. So who got the better deal out of that? Is it Peshawar? Is it Karachi? Will Peshawar fare better having a leader in Babar Azam in that team and opening with Haris is a prospect that we're all salivating over. So I want to know all of your opinions on that.
Before the Heather news was announced, I thought Peshawar had done a wonderful, wonderful thing because it seemed like they traded Babar for Malik, which is a steal. So I was really happy with that. I think Heather moving to Karachi kind of shifts it a little bit because again, like you said, he's a young prospect. He's explosive and he's got a lot of potential in him. So if they do this right, Karachi has the better of the deal. Of course, Babar as a T20 captain, even though his Test captaincy has been questionable, I would say his T20 captaincy this year hasn't been the worst. He's been quite good, and I'm excited to see. I think it's a level up for Peshawar, 100%. I wasn't a big fan of their lineup before. I think Babar adds something to it, and without Malik there as well, there's a lot of potential for them to grow. But I don't know. I guess we'll find out after the draft is over. But I think Karachi has the edge just because of Heather.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. I think I would beg to differ. I think that opening partnership with respect to both Haris and Babar, I think that could really be the game changer for Peshawar. But of course, you never know with T20 cricket. It's very, very unpredictable. And I agree with you that, maybe some of the slander that Babar Azam has copped with respect to his captaincy in the T20 format, maybe some of it has been unjustified. I'll pass over the mic, of course, to Hassan Bhai and Rayan, whichever one of you wants to go first, if you want to add anything to this conversation.
Yeah, look, I think obviously it's new territory in a way for Karachi, but there's also some familiarity with Imad coming back to be the captain. Heather is an incredible player, we know, and look, Pakistan cricket needs Heather fit and firing on form. So it's an opportunity for him to try something different. Shoaib Malik brings a lot of experience. Look, let's just separate Shoaib Malik, the cricketer, from Shoaib Malik, the media personality, for a moment, and understand that Shoaib does have a lot of experience and he does have a really good record. And in particular, he is able to come into a team where, of course, Karachi are going to be the favorites of everybody who dislikes certain players right now, because it's almost like they're going to pick everybody who has beef with the Pakistan captain at the moment and make a squad out of it. But at the same time, these guys can play. So all of that coming into the picture, and then you just see someone like Heather. Now, I'd like to see Heather go a little bit outside his comfort zone. I think Heather has the ability to open the batting. I think Heather has the ability to be someone who can get the big scores for you. Will Karachi give him that opportunity to express himself? We saw the best of Heather at Peshawar Zalmi, but then we also saw Heather going through a really tough time in Pakistan, trying to reinvent him, as something that he wasn't. And Ryan is a perfect person to take this discussion forward. But what we just need to see is players playing in their natural positions and being given the opportunity in what they are strongest at to go and do that.
Correct. And we've got some messages for you, Hassan Bhai, from the fans. Of course, after that, I'll give it to you, Rayan. Lots of love coming your way. And then Zaid Babar wants to remind you that Lahore Qalandars defeated Multan Sultans last year in the final. So there's that.
Can we ban Zaid from this conversation right now? I want Zaid out of here. Zaid, I don't need reminding. All right. My own brothers are Lahore Qalandars fans and they remind me every single day. So other than Zaid, thank you to everyone. Thank you especially to Faraz Bhai, who's always very kind and with his time. And may I add that Ryan has a very big fan here in someone whose last name is Gavaskar. Ryan, I think you've just broken the draft as is for today. If I was you, I just walk away right now. It's not going to get better than that.
Absolute, and we'll let Rayan address Panjeet Gavaskar as well. और उर्दू की कुछ requests आ रही हैं, तो चलें थोड़ा उर्दू में बात कर लेते हैं.
नहीं, एक सेकंड, जो उर्दू वाले
presented
जो
voice
उर्दू
पूरे
वाले
English में बोल रहे
जनाब हैं वो भी उर्दू बोलो मियाँ, आप उर्दू पहले ठीक तरह से लिख तो लेना, हमें
हैं।
बोलने को
उर्दू
कह रहे हैं,
उर्दू
लिखिए तो
बोलते
हाँ,
हैं।
ओ भी उर्दू बोलो, क्या हो गया भाई राणा साहब,
अच्छा जी,
प्लीज।
तो रेयान, अभी हसन भाई ने जिस तरह जिक्र किया कि जो हैदर अली थे, ही वाज वेरी वेरी सक्सेसफुल इन पेशावर जल्मी, मगर फिर हमने एक चीज नोट की कि उनका एक कंसिस्टेंट नंबर नहीं था। इवन फॉर पेशावर, इवन फॉर पाकिस्तान, उनको कभी ओपन खिला दिया, कभी वन डाउन ले आए, कभी मिडिल ऑर्डर, कभी लोअर मिडिल ऑर्डर। तो आपके ख्याल से क्या मिसमैनेज किया हैदर अली को ओवर द इयर्स, बोथ फ्रेंचाइज एंड नेशनल टीम ने? व्हाई हैजंट ही बीन एज सक्सेसफुल एज हिज टैलेंट वारंट्स?
Yeah, so just a little thing on Heather. See, Pakistan cricket has not seen a lot of basically young batsmen coming into the PSL in that emerging slot because everybody picks their pacers. Because pacers ka hai कि then like third, fourth pacer, he'll come in, he'll bowl one in the power play, two in the middle, maybe one in the net, and that's your emerging pacer quota done. It's the easiest thing in the world in Pakistan to just get through with that. So Head is the first ever Pakistani batsman in the emerging slot to actually not bomb in his first ever season. And that's actually incredible, and I don't know how he managed it. And after that, I don't know how Pakistan cricket managed to make that the best season he's ever had, and not after that. They moved him around a lot, and that was quite disappointing. His opening, especially, like he's vulnerable to new ball movement, and Peshawar's solution seems to have been every single time they were confused with what to do with him, they would just make him open. He averages like 10 as opener, and it's really annoying to see him every time just being thrust into opening when they run out of ideas. Ideally, he should be at number three. The Karachi number three slot is open, and I hope he's there. At number three, you've got Heather, then you've got Qasim at four, and Malik at five. That's a very solid local middle order. Like that's most teams would go with that, and then you can upend it with an overseas opener at a number six. Like the template is right there. I just hope they follow it. Let's see.
Yep, and with
Can
those
we
nuggets
when
of
we edit,
wisdom,
Behram,
जी
when we
हसन
edit
भाई,
this, can we cut out the bit where I was
we're
saying
not
Heather should
editing this.
open?
We're not editing
No,
this.
no,
This
when
is
we
live.
re-edit it, abhi to theek hai phas gaye, but when we go back, I don't want to be the
नहीं
guy
नहीं
who's saying
कोई, there
Heather
is
was
no
opening
going
and
back, Hassan bhai. I have a flight to
Ryan's
catch
not
tomorrow.
even
I'm going to Karachi to cover
Ra-
the test match. I have a flight to catch tomorrow. There's no editing going
Ryan
on.
is
This
not
is what
even
it
doing
is.
this. He's not even doing. Hassan bhai, shh, don't say that. He's waiting after I look like a fool, and then he's like, "Oh, हाँ, by the way, Heather ki average as an opener is 8, and I'm just waiting for the comments on this side."
Chale, some nuggets of wisdom over there by our very own Rianul Haq. We have two new guests over here with us. We have Saim Sheikh and Qasim Naqvi. Gentlemen, how are you doing? कैसा फील कर रहे हो आप, और कौन कौन सी टीम्स को सपोर्ट करते हो ये भी बता दो.
No, I'm a Karachi Kings fan. Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Excited to be back. Sort of excited for the next season because there's no point in जो हो गया सो हो गया. अब क्या करना है पीछे देख के. We've been freed from the shackles slash weight that is Babar Azam's captaincy, and then we sort of have this mafia growing where we've got a few guys that are very exciting, and then बाकी जो डॉन है वो तो जानते ही हैं सब. And outside that, I feel like just because of the way they've been able to manipulate the draft and use brand ambassador mentor, they've got, like Hassan Bhai said, they've got the ability to make a team. So it'll be interesting, exciting.
Perfect. And Saim, would you like to chime in?
Hi guys, everyone. I'm a Karachi Kings fan as well, and like when the Babar Azam news came in the starting, so I wasn't really like excited about it. But now, like looking at the prospect of a whole building from scratch part of for Karachi, that we have a lot of slots open now. We have Imad back as the captain as well. So now I'm looking forward to it because we have good picks. We have a lot of slots to fill in the team. So looking forward to it. Hopefully the think tank does it right this time because previously we haven't really got it perfectly in the draft. We have not really, we've addressed the weaknesses, but this time I hope they do that because the picks are good. So just looking forward to it now.
We've got a lot of Karachi Kings fans over here, don't we? We've got Iman. We've got, oh no, Iman's Lahore
No,
Qalandars.
no.
Iman, you switched your allegiances from your city.
Yeah.
And then we've
After
got
after that
Qasim.
first after that first Karachi Kings and Lahore match where Fakhr scored 100. Fakhr is my favorite batter from Pakistan, by the way. I was literally thinking to myself, I'm like, what am I doing? Just because I was born in Karachi, I'm not supporting my favorite batter and I'm watching him score 100 against my team. And so, yeah, I switched immediately.
Yeah, no, that completely makes sense to me. Of course, a lot of people would be offended by that, and I'll let them be offended. But we've got Iman for Lahore, rooting for Lahore. Hassan Bhai is rooting for Multan. And then Qasim and Saim are both Karachi Kings fans. Rayan, what about you?
Nah, I'm completely neutral. Okay, I just watch the
Okay.
players. I can't get invested too much in this. I get way too
न्यूट्रल
invested in
सिर्फ
Pakistan
जानवर
cricket.
होता है, न्यूट्रल
बस अब
सिर्फ
जानवर
जानवर
ही है
होता है,
फिर.
Ryan.
बस अब
Ryan would
जानवर ही
rather
है.
be a जानवर than support Karachi. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
I mean, I kind of
Ryan,
feel the same way, actually. Sorry, Iman.
Ryan is
Yeah,
obviously,
go
yeah,
for it.
he's obviously a Quetta fan because of Naseem, and he's an Islamabad fan because of Shadab. He doesn't say it. He doesn't say it, but you can just tell. It's not that hard.
Yeah, well, I personally, everyone asks me, and a lot of people are asking me over here as well, that if I am Islamabad or not. Well, I am obviously from Islamabad, so whenever Islamabad win, I'm always happy. I'm ecstatic when they win the PSL. They've done it twice, of course. I'd like to remind everyone that no other team has won the tournament twice. But the thing with me is that, and I've mentioned this, if you guys caught our PSL shows last year, and I'm going to re-quote my own self over here, that the PSL for me has always been one giant hug. And mein jeet Pakistan ki hoti, and I'm totally on board with that notion. And for me, I get to watch my favorite players who are all Pakistani play for their respective franchises. So yeah, I enjoy the contest for what it is. I'm never devastated when Islamabad lose. I'm happy when they win, but I'm not devastated when they lose. And maybe that's why I can't be considered a die-hard fan as many others might be. So I don't want to offend anyone, but this is just my own personal truth. And yeah, I mean, of course, जब जीतते हैं इस्लामाबाद तो ज़ाहिर है खुशी होती है, शहर है हमारा. And then we can come up with all of the banter. Oh, you said that we sleep early. Ha ha, we won the PSL.
But
Stuff
the
like
matches
that.
do finish early. The matches do finish early. That's why you sleep early, because the games are finished by 7 o'clock. All of Islamabad is asleep 1 hour after you win.
Yeah, so Graham Potter, I believe the Chelsea manager, is in our comment sections. And
and his Urdu is exceptional. Yeah. Wow.
So
never knew that, Graham.
To take comments. Brilliant. So, I mean, you guys can continue to ask your questions. I'll try to facilitate everyone. So we want this to be an interactive thing. Of course, we've got a panel of 6 people. We want to pick their brains as well. And if I'm not wrong, the draft is about to begin as well. I see Zainab Abbas on screen, and the chairman is coming up to the stage. The
chairman is making his way up. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I guess there'll be some pleasantries and some speeches before we kick things off.
There he is, meeting the senior future champions, Multan Sultans. Good on you, Chairman. Going to the champions first, always a good plan. And
it's nice to see that it's no longer current champions, Multan Sultans.
There's a lot of Multan hate over there. I don't get it.
It was. Also, hey, I was like that dude. मुझे यकीन नहीं हो रहा मेरी selection होगी. I was like that dude. मुझे यकीन नहीं हो रहा मेरी team जीत गई है. I was making the most of it, man. United give me enough grief in my life, Manchester United, that I need to be making the most of it. All right, we have pleasantries, we have some speeches.
And a fan is telling us that the President Saab, Chairman Saab, Raja Saab, will be speaking at Oxford Union in February. So yeah, we'll all be tuning in. One that I really remember, such a similar speech, which was addressed to the MCC, was Kumar Sangakkara's lecture. And if no one has ever checked that out, go check that out, because Sangers is one of the most articulate cricketers you'll ever come across, and just the way he speaks about the game, and in particular in that particular lecture, how he goes on to tell the audience what Sri Lankan cricket means to him. I just think that's brilliant, and I know I'm segueing from the PSL, but I think every one of you should go and watch that. So what else, guys? What are you expecting with respect to other teams as far as the platinum picks are concerned? Of course, Quetta Gladiators, one of the main, teams in the first few seasons. They were always title contenders, but then they kind of fell off the rails, and we haven't really seen Quetta compete at the same level ever since. Who do you think would they require in that team with respect to a platinum pick to go on and change the course of their legacy?
So I think, guys, we'll go this way around. So start with me, then go Ryan, Iman, Qasim, and Saim. I think Quetta are going to make some incredible signings, and I think watch out for Hasaranga. Of course, I think one of the main things that teams will be looking at in terms of the platinum availability is availability. You'd want your platinum player to be someone who's there the whole time. If you're going to pick, that's why I think a lot of the England players who are in the white ball teams, people may think twice about picking them, and that's why I honestly think Aaron Finch comes across as someone, because I don't see him continuing to play for Australia in the near future. I know he's staying on as T20 captain, but his form isn't something that. So, but I think Hasaranga is one. Miller is being suggested to Quetta as well. Jason is they've Quetta have pulled the anti Alex Hales and had Jason Roy dropped from the England team, so they can keep him now, and he'll be more available. Whereas Alex Hales has played so well for Islamabad that he's been gone ahead and picked by England. So I think they'll be looking at that, and I think you'll see probably a bit more of player like Will Jacks, who's obviously on this tour, but I don't see him continuing to get a lot more games. Whereas Lahore Qalandars, I don't think they'll get to see Harry Brook because with England being away in New Zealand, Harry Brook's not going to be available. And again, Multan may have a consideration to make in terms of Tim David also, because he is now part of Australia's team, something we were all dreading happening. So again, I think you will be looking at sort of those players. Rassi van der Dusen is another who's again all format player. So yeah, so I mean I'll let Rayan go now, and then we'll go on Iman, Qasim, and Saim. But yeah, I think availability is something that I think the franchises will be looking at.
Yeah, so basically, like Quetta and their UAE run in the PSL, they would control the game with spin. Nawaz and Hassan Khan and all these guys, they would control the game for Safraz, and Safraz was quite good at that. He would control the game that way. But as the PSL shifted to Pakistan, the ability of spin decreased. Basically, it became more pace focused generally in the PSL. Like in UAE, around 30% to 35% of overs were bowled by spin. In Pakistan, that dropped to around 20%, and you could see that especially with Nawaz. Nawaz in the UAE would bowl around 3.5 to 3.6 overs per game. But when he shifted to Pakistan, now he only bowls around like 2.5 to 3. So he went from giving you 4 overs every game to now being the kind of six bowling option that you do when like right-handers are present or something like that. Like you have to look at the matchups then, because you can't bowl Nawaz to left-handers. Like Safraz found that out when he tried bowling him to Ben Dunk in like PSL 5 or something. So that like so they had to basically rethink their entire strategy from Nawaz being their number seven who can give them 4 overs and bat at number seven to now Nawaz will probably be their number five who can like share his overs with Iftikhar or maybe be the sixth bowler itself. So that's a strategy that they took a bit of time to get used to and everything, but I think so they're going in the right direction. They've lucked out by getting Naseem and Hasnain, so that's very nice. And they'll probably a third pacer. Khurram Shahzad is very good. I don't know whether they'll play him regularly because they do have a bit of a batting depth problem as well. But Khurram Shahzad is a very decent third pacer, and so is Naveen if they decide to go that way. So yeah,
Yeah, so
Quetta.
Ryan, I think you meant to say Naveen, right? Because Naseem is not in Quetta's ranks anymore. I believe that he wasn't
Yeah,
retained. Yeah,
technically.
yeah, it confused me a bit over there. But yes, you spoke about Mohammad Nawaz. He is Quetta's only platinum pick thus far because Iftikhar and Jason Roy are in diamond. Quite a steal over there, getting Jason Roy in diamond. I think that's brilliant for Quetta. And then you've got Will Smeed as well. So Will Smeed and Jason Roy opening the batting. Then you've got some all-rounders in Iftikhar and Nawaz who can be very, very handy with both bat and ball. You have the experience of Sarfaraz Ahmed. You've got the young brilliance of Naveen ul Haq as well. And then you got Umar Akmal, who somehow has made it back to Quetta Gladiators and was retained. And of course, I'll get Iman's thoughts on that. And, do you think that this team perhaps needs, as Hassan Bhai was alluding to, needs a front on, leg spinner or any sort of spinner to kind of steer their attack forward? Iman.
We're talking about Quetta, right?
Yes.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think Hasaranga is an obvious pick. I think it's the perfect opportunity for them to get him. I think any league that has Hasaranga, Rashid, and Shadab bowling should be qualified as the best league in the world. And we'll have that this year, hopefully. I am very excited for Nawaz. I feel like he's had breakout seasons before, but it's finally like people are really, really excited about Nawaz the player, Nawaz even the leader. And no disrespect to Sarfaraz, but I don't mean to say he's going to be captain, although he should be. But I just mean to say, okay, I think it's a really exciting time for Quetta. I wouldn't agree with you with Jason Roy being a steel and diamond, to be honest. I'm not saying because he's had bad form recently or drop him entirely. I just think that they could do better. I think Speed was a brilliant pick last year. I think he was great for them. I think even them having SNLE on the squad was really impressive. Their top order was great last year, even though I wasn't super excited about them. I never really cared about Peshawar and Quetta, but now I am paying attention because I am really excited about the potential that they have. And if they don't pick Hasaranga, that's stupid. I'm sorry. Like if they don't pick him, that no respect for Sarfraz or whoever runs their think tank. But yeah, I think they definitely need that on their side.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the obvious pick for them. And, Nabil Hashmi, if you're listening to this, Iman is not going to be a fan if you don't pick Hasaranga. So there's that you're going to have to deal with. Saim, Qasim, you guys want to add anything to that conversation?
Oh, not really. I mean, it'll be interesting to see what they do with Naseem because it was pretty surprising to not see him there already, and because they already have 2 more platinum slots. So I don't know why they didn't retain him if they did want him. Will Smeed I think he's going to be a steal in silver. So if he is available, that's going to be very interesting. And there's a few of those picks like Tim Davids in gold, Brooks in silver as well for Lahore. So there 2-3 हैं ऐसे जो अच्छे picks हैं. But I don't know. It'll be interesting. I don't know. I feel like Quetta they've been very confused since they got back to Pakistan, and they've tried different things every single year and they still haven't been able to figure it out. So let's see how they go. I have no idea what to expect from them this year still.
Yeah, they're just one of those teams, right? You expect them to do well every year. You're like, okay, Quetta look better this year, but then they just haven't been up to mark recently in recent seasons. And I think you brought up a very good point about Will Smeed being the steel and silver, because Will Smeed is someone who's given up his red ball career. He's wanting to focus entirely on white ball, and he has had a taste of success in the PSL in the last edition. So that is really good news for Quetta. And I just want to shift our focus to another franchise now. But before that, if there's anything you want to add, Sam, you can go for it.
I think the Hasaranga point I wanted to add, but it's a popular opinion. Everyone agrees that he's one of the best, most valuable players in T20 international, obviously after Shada. And the other thing I wanted to add is that they have a really strong local core, and also some other teams have like new captains, they have new coaches and managers, but for Quetta Gladiators, they'll be having Sarfaraz from a pretty long time. Their management has been there for a pretty long time, so I don't think they really should be expected to make any errors because the chemistry in their management, the captain Nawaz is there from a long time, so aren't really supposed to make any mistakes. And now that they have a really strong core with Nawaz being in the form of his life, if the car is there, Naseem Shah, I'm not sure if they'll get him as he's not retained by them. But still, this local core and then Jason Roy and Will Smith, all they have really strong players and a strong roster coming into the draft. So I'm like expecting them to do really well.
Okay, perfect. And let's move on to, I guess, Multan Sultans, Hassan Bhai's team. And of course, no surprises. Mohammad Rizwan is the platinum pick. In diamond, they have Shan Masood, Khushdil Shah, and Riley Rousseau. And then in gold, they have Tim David and Shahnawaz Dahani. Of course, Tim David, as Hassan Bhai said earlier, would be subject to his international selection. And that's going to be a big one for Lahore Qalandars as well, because he mentioned how Harry Brook is now an England test player. And if England are playing New Zealand, well, then Lahore have a Harry Brook-sized hole in their middle order, which is not going to help one bit. And then in emerging, Multan have Ihsanullah and Abbas Afridi. Abbas Afridi, of course, being the nephew of Omar Gul. So Hassan Bhai, I guess I'll start with you, of course. Obviously, you are the die-hard Multan Sultans fan over here. You've got that Tim David worry, and you've got a few emerging picks which Multan have banked on once again. They've had that faith in both Ihsanullah and Abbas Afridi before, and they've just gone on and doubled down on that. So what do you want to say about this squad retentions, and who do you think that they should pick as their platinum pick?
So I think the retentions were fairly straightforward. We knew from a while that they were happy with the pace bowling stocks. A lot of people aren't aware, but I think we're going to really miss Asif Afridi this year because he was someone who gave us a lot of control last year. And that's another problem that we're going to have with regards to the fact that he's not there. Tim David, if Australia are playing at that time, if Tim is not available, it's a big thing. Zaid is really making himself popular with me today, so I'm not going to get into a shouting match or anything or talk about how Tim David played the final and we still lost. I'm a bit rich telling a team that won 9 out of 11 games who they need or don't need. And I'm ecstatic to see Lahore Qalandars fans moods being up. I'm excited to see them giving it back. because and look, they are the strongest team for me, but in the rare event that they have a failure, with the exception of Iman, the rest of them are really going to be hearing it from me, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Now, that said, coming back to Multan, I think a lot of the things were clear cut. Who would I like us to pick? Look, if he's not picked, Hasaranga is a no-brainer. All right, because he's just an incredible player. It's his batting, it's his leg spin, it's what he brings into it. But do we because we don't have Usman anymore. Imran Tahir was allowed to leave as well. So I'd be very interested in who we go for in that. And then you can't really replace what Tim David brings to the team, but that means you have to find someone else who has the ability to get those big boundaries for you. So I'm looking at all the available options in the PSL. And I'm trying to think especially more with regards to the local players. I thought, because we saw the national T20 played in Multan this time around, and I thought Mehran really stood out. He stood out for me as someone who played under Saim Ayub, is an incredible prospect. Do we want, and again, there's not a guarantee that he'll be available, or the fact that he won't go to another side. So one thing is, though, with when it comes to Multan, with the way the drafts have gone the last couple of years, I think with Haider and Andy and most importantly, Abdur Rahman Saab, when they're all there, you're very relaxed, because Abdur Rahman Saab brings in that incredible knowledge of local players. His Khyber Pakhtunkhwa side just win trophies for fun. They lost this time around to Sindh, but generally they've been there or thereabouts. He's coached the Pakistan under-19 team. One kid I would love for us. Now, can you guys tell me what category Arafat is in? Is he in emerging?
Definitely emerging. Definitely in emerging.
Well, look, I
Arafat
just want to
is a
see
local
Arafat.
boy. Yes, bhai. He's from South Punjab, isn't he?
He's from Multan, born and raised. I hope someone picks him up, gives that kid an opportunity. I absolutely love him. I think he's brilliant. He is the future. Qasim Akram is another. Maybe if Karachi can get Arafat and Qasim together, that's two guys who can
I think
bowl
Karachi
and
already
bat.
have Qasim Hassan bhai. So Karachi retained Qasim.
So that's what I'm saying. If they retain Qasim and they can add Arafat to that mix, the way those two played, and then I'd be really, really excited to see. I think again we'll kind of see a strong KP core to our side, and we'll kind of see a strong England core, or at least a core. Another guy that I really would love to get us to pick up is Sean Williams. I think he's such an underrated cricketer, and he's available also, the Zimbabwe player. And I don't think Zimbabwe have any cricket going on at that time. So it'd be interesting. But yeah, for me, Multan generally, with Haider, with Andy, with Sir Abdur Rahman, I'm a bit relaxed. I know whatever we go for, we won't always go for the big names, unless of course they're playing for Lahore Qalandars. Then we'll pick them just to annoy these guys. So I think we'll be all right. We'll just go with who it is that we're looking for. It should be interesting to see who we get. I wouldn't be, even as someone who watches a lot. I can tell you all the guys have blocked my number. They don't want to answer me anymore. They're sick of me. I'm very interested to see who we're going to get. And I just think more than our overseas picks now, because Riley is someone who's very integral to us, even though he's also now back playing for South Africa. So that's another panic for me if those teams are playing at that time, availability-wise. And the year before, we'd gone for Akil Hussain. I would love Akil Hussain. I thought he had a very good tour of Pakistan. Last time around, brings a lot with bat and ball. Odin Smith, I know Haider had his eye on him. Rovman Powell, Romario Shepherd. So again, I think it'll come down a lot to availability. And I would pick him just so he can't play for Peshawar and thrash us to Kingdom Comes. I'd pick Kyron Pollard just so he doesn't beat us, because he always smashes like 19 ball 50s against us. But he is someone who would be fully available because he's retired from international cricket.
Yeah, Hassan bhai, you were speaking about all of these different players, and there's some of our fans who are asking, questioning whether Multan need a fast bowler or not. And we have seen Multan successfully, draft and blessing Muzarabani in the past, and he's been so successful for Multan as well. So perhaps him or Lungi Ngidi, another fan is mentioning him. So do you think that the fast bowler contingent definitely needs a bit of revamping with respect to Multan or not?
Yeah, no, I think you do. You'd never turn that down. Look, with Dahani now being someone who's a little more of a known force, he's not got that unknown thing, and it's not like he was able to follow a very successful first season as emerging. So he's under that pressure of now also being an international player. Muzarabani came in and did a great job. Again, I think for a lot of our signings at that time were based on to what would happen in the UAE. So for Pakistan, you look differently. If Abbas Afridi and Ihsanullah hit their straps, they're both excellent young players, but they're emerging. So it would be interesting to see. I would definitely love for us to go for, if he's fully available, someone like Ngidi, because I think he's quite incredible, really. Wouldn't also surprise me if we look at, because David Willey was let go, if we look at someone like Reece Topley, because we love having a left armour in there. I know there's a lot of focus on having that variety. So I think a leggy and a left armour eventually through the draft will be someone important. Now, of course, now watch us go and pick two right-arm fast bowlers and an off-spinner and make me look like an idiot again. But, as long as the boys are making picks that they've obviously put the time into it. And Islamabad is sitting right next to us. So I think we should peek at them a little bit, see what they've got on the name. If we have picked before them, just go for it.
Sohail Tanveer is another left armour who has featured for Multan Sultans in the past, Roman Reis. So there are a bunch of left armours in there that Multan has opted for in the past. And
Junaid
Khan. David Willey, I think, was a really, really good pick in the PSL, because not only was he really good with the new ball, but he also provided a lot with the bat as well in the lower order. Rayan, you have any thoughts about Multan Sultans and who they should be picking?
Yeah, so Multan, I think so. They'll Sanullah is having a really good season this time. He bowled quite well in the Quetta Azam Trophy. Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Sanullah has been bowling really well in the Quetta Azam Trophy and Pakistan Cup, and he's quite similar to Dahani, which is interesting because it's going to be difficult for especially teams that have Pakistani batsmen, so which is all of them. They struggle quite a bit against hard lengths or bouncers, and both of these guys are mostly hard length bowlers or bouncer type bowlers. They'll hit the middle of the pitch and they'll cause quite a bit of a trouble to these two. So that's quite funny that they had one Dahani and now they've gone and got another one. So that'll be interesting to see. Also, Imran Tahir is no longer with them. So as Hassan Bhai was saying, they will need a leg spinner. So I'm interested to see who they go with. There are a few left wing picks, and maybe they'll go with those. Otherwise, they can get Khushdil to cover, but I'm interested to see if they turn Khushdil into a 4 over bowler again. Because last season he did very well, but last season he did quite well because he wasn't expected too much of. They had 5 bowlers, and then Khushdil would come in and just bowl his 4 overs, and everybody was like, "How is he getting away with this?" And then every game he would just get away with it again.
Was
And
the leading wicket taker for quite a while, wasn't
yeah,
he?
exactly. Because like basically PSL as a league doesn't have a lot of left-handers, so Khushnil would just come up and bowl 4 overs straight up, and no one would be able to stop him. It was actually quite hilarious. And then they added Asif Afridi when the Lahore pitches started turning a bit more, so he was very effective too. So I'm interested to see who they go with for their spinners because there aren't a lot of options once Hasaranga goes away to Quetta. So it'll be interesting to see when that happens. And otherwise, their batting order, I think they might go back to Robin Powell because they picked him last year, but unfortunately he couldn't make it. So maybe they'll pick him this year, and hopefully he'll come this year.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that. We've got another guest with us over here, of course, Cover Drive Cricket from Twitter, Asad, who has his own podcast as well and dabbles frequently in picking notable people who work in the industry, their brains. Of course, he has an interview with Jared Kimber as well. Welcome to the show, Asad. How are you doing?
Hey guys, thanks for having me. And sorry I'm late. I think I'm not late because apparently the thing hasn't started yet.
Yeah, the PCB is late clearly, and we were talking about Multan Sultans right now, and there was a lot of talk about how Multan will fare very well with a frontline spinner. So Hasaranga is in the mix, and a few people wanted him there. Few people wanted some fast bowling reinforcements as well, perhaps a left-hander. What sort of player profile do you think fits best with respect to Multan when it comes to a platinum pick?
I think it's gonna be interesting to see because Heather Azar did mention that Tim David is only in goal because he doesn't have a season-wide availability, and considering how important he is to their team, who they're gonna be selecting in terms of a replacement for him. Now, whether they do that in this draft, in the actual draft, or in the replacement round, is gonna be a whole other story. But if he is indeed unavailable for like a large chunk, then I think they might be better served selecting someone right off the bat so that they get a good replacement. And
Okay, and of course, we still have to go to Iman, Qasim, and Saim. So, guys, let me know who wants to go first. Anyone can chime in and just share your thoughts with respect to Multan and the discourse that's gone on with respect to Multan. Iman, I
I
think
don't
you're
have
on
a
mute.
lot
Yeah.
to say. Yeah, I don't have a lot to say, but I feel like Multan's the only team I'm not too fussed about in this draft. I'm not gonna lie, and maybe it's because like I know they'll sort themselves out. They won't be like the most exciting lineup in the entire PSL, but they'll be good enough that they'll show up and probably still make the knockouts. And yeah, like I'm not too fussed about it. It is interesting though that they don't have like a strong spin department, and with the way the honey is going and not a strong pace department either. And their batting is obviously you've got Rizwan and Shan, and fine, Shan's been in amazing form, and Rizwan will find himself by the time PSL comes around. But it's also kind of underwhelming there as well. So it's kind of like it doesn't seem like Multan yet. It's
Hmm.
not the secure, safe kind of you can trust them to do something good Multan yet. But
Yeah,
because their think tank is so like reliable, I'm sure they'll get their shit together eventually.
yeah, and one notable exclusion is Sohaib Maqsood. He was the player of the tournament for Multan when they won the PSL, and he doesn't find
Hmm.
himself in the retained players over here. So, Qasim, Saim, do you guys think that Sohaib was hard done by, especially given how belligerent he can be with the bat? And when Multan won that PSL, they hadn't come into their own till like midway through the tournament. It was the UAE leg where they really found themselves. So, your thoughts on just these few things?
Well, with Sohaib, I don't know. I think maybe there might have been some communication made because of his injury as to why he wasn't picked. And it'll be interesting to see because I think I haven't followed domestic too much, but I feel like he hasn't done a lot there since he has been, or maybe he's still injured. I don't know. I'm not sure. With Multan, but like I feel like a couple of people hit the nail on the head. All of the retention wise, every team seems to have at least one sort of proper top tail option already there. Although you can argue how good Amir is as a top tail option, but Multan don't seem to have anyone right there. And Ehsanullah, because before this, I was trying to figure out what they were sort of doing with their attention, and Ehsanullah looks a lot like Dehani, as Rayan said. So again, with them, it's more like with Quetta, I wasn't sure what their strategy is. Whereas with Multan, you just sort of feel like they're now this safe pick with Andy Flower at the helm, where, हाँ ये कुछ ना कुछ कर लेंगे, they'll sort it out and they'll probably figure out something that works there. So, but it'll be interesting to see again because I have no idea what to expect from them either.
Yeah, kuch na kuch to kar lenge is the sentiment across the panel. Of course, Multan, they have a very sensible sort of management. Andy Flower is really, really experienced. And they also use a lot of data, much like Islamabad United. A few of us over here in the panel, I know Iman has raised it, and now I think Qasim has as well, have raised the form of Shahnawaz Dahani as a potential issue for Multan. He hasn't been in the best of touches, and in the Qaeda Azam Trophy final as well, he went for quite a few. So, Saim, would you like to add on that? Do you think that Dahani's form is absolutely critical towards Multan's success?
Yeah, because in 2021, as Multan won the PSL, and then last year they were the runners up as well. So, and one of their, success story in their whole success story, their Pacers being doing really well, and the Pacers being their strength was obviously the highlight. So now, when you look at the roster in the 2023 season, they lack that because apart from Ehsanullah Dahani being out of form, so obviously that's gonna be a huge concern for them. That apart from their tactics, them following the data, them being really smart with it. Other than that, their on-field displays with the bowling, especially with that pace attack, was amazing in 2021 and then last year as well. So I think this season, Dahani's form can be crucial if he gets his touch back. Like it's form he was in his debut season and then last year as well. If he gets that back, then I think he's going to be a really plus point for them as they'll have an attack leader who's obviously now not a new bowler. He has played considerable amount of international games and he can be considered as one of the big players of Multan apart from Rizwan and the local players like Shan Masood.
Yeah, and he hits the deck hard. And, when Multan were winning, he was one of their key players. And he was the life and soul of that Multan Sultans team, Shahnawaz Dahani. So, yeah, we all want to watch him play well, of course. And, his form will be critical towards Multan. I want to shift our focus to Peshawar Zalmi now. And with respect to their retentions, of course, Babar Azam isn't a retention, but he's there. He's at the helm. He's platinum pick, captain of the side. and everyone's excited to see him. Of course, partner Mohammad Haris, a gold pick in the opening slot. And then you've got Sherfane Rutherford. I believe he's been there with Peshawar Zalmi since the very first season. If I'm wrong, someone can correct me, but he's a diamond pick, as is Wahab Riaz, their former captain. And in silver, you've got Salman Irshad, the slingy bowler from Kashmir, who had a really, really good PSL 7. He was mighty impressive. And yeah, his death bowling too. Some of those Yorkers, really, really good. And Amir Jamal, he had a really successful outing for Pakistan in his first T20 international, where he defended, I believe, what was it, 16 runs versus England in that T20 international. So he's there for Peshawar Zalmi as their all-rounder, I believe. And then you've got Tom Kohler-Cadmore in the silver category as well. Of course, Tom Kohler-Cadmore can keep wicket as well and bat in the top order. So one notable absentee is Kamran Akmal. After years and years of piling on the runs for Peshawar Zalmi, Kamran Akmal does not find himself in the retained list of players. So, Hassan bhai, do you think that Kami, it was about time he moved on? And do you think, just on a side note, do you think anyone is going to draft Kamran Akmal?
Look, I had a chance to work with Kamran recently, and I think with regards to where Peshawar are going, it did make sense to move on. That said, I think he's still able to. With Kamran, what's important now is to understand that maybe being a full-time player is not something, but being a squad player, being someone who can come in at various points. Because look, if you play him, he has to keep. Now, will he be willing to be a backup keeper / backup opener? It's very difficult. We're noticing it with certain other athletes in certain other sports. I think both Asad and Qasim will know who I'm talking about, obviously, that they're having a tough time understanding that you can be a backup. But look, at the same time, Kamran will point out to the fact that he's got the most runs in PSL. He'll point out to what he can bring to a team. He is in good shape. He is physically fit. But who goes for it? The Karachi fans are not going to like this, but it's most looking like it's going to be Karachi because, there is that thing. But at the same time, I think it's even with Umar Akmal, when I look at it, I just feel that we can't write the players off that quickly. That said, it should be your performance that does the talking. So rather than, hearing that I don't want to play in this category or I don't want to play in that category, that should be irrelevant. If I was playing and I was bumped down from platinum to silver, as long as the team wanted to pick me, give me an opportunity to play, I would say that my cricket is going to do the talking. More and more of our senior players need to focus on that now and say, right, if I was let go and this other team is giving me a chance, I'm going to prove to you that it was wrong to kick me. Not worry about Kiji. Oh wow, I guess cricket and politics can't be separated from Pakistan. Mujhe kyun nikala, and all that stuff kind of goes into it. So you just got to keep your focus on that. So yeah, they would have to have a chat with him. They would. I think can he do the business is hard to say, but can he do something? Yeah, he can. I think he still can be someone who can contribute. Would he be willing to be a backup keeper at Quetta and join his brother in the lineup? Because you can't have Kamran in the field. He has to keep and bat. Otherwise, you can't have him if he's going to be sort of someone who's not going to be there. So that way, it should be interesting. But again, Islamabad, no chance. Multan, I would say it's very difficult. Lahore, absolutely, I don't think so. It's going to happen. So even Quetta, I don't think they go for it. So it kind of leaves him with just the possibility of going to Karachi. But yeah, I think Karachi, if they can convince him to be part of the squad and be someone who plays a game here, plays a game there, is able to contribute, then of course he can do it.
Salman Iqbal's Blue Army of experience, right? So that could be a likely destination for Kamran Akmal, of course. Rayan, we're looking at the retained players list right now over here on our screens for Peshawar Zalmi. Babar Azam as a platinum pick makes sense. Of course, he will be leading the side, and it's a fresh start for both Babar and Peshawar. Wahab Riaz is the former captain. Do you think that might have played a role for him being retained as diamond? Because Wahab is, quite senior as well now. He's not particularly young, especially for a fast bowler. And the only two fast bowlers that Peshawar have right now in this retention list are Salman Irshad and Wahab Riaz. So what's your take on that?
Yeah, so basically last year Peshawar quite struggled a lot with their fast bowlers. I think Arshad Iqbal is the only one apart from these two who did relatively well, and they'll probably take him back if given the option. Wahab had a very off start to the PSL, especially the Karachi leg. He didn't take a single wicket in the whole of the Karachi leg, which was quite funny. But and he went at around 8 9 runs per over, maybe even 10. And but in
Okay.
Lahore he was
Iman, would you
quite
like
good.
to add anything to that? I believe we might have lost Iman. Who else do we have over here? Qasim, are you on?
Yep, I'm still here.
Yeah, okay. If you want to share your thoughts on Peshawar Zalmi, you can go ahead and then we'll have Iman and Rayan complete their thoughts later.
I think they've got the makings of a team that will complement Babar Azam pretty well so far. So far, you've got TKC and Harris, and all of these players seem to be able to, and then Rutherford as well. So they seem to have guys that sort of can go hard with the bat. And if you've got Babar just anchoring the innings and you've got everybody else
Mm-hmm.
that are just going to sort of tee off from ball one, it seems like
Mm-hmm.
that might be a very good formula for them. I really hope it doesn't work out because I'm not a massive fan of Peshawar, but it is what it is. And outside that, I think like Wahab as part of a think tank with Babar as well could be good. His knowledge of local conditions seem to be good, even if he's not performing pretty well himself. He seems to be able to help Babar out with his CP captaincy
Mm-hmm.
last year in the National T20 Cup. Might work this as well, and well, I mean, it feels like they've started to already build a team that's pretty good. They've got a lot of flexibility. They've got TKC that can keep wicket. Baharis also can keep wicket. So Amir Jamal in silver again seems like a guy that's ready to break out after his debut.
Mm-hmm.
So they've got a very good core already. I feel like, and if their strategy is pretty straightforward, we always seem to see that if a team knows what they're looking for, they're always going to do well.
Yeah, and just based on this list that we're seeing right in front of us right now, it looks like they're revamping their core. They're building a new core over here. Of course, Jamal is at the center of it as well. And then Salman Rashad, I think, is someone that they've put their faith in that, okay, this guy will be leading our attack in seasons to come. And of course, Babar Azam will be leading the side. And Tom Kohler Cadmore, too, is also a young player. So, Saim, anything that you would like to add to this discourse with respect to Peshawar Zalmi?
I think the retention list, apart from Lahore and Islamabad, looks pretty exciting to me. Mainly because now they look like a completely different side. They have a new captain. They have Amir Jamal, who has impressed everyone in domestics and internationals, and Tom Collar Cadmore has been pretty good as well. So I think them looking like a new side, even with Harris as well, the opening duo of Harris and Barber. So them, as they had very successful season in the starting and then had kind of a dip, even though they made quite a few number of finals. I think they look like a pretty exciting local core as well as a foreign core. So I think I'll be
Mm-hmm.
looking forward to seeing them do well, mainly because of Bauer being one of my favorite players. So yeah, pretty excited to see them this season because they have, I mean, really good players in the retention. And then let's see how they do in the draft.
Awesome. And we lost Iman in between, but she's back here with us, of course. Iman, we were talking about how Peshawar seemed to be building a new core, with Amir Jamal coming in as the all rounder. Of course, he has been retained. He did feature for Peshawar before as well, just didn't get game time. And then Salman Ishad is someone who did really well for Peshawar in the past. So, him, Wahab, and Amir Jamal are three pace bowlers, at least, that we can expect Peshawar to start with. My question to you over here is that what sort of player profile do they need now? And Peshawar, under Babar Azam, new leadership, they've always somehow managed to find their way to the playoffs. Do you think they might be capable of doing that this time around as well?
I think they definitely need a middle order. So it's not even like a middle order batter. They need a middle order entirely. I think they've upgraded from last year for sure. You had Zazai and you had Kamran Akmal, and for some reason they
Mhm.
wouldn't play Haris consistently until they realized they were being stupid. And now they've gone to Babar Azam and Haris, which is a really, really good uh, top order to have. I don't know. I mean, I know that everyone's really excited about Amir Jamal, and I am too. I'm more excited to see not just with his bowling, which fine, he bowls wide Yorkers really well, great. I think that he'll be useful for them, but I'm also really excited to see what he does as a batter because having a pace all round in our setup honestly sounds too good to be true. And if he does well enough in this PSL, that could mean stuff for our national team as well, which is always exciting to have. With the new ball as well, I don't know if anyone said this. They definitely need new ball options over there.
Mhm.
I'm not a big fan of Wahab being diamond. Again, I feel like it had something to do with him being the last captain. I really hope they do well, just because I've been seeing a lot of people saying that the reason why Karachi did so badly last time in the draft is because their captain is utterly clueless. uh, and I really hope that they do well this time, so that I can slyly give Babar the credit for just picking a good side. But yeah, that's all I have to say about Peshawar.
All right. Someone who is a big critic of Babar Azam, the captain, is of course Cover Drive Cricket, Asad, who is with us over here. So, Asad, I have two questions for you. One is that we're getting a lot of questions over here from the fans with respect to Mohammad Umar. And Iman mentioned that Peshawar will be looking to have a good new ball bowler. So, do you think Mohammad Umar, who's had a lot of success recently in the Qaeda Azam Trophy as well, and has been decent for Peshawar in the past, could he be that sort of bowler who could, bowl with the new ball for Peshawar Zalmi? And also, Moeen Ali is being thrown as a potential platinum pick for Peshawar. Of course, he could bat in the middle order. He could offer some overs of spin, some buffer overs. So, what do you make of these potential picks?
No, I think that the both picks you mentioned would be perfect for Peshawar because, as you said, they need a middle order, they need a new ball bowler, and I think Mohammad Umar is someone who he's improved a lot technically over the last 12 months. Having watched him in the Quetta Azam Trophy a little bit this year, so I think he would definitely be someone that they should be targeting. Moeen Ali, though, yeah, I think perfect player because if you need someone in the middle order to come in, and because you essentially lost your entire middle order, right? Like you lost Haider Ali, you lost Shoaib Malik. As much as that hurts me to credit Shoaib Malik for anything on this green earth, he's a pretty good middle order batter for the PSL level. So Moeen Ali's easily one of my favorite players in the world. Do I want him going to Peshawar? No, because I want 9 out of 10 to transfer over from Karachi to Peshawar this season so that I can have my own field day on Twitter justifying why it happened.
All right, lovely. And so we've spoken enough about Peshawar. Of course, we'll move towards the defending champions. This is one team that I just can't help but adore because you've got Shaheen Shah Afridi, who is arguably the most exciting cricketer in Pakistan cricket right now. You've got Haris Rauf.
Ryan wanted
Yes.
to add something, I think.
Oh, sorry, Ryan. Go for it.
Yes, so Ivan said that we need a pace bowling all rounder. So if only like Ahmed Jamal could this season average 30 and like have a strike rate of 175 and maybe like take 10 wickets with the ball. Oh wait, that's Fahim's numbers last season. Okay. Um, as for the draft, let's just say that it's been like an hour and they told us it would start at 5 and it's still not started and
It could have Ryan, they could have meant 1 hour away. We never said 5 p.m. PST. Let's be honest.
Yeah, well, I see Zainab is on the stage now, so let's hope that proceedings are about to begin. But I was talking about Lahore Qalandars and how even though I'm from Islamabad, for some reason, something just draws me towards the Qalandars. I know a lot of people make fun of the way their social media team is and everything, but for me, it just adds to their flavor. They don't really care much about these things. It's really haphazard. They're making fools out of themselves, and I personally love it. I love to watch that sort of stuff. So you've got some of the most exciting players in the league, period, in this team. Of course, Rashid Khan is arguably the greatest leg spinner in white ball cricket, in contemporary cricket. You've got Shaheen Shah Afridi, who is my personal favorite Pakistan cricketer at the moment. And just to watch Shaheen Shah's first over is probably my favorite thing in all of cricket right now. And Haris Rauf, of course, is a homegrown story for Lahore Qalandars, someone they take a lot of pride in, and he's a senior player for them now as well. And then Fakhar Zaman is most likely going to be retained. He's going to be their platinum pick. And you've got David Wisa, who has cult status in this city. Really, Hassan Bhai, I think for the last 15 shows on PSL that we've had, he said that David Wisa deserves a flyover in Lahore, dedicated to his name.
He deserves a flyover in Lahore.
And then you've got Abdullah Shafiq. We all talk about Abdullah Shafiq, the test batter, but he's been really, really impressive for Lahore Qalandars, in the top order, and he's gone at a good run rate as well. His strike rate is quite impressive. Harry Brook, of course, will be a worry because he's in England's test team now. And if England are touring New Zealand, then he will not be available. And that is an issue for the Lahore Qalandars. And to cap things off, they've retained Kamran Ghulam in silver and Zaman Khan in emerging. Zaman, of course, being that third seamer who makes matters really, really hard with this slingy action. And really, if you look at the bowling attack, Hassan bhai, I think we've said this time and again, but I don't think there is a better bowling attack, let alone in the PSL, but in all of franchise cricket. What would you say about that?
Oh, absolutely. I think Lahore Qalandars have the best bowling attack in the history of T20 leagues. When you look at the variety, when you look at Haris with his pace, you look at Shaheen with the pace and the swing, you look at Rashid Khan, who is an absolute monster, and then Zaman, who was the standout emerging player last year. Absolutely incredible that he didn't get a chance with Pakistan in the T20 cricket that we played, when you consider that his numbers and the fact that he was coming in and bowling death overs, this young guy. And it was absolutely brilliant to see. So the only weakness you could say with that bowling attack has been the fact that sometimes, if it's been a fifth bowler, we says filled in overs. I think Samit Patel did a very good job of it also last time. But that's sort of when everybody's fit and firing, the Lahore Qalandars bowling attack is good enough to blow you away. And then the batting led by Fakhr also. The fact that I think now they have an opportunity to bring in players who can complement that. Hafiz will be a bit of a loss. It's mainly because I think he only had one good game for Lahore Qalandars last year, the bugger, and that was obviously the final. And then, of course, so you need to replace that experience. You need to bring in someone. And again, Hafiz was able to also open the bowling for them at times, giving them something different. So yeah, Lahore have a very strong squad overall. And then the BDP is something I'm happy to see Kamran there. I think he's a brilliant player. He's a very good player who can do really good things. So I think overall Lahore would feel very comfortable with their starting bowling lineup. The concern is, God forbid, as we have seen, Pakistan struggle so much without Haris and Shaheen in case of any injuries, and the longer the layoff, the longer it takes you time to get back into full rhythm. So the concern would be having backup. And look, you can't really have a backup for Shaheen. Pakistan are finding that out. You can't really have a backup for Haris. So in those situations, I think it's something Lahore Qalandars may have to look at managing the workload for both of these brilliant players. And then, it'd be brilliant if someone can, arrange an Afghanistan series 2 or 3 days before the finals, and the eliminator. It'd be great for Russia to go away for just 4 or 5 days and then get free after that. Maybe a 5-match ODI series against Ireland in Burkina Faso sounds like a really good thing for Lahore Qalandars to lose in there. And then again, I think depending on how they pick the players, I think where Lahore's focus has to be now is the batsman. I think they really could do with someone who is a very attacking batsman and sort of strengthens the middle order. That's the only thing I can see where they need to be. And they've had, to be fair to them, they've had really good drafts the last couple of years. So you'd imagine that they do well again.
That's definitely very true. I think Lahore Qalandars at last year's draft were also very, very underrated. Of course, they also snapped up Harry Brook, and Tim David also was given his, introduction to T20 cricket or T20 leagues by Lahore Qalandars. So they have that thing going for them where they develop a lot of talent. You have Haris Rauf, you've got Harry Brook, you've got Tim David, then Abdullah Shafiq is coming into his own at the Qalandars as well. One thing, Rayan, that has evaded Lahore Qalandars is a proper keeper over the years. Their previous captain, I forget his name, Sohail, something, it was something Sohail. My apologies, Sohail, if I forgot his name. Sohail Akhtar, the big man. So he kept wicket for a bit. We've seen Ben Dunk keep wicket for them. Is that an area of concern for Lahore Qalandars, because they always seem to drop the ball over there? And what sort of player profile do you think fits them best with respect to a platinum, or well, not platinum pick, but diamond pick, because platinum will be Fakhr?
Yeah, so basically, 1 second, sorry. Just continue, I'll be back.
Okay, so Iman, you want to take that question?
I'm sorry, I was watching the draft. They're about to announce their pick.
Yeah, we're about to announce the very first pick. Fakhr Zaman is my guess.
Yes, of course, it has to be Fakhr.
Yeah.
There's probably no doubts over there. Imagine if it's not Fakhr, it probably,
I think
break the
I feel like
They're all
Surprise. Can't believe it.
Is it Fakhr? Is it not Fakhr? We're looking at Akib.
Yeah, it's Fakhr. They've announced it.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Fakhr Zaman,
Also,
no
I think
surprises there.
did they miss a trick with not using the right to match on Fakhr? But again, Fakhr is brilliant. So
No,
I mean,
they only have one. They only have one platinum spot. So
Okay, fair.
Ah,
How
So
would that
well,
work?
he could have dropped. No.
and we've
And
got the
now
Lahore
Quetta on the
Qalandars
team.
How
music. It's
dare
it's in one
no.
of my ears right now, and I don't know what you guys make of it, but I just love their soundtracks every single time. Whether it be the old
Oh,
one
absolutely,
or the new one,
absolutely.
it gets me going. It
Yeah,
gets
yeah,
my juices pumping. So, Iman, my question
yeah.
was earlier to Rian, which you can take, I guess, is that one thing that has always evaded Lahore Qalandars is a proper keeper. We had Sohail Akhtar, who was also their
Yeah.
captain earlier, and then Ben Dunk, we've seen has kept wicket for them on occasion. Who do you think could be that person for Lahore Qalandars moving forward in this year's PSL? And do you think they can just deal with another makeshift keeper? Do they need a proper keeper this time?
No, I think local options. Obviously, I don't think we have any good ones that I would want for them.
There's
I was
Rohail.
hoping for.
Rohail could slot in the
Yeah,
middle
but
order, I
I
suppose.
mean, I'm not a big fan of his batting.
Hmm.
I would want Gurbaz. I know that everyone thinks we have a solid top three. I don't think we do. I think Gurbaz would be an excellent option to open. You could drop Abdullah to three if you want. Um, I do think Puran would be a good option. I saw a lot of people talking about him, and I rate him really highly. And now that he's lost captaincy, or given it up, I think he has a lot of like to offer. He has a lot to offer leagues in general.
Hmm.
I mean, Lahore has a lot that they can do. I saw some people saying Matthew Wade, which would be hilarious. But no, thanks. I
Shaheen
think
and
he
Matthew
also can
Wade in the same
only,
team. Sure.
yeah, I think he can only be platinum pick, right? So I don't know. That doesn't work for us. But I'm excited. I really hope we get like a really strong middle order. I want Sikandar Raza there.
Hmm.
I even want a supplementary pick. I want because our bowling is so strong. I feel like we could go with a bowling all rounder, like one of the PJL ones in our supplementary picks. I think a friend of mine were discussing Arafat Minhas. I think
Hmm.
he's the one that we were discussing. I hope I'm right. But yeah, so I'm excited. I feel like if I think the wicket keeping option isn't a big deal. You've got some good options in the lineup there. I just hope Islamabad doesn't get Gurbaz. I hope we get Gurbaz. I really want Gurbaz on my team. That's it.
Uh,
Okay, then that's the pick
Lahore
for
has,
Iman.
yeah,
Yeah,
Lahore
yeah,
have
we know
done
that
the
Fakhr
first
has
pick.
been snapped up.
Yeah.
Rian, I'll bring it
They,
back to you.
I think they spoiled who Quetta are picking because नीचे वाले reel में already हसरंगा का नाम आ गया.
Ooh,
Oh well, then I mean
yeah.
that's a brilliant pick for Quetta. I
It's
think
right
they
next to
definitely.
Nawaz's name, and this is the best start possible. Please,
Yes.
Naseem next, and I am not complaining for the rest of the squad.
Naseem is done for Quetta. He's not going anywhere else.
No, I
You
think
RTM
can
I
हो
think
write
गया
that down.
Islamabad will be
Gar-
interested in Naseem Shah. Honestly, I believe that
Can
there
you
is
can you
some
Naseem
kind of
confirm
Naseem
that?
Yeah.
Can you confirm that they're
Naseem
going to
will
RTM him?
Yeah, Hasaranga has been announced
if
for what it's
if
worth.
yeah if it comes down to it, then RTM, but Naseem will be in Quetta. He won't be playing anywhere else. But Indu
Okay.
Yeah,
Hasaranga,
but
I think that's
CD,
an
Hmm.
incredible signing.
but
So we
CD
have.
has trust issues. So tell him no. Like no, CD, someone else is taking the same. Until you know for
Yeah.
sure, don't believe what anyone says.
I would be
Yeah,
really, really
my
surprised if someone else did not snap up Naseem Shah, honestly, with the
yeah,
form that
my
he's
I
playing.
friends
know.
literally, my friends have been convincing me through sources for the last month that Naseem Shah ne mana kar diya RTM hone se, and that's been stressing me out. That's the level of trust issues I have with this franchise.
All right. So anyway, Hasaranga has been snapped up by Quetta Gladiators, and Fakhr has been snapped up by Lahore Qalandars. Rayan, I'll bring it back to you. Iman mentioned, and Hassan Bhai as well mentioned, that Lahore usually generally have four really good bowlers, and they do have those in Haris Rauf, Shaheen Shafridi, injury permitting, of course, and then Rashid Khan, availability permitting. And Zaman Khan is definitely going to be there. But with respect to the fifth bowling option, they do sometimes fall behind. Mohammad Hafiz is someone who did provide them that buffer. They will be missing him. And David Wisa is another one. But do you think that maybe a bowling all rounder or even like a batting all rounder could help their chances? And Iman floated the name of Sikandar Raza Butt. Do you think that he could be a good pick for Lahore? And Arafat Minhas, even though he's not from, the Qalandar's own homegrown program, he is a talent in three quarters. So do you think those sort of players could help Lahore's cause? And do you also think that they need or require the services of a proper wicket keeper as opposed to a makeshift one? That is something that they've done over the years.
Yeah, so basically, Lahore actually have more batting issues than it's been indicated. Last season, Fakhr had to turn into peak IPL warder to carry that whole batting lineup. Otherwise, they would have been dead in the water. There was no one else in that batting lineup who could have taken them that far apart from Fakhr. So that's incredible that he managed that, but to expect him to do that again is very difficult. And they really should be giving him more support, but I don't think so. They're going to, which is going to be a bit disturbing. Abdullah and Kamran both in that top three
Okay,
cannot be.
just breaking news. Sorry to cut you through, Rayan, but Naseem Shah has been snapped up by Multan Sultans. Breaking news, Hassan
The
Bhai.
art, the RTM is
Yeah,
up.
he
The
was a
art,
Multan Sultan's player for the best
Oh,
part of
there you
6 decades, for
go.
what it's worth.
Well,
the
Quetta
RTM
Gladiators
is up.
have brought out the RTM, and I think it only
I
makes
told
sense
you.
to pass it over to Cover Drive just to have his initial thoughts on this. Of course, a die-hard Quetta fan, and he's got both Hasaranga and Naseem Shah in Quetta's lineup. What are your initial thoughts, Hassan?
यार मैंने 2 महीने पहले कह दिया था I want our first two picks to be Hasaranga and Naseem Shah. I got it. I am happy. I am living life. We are coming for the trophy this season. We are coming for it.
Yeah, all right. Well, let's hope that Quetta put on a decent show this time. Qasim, do you want to add anything on Quetta's two picks? Of course, there are star-studded. Naseem Shah has had a brilliant year for Pakistan this year across formats, and Wanindu Hasaranga is arguably one of the most prized assets in all of T20 cricket. So, what's your take on both of those?
I'm just sort of slightly disappointed at the lack of chaos that's occurred so far as to how everything's just gone to plan. I was hoping कि थोड़ा और shake up होता, कोई मतलब नहीं करते ये RTM और फिर everybody would have been like, oh, अब क्या होने वाला है? But so far, it's been very predictable. Unfortunately, that's it. Yeah, it's not the chaotic start that I was hoping for. So.
Yeah, well, it's the PSL after all, and clearly Nadeem Umar did not want to let Naseem Shah go. And of course, there are people who are congratulating Cover Drive Asad, of course, because they all know how much this team means to him. We have Zoha Chishti as well in the comments, who is Iman's partner in the show Double Wicket Maiden for the change of pace. So thank you all viewers for tuning in. Of course, we would love to hear more from you in the comment section. So keep sharing your comments and questions and stuff like that. Hassan Bhai, for a minute over there, did you have your heart in your mouth that Multan has snapped up Naseem Shah?
No, I didn't, because I knew it was always going to come down to this. One of the benefits of understanding our pick is in, and let's see who it is.
Right,
It's David
let's
Miller.
see.
David
There you go.
Miller. Oof.
There you go. That's what we wanted. We got our man.
I'm
With
pretty
respect to,
sure.
you know, the fact that-
I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
so-
Nabil wanted him, but we let them have it since we snapped away Naseem Shah.
Yeah.
Since you snapped away your own player. See what we did to you there, Asad
Snap
bhai?
away something that was already yours. Like, is it possible to
Yeah,
snap
this
away
is a
something
new
to
new
play
new
this
thing that
after?
we're learning.
So as per the PSL graphics, David Miller has 433 wickets in T20 cricket and has a best of 6 wickets for 6 runs. So clearly, this is some other David Miller. We don't know who this guy is.
Fakhar Zaman. Fakhar Zaman had the same figures, so we'll take it. We'll take it.
All right. Rayan, you were. Sorry, I interjected you when you were talking about Lahore Qalandars, I believe. So you want to finish that thought?
Yeah, no, I was just generally saying that Lahore, Abdullah and Kamran both in that top three is not sustainable, and hopefully they have some other ideas, because they do need an extra aggressor, at least to take the load off Fakhr, at least in the power play, because last season he was the best batsman in the power play, he was the best batsman at the middle overs, and then at the dead, broken visa would carry them a bit. So hopefully they've thought about that, or they'll just bring Hafiz back and then we can see them do it all over again.
Yeah, we'll see about that. Hassan Bhai, I wanted to ask you, Multan are looking like a batting heavy team all of a sudden. You've got Tim David. Of course, we're not sure how what his availability looks like, because he does play for Australia as well. But then you've got Riley Rousseau and David Miller. And I do want to, point one thing out over here, that South African players might be very good bets, because PCB have kind of signed an MOU with them with respect to sending their players to their league and getting their players in the PSL. And you had a few of the South African players, pledge their availability to the tournament prior to the start of all of this. So what's your take on this signing? And do you think that middle order is one to reckon with?
Yeah, I think obviously if Tim isn't available fully, then David Miller is a no-brainer. I'm not saying they're similar exact kind of players, but he's someone who brings in that attacking situation to everything. So I'd be quite excited with that regard. And I think he's a good signing. He's someone I really like. I think he's always able to bring a lot into it. And I know we're about to move on to Wade
Yes,
KK,
I
which
just
will be
want to announce
a
that,
good
of
fun.
course, our
So
viewers.
yeah, so just before we move on to that, I think you will very good point with regards Zainab was making with regards to us being, and Iman also spoke about being a team with spinners and all. I think Abhi bhi bahut surprises hai. If it's all right, guys, I'll take leave and I'll leave you all. I'll be watching you as you go on with this, and it is my dream, inshallah, that all the players that we Karachi don't want, Karachi end up signing them. All the best to you guys.
All
Thank
right,
you for
thank you
having
so
me on
much for your
here,
time,
and
Hassan
we'll
bhai.
have a
One out
chat
of one
about
so
this
far,
soon.
Azam bhai.
Always.
It was absolute pleasure having you over here. And just to tell our viewers, Matthew Wade is Karachi's platinum pick. Another experienced head, someone who has a lot of mileage under his belt, a lot of years of experience. And it's a team where you're not seeing a lot of youth, Rayan. Of course, you do have Qasim Akram, and I'm not sure if they're going to go with Faisal Akram again this year or not. But apart from those guys, a lot of old heads in there. And do you think that might be counterproductive or might go towards Karachi's benefit?
I interject first before Ryan speaks. के हैदर अली भी है यार, please.
हैदर अली की बात हम कर चुके हैं डेफिनेटली और ये हमने शुरू में इस शो के बोला था कि हैदर's position has been tinkered with so much in both Pakistan and Peshawar that we really hope to see the best of him in Karachi Kings, and I hope that they center their team around him. तो चलो हैदर कासिम और arguably maybe Faisal Akram के अलावा you see a lot of old heads in that team. So do you think this is the right strategy, Salman Iqbal की तरफ से?
Yeah, so you don't have a lot of choices here as far as Karachi goes. When you're picking players, either you go with the really young ones or the really old ones. Yeah, middle में कोई रहता ही नहीं है, or they're very high categories and no franchise is releasing them. So if you're a franchise who's looking for scraps, then you either go with guys who are 20 or guys who are 40. क्योंकि वो बाकी मिलते ही नहीं है. But the weight pick is interesting. It'll help the Karachi Lahore rivalry even more, because the whole.
Yes.
I think
Absolutely.
I think Salman Iqbal woke up today and decided the whole of Pakistan doesn't hate my franchise enough already. I'm gonna make a draft pick that takes it up to another level.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think that, yeah, sure, that all of that subplot, those subplots and context is fun. But Matthew Wade, I think, is a good pick for Karachi because he's a finisher. He's done it consistently in T20 cricket for a while now. Even in that T20 series that England played versus Australia earlier, he was in form. Runs were flowing off his bat. And, it's a great story. Someone, Iman, who had defeated testicular cancer and then made it all the way to Australia's team. And then the unlikeliest of heroes in that semi-final versus Pakistan, slamming Shaheen Shah Afridi for those sixes, especially the ones in which he was down on one knee and paddled him literally for six. I know I'm giving everyone PTSD right now, but this is the PSL and Karachi have finally made their platinum pick. And what do you make of this pick? Do you think that, this is a good move on Karachi's part or not? Iman, I believe you might be on mute or your video might be stuck.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I was listening to Arina Kui. But yeah, no, I don't like reliving what happened last year, but good for them. It's not nice. It's like X doing well. I don't want to see it. I don't want to know about it, but unfortunately they made a good decision. But no, I'm happy for them. I hope that they sort their put their past behind them, and then they do really well. Honestly, the only reason I care about this franchise is because of Heather and Qasim right now. I wish Heather wasn't there because Qasim ki itni attachment hai nahi. I would have not cared about this franchise all over again. But now I want them to do well. But yeah, I don't know. Honestly, Karachi is not my thing.
All right, just to announce, Alex Hales has been picked by Islamabad as their platinum pick as expected. Cover drive, of course, Hales has seen a lot of success with Islamabad and also for Karachi. He's played quite a few PSLs. And are you surprised at all by this? And this, of course, falls in line with Islamabad's mantra. Who else do you think that they could benefit from in this lineup? Maybe Iman, you get your wish and someone snaps up Gurbaz, or potentially Lahore snaps up Gurbaz now that Islamabad have gone for Hales. But Cover Drive, I just want to know your thoughts over Islamabad as a franchise in total, and what do you expect from them this season?
Just before I start, Zalmi just picked Rajapaksa, which is a huge pick, massive pick.
This is amazing.
Massive pick.
Sherfane Rutherford and Bhanuka Rajapaksa in that lower order. Teams beware. because Peshawar Zalmi is
Rajapaksa
definitely
ki team
coming.
too.
Yeah.
And this is a guy who hasn't really gotten those sort of laurels that he deserves, really, because he was brilliant versus Pakistan in the Asia Cup. And I don't know how many of you remember, but when Sri Lanka toured Pakistan for that 3-match T20 series, which then we were calling a C team, now that's their first team that plays. Rajapaksa and Hasaranga were those two players that really, really stood out, along with Dashan Shanaka, I believe. So, do you think that Sri Lanka's cricket is on the rise now, Cover Drive? And also, what do you make of this pick, Peshawar's pick of Bhanaka Rajapaksa?
Yeah, Sri Lanka's cricket is definitely on the up. The Asia Cup win is proof of that. I know the T20 World Cup did not go as planned, but if we look at that team, the raw materials there, I think they're like maybe 1 or 2 years away from having a really strong combination. They're lacking in certain areas. Obviously, unke pace attack mein they often have Chamira out injured, so that's been a big issue for them. But I think they're on the right track. Rajapaksa for Zalmi, they needed a middle order. Who better than Bhanuka Rajapaksa in a T20 team? And yeah, this is interesting. I was expecting something not so smart, but they've done something smart. Now, what's interesting is where does Moin Ali land up after this? Because obviously, you guys were talking about how he might end up at Zalmi. Now, let's see if someone else snaps him up. And in terms of Alex Hales, I'm not too surprised. I was hoping that Islamabad would do something different because I feel like it's become so easy to predict Islamabad's team every year because like they have like that same rotation of 7 to 8 players, which is nice. Like who doesn't want continuity in their team? But like I just like a little bit of chaos, so I thought they might shake things up. But yeah, it's a solid pick. Obviously, Alex Hales is great.
Yeah, Qasim, I want to ask you that now that Peshawar have opted for Bhanuka Rajapaksa, where do you think Moeen Ali will be headed? And one really interesting thing about Moeen is that he doesn't play Test cricket anymore, so his availability looks good for this PSL, and he's a massive player. One of the best in contemporary T20 cricket. So, which side do you think is primed to pick him up now?
So I think the next pick is with what, Quetta, and then Peshawar, Islamabad. I don't see him falling to Karachi, and if he does fall to Karachi, I would be very surprised if they didn't pick him up. But then again, they just picked Matthew Wade over Rajapaksha. Uh, so and Hales, for what it's worth. Matlab, Hales left Karachi because he
Yeah.
wanted to open. You had an opening slot right now. You still didn't pick him. Yeah, I just feel like I shouldn't come on to grassroots cricket videos anymore because like every single time I come on here, Karachi just seem to make weird decisions. But yeah, I don't know with Moin as well because he might have conflicting commitments somewhere else during that, and that might be one of the reasons he's not picked. But if he is, he's a pretty big name that still hasn't been picked. So let's see. Quetta could use him, I guess, because what's their middle order looking like? Yeah, they don't have
Well, they
much
do
in the
have
middle order
Iftikhar and
anyway.
Nawaz, so they'll have an upgrade
They could
in
use
Moeen
someone
Ali.
that could, yeah, Moin could float within their middle order to go up the order, provide a left-hand option, and he bowls off spin again. So
Yeah.
he could
So
be
Qasim,
handy. And if sir,
yeah, you're a Karachi Kings fan, and we've seen that over the years, Salman Iqbal has put a lot of faith in Sharjeel Khan. He's picked him over and over again. And, barring that odd 100 or odd quick innings that Sharjeel does play, he's not that sort of consistent player. And especially when he fails, he does eat up a lot of deliveries. So I want to pick your brain with respect to Sharjeel Khan. And do you think that the faith that's been put in him has been justified?
I think it's just one of those things where they want continuity over anything else. And with Sharjeel, they've got this guy that in silver, he might be someone that ends up performing really well for them. But again, he provides continuity. It seems like he's worked on his fitness, so that might be a good thing. And again, he's one of those players that if he starts coming off, they really will. He does really well for them. So and on Wade as well, I'd be very surprised if they use him as that finisher role because with Sharjeel, you could have him Wade up the top as Hobart use him as sort of a pace hitter to try and get their innings off quickly because Sharjeel still doesn't seem to start as quick as he used to pre spot fixing scandal. So
Yeah.
it's an interesting pick. Let's see how they go. I'm like I said, with Wade, they seem to get a bit more flexibility. They can use him in that number 7 role. They can use him as an opener. He is a wicket keeper and he's a very good gloveman for what it's worth. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's interesting.
Rayan, do you think that Karachi will be using Matthew Wade as an opener? And do you think that it's kind of a blunder over here, not opting for Alex Hales, someone who had played for Karachi Kings in the past, had won a PSL with them, and opting for Wade instead? What's your take on that?
Yeah, so I think so. If they had picked Hales, Islamabad would have probably RTM'd. I mean, they could have done that because then Islamabad's RTM is used up, and that could be useful later on in the rounds if somebody wants Mubassir or anything like that.
Hmm.
It was worth a try. As far as Rajapaksa goes, I guess they're looking at Wade as an opener, and Rajapaksa can open, but Wade is more specialized in that
Hmm.
spot anyway. He's kind of like a power play smasher, like that's the role he played for Hobart Hurricanes, mostly in the BBL. It's only Australia who decided that he's going to be their specialist number seven because they get four overs out of his Stoinis, Maxwell, etc. So that they have that slot open at number seven, which then Wade fills. In that line, he's not expected as much to be the finisher every single time. That designated finisher role is gone to Tim David and all. Tim
Aha.
David and Marcus Stoinis. Wade is like that add-on that अच्छा उनने नहीं किया तो ये कर लेगा फिर,
Say,
which
say, say.
is so he's not that good as a. I don't know how well he will perform if they decide कि अच्छा ऐसे if he has to bat at number six. So, but it seems like they've said that he will open. He will open, so that's pretty good. Although it does mean that Shajil and Wade both are left-handers,
Hmm.
so playing against teams like whatever team picks up Mubassir, so that'll be a pretty useful option against them because then you can just give him the first over and you've got first one over out of your fifth bowler already. So
Right.
that is a
Sorry to
potential.
interject over here, Rayan. I just want to tell the viewers that Peshawar have made their next platinum pick, and it's Rovman Powell, another lower order hitter. So they're looking good, and they could their lower order batters could definitely pack a punch. You've got Bhanuka Rajapaksa, you've got Sherfin Rutherford, and now you've got Rovman Powell. So Iman, what would you like to say about Peshawar Zalmi's strategy thus far? They're going all out attack with respect to that middle order, but they all seem to be lower middle order players. There's not an innings builder in there in particular, something that Shoaib Malik did provide them with in the past. So, what's your take on that?
Honestly, I think these are phenomenal picks. I did not
I
foresee
think
these
we're
coming.
going through a bit
Um,
of a technical issue
can
with
you hear me?
Iman. So, cover drive, you can take that question and then we'll have Iman answer another one later.
Yeah, sure. Top pick. That's all I can say. I don't think they'll need that innings builder aspect as much as they
Mhm.
did in previous seasons because, like, if you have Babar Azam as your opener, you can, especially in the PSL, 8 out of 10 games, you can rely on him to maybe bat out
Mhm.
till past the 10th over, right? Like, he is that good. And I think you can. What just happened? Okay, Gurbaz has
Yep.
gone to Islamabad United.
To Iman's despair, Rehmanullah Gurbaz has been snapped up by Islamabad United once again. And
This
Qasim, do
one I
you?
don't
Yeah.
understand as much, by the way. If someone can explain this to me, because they have Monroe, they have Sterling, they have Hales, and now they have Gurbaz. Would they not have been better served using this pick on a fast bowler? Because I feel like their bowling is still lacking.
Yeah, and we've seen that with Islamabad in seasons gone by, where you look at their batting and it's very, very star-studded. You have batters right all the way down to like number 10, number 11. But the quality of those bowlers has lacked at times. You do have Wasim Jr., but even he can go for a bitter tap, on every other day. And there is no specialized, express pacer. I know Wasim's quite quick, but when you look at some of the other bowlers in Pakistan circuit, like Naseem Shah, for instance, he's not that kind of ferocious bowler. He's like a Yorker specialist, and I mean he is fairly quick. I'm just being spoiled for choice here, really. But what do you make of that, Qasim? Cover Drive brings up a point that Islamabad were better off had they gone for a fast bowler. Do you think that Gurbaz is the correct pick? And also just go on to talk a bit about Peshawar Zalmi and how they're packing a lot of lower order hitters. And what's your take on all of that?
With Zalmi, it just seems like they have a very specific strategy and they're constantly just sticking to it. They've got Babar the anchor, and now they're just consistently surrounding him with guys that can sort of just go from ball one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm quite with Asad on the fact that I'm not sure why Islamabad picked Gurbaz up. They've got Azam who can keep wicket. They've got Sterling and
Mm.
Monroe and Hales that sort of essay the same roles. I'm sorry, I'm keeping an eye on the screen because they seem to consistently spoil the picks in the lower ticker in Karachi around the track. So I wanted to make sure that I'm mentally prepared for that one. But yeah, I'm not sure. And with the names that are on right now, I just have the list open as well for the platinum one. It's interesting to see Gurbaz go that early for me. simply because, especially to Islamabad again, because
Mhm.
that role they've already sort of, I felt like they had that covered.
Uh-huh.
But at the same time, I feel like I'm not going to doubt Rehan Bhai or Hasan Bhai right now. I'm too smart to do that.
All right, Iman, do we have you back or are we still experiencing technical difficulties over here?
Can you hear me?
Ooh.
And we also have Saim back. Yeah, Iman, we could hear you briefly. Can you say
Yeah.
something again?
Can you hear me now?
Perhaps you should try rejoining the stream because I think we've lost you over here.
For
So
Okay,
what
hang
it's
maybe.
on.
worth, Karachi have picked Imran Tahir.
Oh, Karachi have gone for Imran Tahir, the experienced leggy, of course, and that's another, old head. Lots of
Older
The
miles
retirement,
in those legs.
Zalmi's retirement home has shifted over to Karachi.
Absolutely. And Rayan, your thoughts on that? Do you think Karachi are making the right moves over here? They're going for a lot of experience, and it might be just a bit too much towards that experience side because, as far as youngsters are concerned, you only have two or three thus far in the squad.
Yeah, no, I don't really have a problem with picking old players. I just think that Imran's a bit. I mean, I don't want to say washed, but he's pretty. He's not among the best leg spinners in the world right now. Let's shall we say that, and especially as a platinum pick. Platinum picks Wade and Imran Tahir don't exactly scream platinum
Hmm.
picks. So
Also, just
yeah,
out of curiosity, is this a wildcard pick? Because Imran Tahir ka naam foreign mein hai, and he's been picked as a platinum player. So if they've used their wild card on Imran Tahir, it's just sort of, yeah,
Expect
like
nothing
head
else from
scratcher
the
is the
Karachi
nicest word
Kings,
I could
right?
think
like
of
It's
it.
this is
Noor Ahmed,
classic
he's
Karachi over
literally
here.
there, and he's played for them, and he can
Yeah.
bat. I don't
It's
know.
interesting. They have three
They've used
platinums
their,
now:
apparently they've
Matthew
used their
Wade,
wild
Heather
card on
Ali, and
Imran
Imran
Tahir.
Tahir.
So
Yeah.
Reece Topley, Rasim Anderson, all of these different
Yeah,
bigger names
Abrar
have got
Ahmed available is
interesting.
spinners. May just wait till the gold round, man. Like, what's the rush?
Huh?
I don't understand. I
Yeah,
don't
Abrar,
understand the
definitely.
strategy here.
He's done well for Peshawar in the past too. He hasn't featured a lot, but whenever he has, Abrar was decent, and he's someone who no one can pick right now. So yeah, I think I agree with you over there. Iman, we have you back. We're really lucky to have you back because Islamabad have picked up Rehmanullah Gurbaz, and that was someone you were hoping that Lahore would snap up. Do you think it was the right call by Islamabad, given that they already have a lot of top order batters? As cover drivers mentioned, they have Sterling, they have Munro, they have Alex Hales. Have they missed a trick over here by going for Gurbaz because they have Azam to keep wicket as well? Were they better off opting for a fast bowler, maybe?
Okay, first, can you hear me now?
Yes, perfectly fine.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, take it. Honestly, I'm not a big fan of Islamabad's whole batters to win the cup, which is not working for them ever. Because I think bowling is really, really important, and I think that they've really messed up here. I knew that they were gonna take Gurbaz, even because like they were gonna go for him, but they don't need him. They don't need him to keep because they've got Azam. They don't need him to be a top order bat because they
Mhm.
have so many of them. So I don't understand what they were thinking. And I'm also thrilled, like I have a very love-hate relationship with Islamabad United, so I see this as a blunder.
Mhm.
And Karachi's also made a blunder in my eyes. And then Peshawar made a good pick, and Lahore though Lahore, so that we're doing amazing
Mm.
there. So far I'm winning, basically.
All right, Iman is
Yeah.
happy, and just to announce that Multan have picked up Josh Little. Ireland's Josh Little was very, very impressive in the T20 World Cup. And, ever since Ireland cricket has been getting more regular games, this is one bowler who's always found himself in the wickets column. Rayan, would you like to shed some light? Or actually, sorry, Saim, we have you back over here. Let's have you talk a little bit about Multan's pick and Josh Little, left arm pacer. We were contemplating whether or not Multan would go for one of those, and they have, but this is quite an unlikely pick, wouldn't you say?
I think, yeah, as we talked about before as well, that Multan did need a good pace attack, and Josh did. I could see his name being talked about when the players just was out, as he has been good, and Ireland really don't have any games. I think so. The scheduling thing is not an issue. He'll be there for the entire tournament, and I think a decent fast bowler being there for the entire tournament is a positive. I'm pretty shell shocked by the Karachi pick. So
Yeah, there's some Karachi fans over there right in front of us, both Qasim and Saim, who are quite flummoxed. They can't quite make sense of Karachi's picks thus far, but you never know. Matthew Wade is a seasoned professional. Imran Tahir has been good over the years. Does he have another year in him? Only time will tell. Rayan, what do you make of this pick of Josh Little? I mean, we've seen Multan bank on players from, supposed weaker nations. I don't want like to use that word, but nations who don't have as much exposure as, let's say, some of the more lucrative or wealthy ones. We've seen it with Blessing Muzirbani first, and now they've gone for Josh Little. Are you surprised at all by this pick, and does it make sense to you?
Yeah, so it's funny that see, so Josh Little is a left armor, and
Hmm.
usually when you think of left armors, you think like, oh, he's gonna come in and new ball swing and he's gonna swing it back into the right-handed pads. And it's gonna be all of that fun stuff. But Josh Little is actually a very different kind of left armor. It's much more like I try to compare him to Wahab. Like he really tests the middle of the pitch, and basically he has that awkward angle about him because he is a left armor. So it's interesting to see that Multan has basically got three hit to deck pacers now in Dani, Sanallah, and Josh Little. So that's fun to have. I'm not too sure about their batting depth now because all three of these guys can barely bat. So
Hmm.
I guess they're gonna cover it with a spinner who can bat. So let's see there.
All right, there seems to be a bit of a break in proceedings with respect to the draft. And I guess, Qasim, you can shed some light on Josh Little as well. And Rayan mentioned that it doesn't seem like they'll have a really deep batting lineup. Do you think that could be something that could come and haunt Multan in this season?
I don't know. I feel like it might work for them. If I think in the Abu Dhabi tournament when they ended up winning, they had pretty much five guys that probably didn't really bat that well, and they ended up winning the whole thing. So it might end up working for them. They might be going back to something that has worked for them, and now they're just going into that. And at the same time, Josh Little is a very good option to have. Again, availability, left arm angle. He might be able to just perform for them. And again, it's just because it's Multan. Again, I just feel very doubtful questioning them, especially given what my team's doing. So it's very, yeah. It again, I think if you've got a strategy that you know you're going to stick to, and you pick alongside that, you do pretty well. And with Multan, they have won the PSL with a team that basically had five bowlers and six batters. So fair play to them.
All right, cover drive. I want to know who, according to you, and barring Quetta, of course, because I know you have your biases with respect to Quetta, who has had the best of the draft thus far? Which team do you think is completely winning with respect to their picks?
Has to be, yeah. I mean, the obvious answer here is either I mean it's gonna be Zalmi pretty much. I think Zalmi ne jis tarah se apne picks kiye hain, like I like the template they're building here. Like it is what you want a T20 team to look like. Not more than one anchor up top.
Mhm.
At Pakistan cricket team, it's not that hard. Everyone in your league does it every single year, but somehow you can't. Just take note, Saklan Mustaq, if you're watching. But it's either them, and I think even Multan will be happy. They got David Miller. They got Josh Little, who I think is a really under the radar pick. I was really hoping
Mhm.
he would be available for Quetta to snap up in the diamond round because we do need that third pacer. I'm not comfortable going into this tournament with Naveenul Haq as our third pacer because
Mhm.
that's been what skilled us every single season. We have Naseem and Aslan, but the third pacer is always either 45 years old or he's just bad.
Well, that's one way to put it. All right, Saim, I would like to know your thoughts as well. Which team do you think has fared the best thus far in this draft? And yeah, if you haven't spoken yet about Josh Little being that left arm option for Multan, and we were discussing earlier, they've had David Willey in the past, they've had Sohail Tanveer, and this time that person seems to be Josh Little. So your take on that, and which team do you think has had the best drafts thus far?
I think the worst has been Karachi, that's for sure. But for best, I think Islamabad were expected to take a bowler, but they went for Gurbaz. So obviously that can work out as well because Gurbaz is an excellent player. He can, apart from Azam, he can provide being the wicketkeeper as well. But I think Peshawar has been pretty good. Their picks have been like spot on. We already discussed about Peshawar earlier here that what things they need, and I think they're ticking the boxes. So I think Peshawar has been good,
Mhm.
which can obviously change in the other rounds. There's multiple picks left, so let's hope Karachi makes up for this blunder, in my words, which they have
Yes,
done in the
sorry to
platinum
interject,
round.
just cutting you off over here. Islamabad have made a diamond pick, and we were all discussing whether or not they need a fast bowler, and they've gone for one. They've gone for Fazal Haq Farooqi. the Afghan pacer who was really, really impressive in the World Cup as well. And I think he's playing the Big Bash League as well. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he's there. And this is someone who Azhar Mahmood rates really highly. I've seen Ajubai talk about how good he thinks Fazl Haq Faruqi is. And he took Babar Azam's wicket, didn't he? In the T20 World Cup or Asia Cup, sorry, in the Asia Cup as well. So, Rayan, what's your take on this pick? And yeah, then we can move on to Iman to share her thoughts as well.
Yeah, so basically, Fazal Haq Faruqi is that classic left armer. He'll ball with a new ball, he'll get the ball to swing, and he'll definitely provide Islamabad with a few new ball wickets. The new ball pace attack suddenly looks really good with Fahim and Fazal at both ends. That's a very good option. And then you've got Mubassir, if they pick him up, who will fill in as the spin option. And then they can have Hassan and Wasim as the middle over options. Obviously, the debt options are like they're going to have to depend on Basim at the debt, which is obviously not ideal, but that's the situation as of now. It's a pretty good pick. I guess this is what they planned, and that's why they went with Gurbaz. I didn't say anything on the Gurbaz thing, so but basically, like they had him last year, so I guess they have him this year as well.
All right, and Iman, you were raising concerns about Islamabad not potentially picking a fast bowler. They've done that. They've gone Afghan heavy. They've taken Gurbaz as well, much to your dismay. So, what are your comments about all of that?
Yeah, this is a bowler I really like as well. So, I mean, good for them. I would rather, I mean, from Islamabad's perspective, not as from a rival's perspective, they needed a new ball bowler more than someone who could bowl at the death.
Mhm.
Because Wasim is still considered for some reason an option that can bowl later in the game, and he is better than that than he is in the power play, in my opinion. So it's a good call by them. I hope they're not relying on him bowling like at the back end as well, which I'm sure. I mean, it's Samba. They have brains, more brains than any other franchise, I would argue. So they know what they're doing. So yeah, good pick. Still peeved about Gurbaz, but they recognize how good Afghan players are, and I have to
Mhm.
appreciate that.
And on that note, Peshawar Zalmi have picked up an Afghan player as well. Mujibur Rahman has been snapped up by Javed Afridi's team, and Babar Azam is the one who announced that pick. So, Asad, cover drive, tell me, you were really impressed by Peshawar's picks thus far. They were going for lower order hitters who you said will not be an issue, that the fact that they do not have an innings builder. And now they've picked up arguably one of the best off spinners in contemporary cricket in Mujibur Rahman. So, what's your take on all of that?
Um, I mean, I know for sure Fakhar Zaman isn't happy about this right now, but uske alawa to Mujib's a good bowler. He's just, I don't know, like I don't have any good reason to not be a fan of him, but I just am not. Like I think there were better players in this in the draft pool they could have picked here. He's not a terrible pick though. Like he's a good T20 spinner. He'll do the job for them. Like it's a solid pick. I wouldn't say it's like out of this world good. It's not bad either. It's just solid.
Qasim, would you agree with that? And do you think that Peshawar perhaps could have gone with someone like Tabriz Shamsi, perhaps, who's been really successful in international cricket in recent years? Or do you think that Mujib is a good pick?
No, I think Mujib is a good pick for them as well. They seem to not have someone that's very good with the new ball, so Mujib can fill in that option as well. He can bowl in the power play for them, and he can fill that in. With regards to batting depth, he doesn't offer much, but I'm assuming they're pretty confident, and they always seem to back Wahab with the bat as well. So, but yeah, and then I think Babar likes having that guy as well that can bowl in the power play as a spinner. So it seems
It's
like a pretty solid pick, especially in Diamond.
All
it's
right.
actually funny. Yeah, are you announcing something or?
No, 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 go for it.
Yes, it's funny. Like apparently, all the Afghan players are really good at playing Rashid. Like Nabi was having the worst year of his life, but when Rashid came in front of him, he still smacked him for like four fours in that over. And similarly, in the CPL, Mujib was slated to bat at like 10, but because Rashid was bowling, they just sent him up there, and he smacked him for like three fours and a six. So like he's a really good Rashid option. Maybe not for anybody else, but yeah, it's a funny point about him. Otherwise, it's like a fine enough pick. I don't know whether he's like elite or anything like that. The whole bowling attack kind of looks like that, so that's a bit disturbing for them. But yeah, I will be fine. It's fine.
All right, I will be making an announcement now. Lahore Qalandars have gone for Hussain Talat. Now, Talat is someone who has made the rounds in Pakistan's domestic circuit. He's featured a few times for Pakistan as well and looked really, really promising early on, especially if you go all the way back to when he made his entry into the PSL. I believe it was for Islamabad United. And, ever since his career has somewhat dwindled, but you know that he's a player who is really, really belligerent with the bat or can be belligerent with the bat, and is someone that you expect to kind of take that opportunity and make more of a name for himself and really bring himself back into that picture with respect to national selection. So do you think that he can be the answer to Lahore's middle order woes and potentially replace someone like Mohammad Hafiz because he can also offer a bit with the ball? Or do you think that he's just not up to the challenge? And what do you make about of this pick in general, Lahore Qalandars?
I was pretty surprised when I heard they picked Hussein Talat. With Paulie, I don't think he can offer what Hafiz was offering, if I'm being honest.
Mhm.
Even last year, I think Hafiz 4 overs would be, I'd be more scared of that than 4 overs of Hussein Talat, or maybe even 1 or 2 overs of him. But with batting, I think last year, if I remember correctly, he had 1 or 2 good knocks with Shoaib Malik. He was pretty decent. So I think maybe he can fill in that because for Lahore Qalandars, one of the only issues was that middle order. Muhammad Hafiz wasn't clicking until the final. So Hussein Tarat, if he clicks, then I think yeah, it's a good pick. But it's a kind of a risk. But if it works out, then it will work out for sure.
All right, Iman Hussain Talat. He's been around for a bit, and I remember at one point in his career, he was trying to reverse sweep everything and just kept getting out LBW. But at least there's someone who tries that unorthodoxy, and maybe perhaps he could be that partner to Kamran Ghulam in that middle order who could keep that scoreboard ticking for Lahore. So, what do you make of this pick?
Um, I don't have any issues with Santarat. If another team had used their wild card on him, I would have laughed probably, but I would have been like, fine. I do have issues with my team using a wild card to pick Hassan Talat. I don't think he's a bad player. I think he's fine. He's not extraordinary. I think it's a waste to pick him this early in the draft. What did you think? Someone else was going to snap him up? Who? And pick someone else then. I don't
All
know.
right.
Oh, I need to process this. I'm going through five stages of
Mixed
grief.
feelings by Iman over there. I'll take this straight to cover drive. Asad, another good pick by Quetta. You've got Odean Smith, who's quite sought after in the T20 circuit. He's quite handy with the ball and can really smack them out of the park. And this is really turning out to be a very, very good draft for Quetta Gladiators. Share your initial thoughts.
Yeah, no. Nadeem Umar almost messed up the announcement because he said Jamie Overton instead of Odean Smith. I don't know how you mix those two up, but yeah, no. Odean Smith's a good pick.
Probably the
I'd be
backup.
lying if probably
Jamie Overton was probably his backup because, like in that
Probably.
sense, there. Yeah.
Similar profile of player.
Yeah. No, I think it's a good pick. I'd be lying if I said I know a lot about Odean Smith. I've watched him here and there, and I've always heard good stuff about him. So I'm excited to see how he does. I know he did play. He played for Multan last year, right? Didn't he?
He was picked
Or
for
was
Multan. I don't think he featured much though.
he didn't? Yeah.
He ended up pulling out when he performed
Yeah,
pretty
yeah.
well and figured out that he was probably going to get an IPL contract. Didn't want to get injured playing the PSL.
Hopefully he doesn't do that to us this season, because that will just be painful. But I honestly think एक थोड़ी जो utility उसके bowling की भी आ जाती है साथ में, and it's like I'm excited by what this 11 is shaping up to be. Like there's a lot of potential here easily. This is like our best draft hands down since PSL 4, I would say, so far.
All right, Qasim, we've seen that Quetta have always gone for one of those players who can be handy with the ball and hit them out of the park with the bat. I mean, Ben Cutting is one example. Do you think that that's the sort of role that they're trying to fulfill with respect to Odean Smith?
I really like Odean Smith, and I really like guys that in that ilk of are going to come at the death, hit sixes, and bowl 140 kilometers per hour balls at people's heads. I really like guys like that. Karachi, for what it's worth, picked James Vince, so that pick is in.
All right.
Which is
That's a
sort
good pick,
of.
isn't it? I mean, James Vince has been successful for Multan, and then he plays the Big Bash regularly. And I'll let Saim take over because he's been really, really disappointed with Karachi's picks tonight. So I'll let him have his say on James Vince as the diamond category player that Karachi Kings have gone for.
I'm again surprised why we picked James Vince because Wade and Sharjeel as the opening duo, and then after that they picked James Vince. So once again, third hat trick of surprise picks by our management. So I'm lost for words. Honestly, I don't know what to make of this pick, like where he'd play or what they're thinking while they picked him. He's experienced.
Rayan,
Maybe they
yeah.
looked at that.
Yeah, perhaps. Ryan, do you think that James Vince is actually that bad a pick because he's been successful for England in between whenever he's got an opportunity in limited overs, especially versus Pakistan? He always somehow manages to bring out his best. And then also, he's been fairly successful in the PSL. You'd say that he's an experienced campaigner with respect to T20 leagues across the world. And, maybe they're not going for Wade, the opener. Maybe they're going for Shajil and Vince up top. So, what's your take on all of this?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I don't really rate Vince because I feel like he's an anchor, and overseas anchors shouldn't be picked, just period. But yeah, if they want to do that, but currently I don't see how he fits into the lineup if Wade is opening. If Wade is at number six, then we know we've already discussed how Wade at number six is a problem. But if they're doing that and then opening with Vince, then yeah, I guess so. Uh, Still, that doesn't inspire a lot of confidence in me because that means that Shajil isn't getting any power play help. So that's I don't know, man. I didn't really rate this pick, but good for them. As for Hossein Talat, I'll say that he's a domestic left hand. He's a local left-hander, and if you're a local left-hander, then you're automatically like the top 10 left-handers in Pakistan because they're barely any. So he lefty tax is a big thing, and especially versus Quetta, his two big knocks were versus Quetta, and that's because Quetta had Nawaz, and he would just come in and smack Nawaz, and he'd get like 50 of 30 balls because of that. So it's a really useful skill to have. Like, if you can bat left handed, you should really consider batting left handed.
Okay, another pick for Karachi Kings is in. James Fuller has been selected. I believe is another diamond pick. Maybe I'm wrong. If someone thinks it's not a diamond pick, let me know. I personally do not know about James Fuller. So if someone over here on this panel has heard of him or knows what sort of skill set he brings to the table, please enlighten me. And yeah, Karachi Kings continue to surprise us on this draft night.
I can't remember what arm he bowls with, but he bowls decent pace, and he has a striker of 140. So right arm, I'm pretty sure he's right arm fast, and then he's playing in the Lanka Premier League for what it's worth.
Mhm.
So that's where I saw him, and then he has the ability to sort of. He's supposed to have the ability to be able to hit sixes down the order. So it seems like a good pick. Like I still want to add on Hossein Talat. My favorite description of Hossein Talat ever was someone calling him spin hitter plus hit me meds. So that's what Hussain Talat offers. But yeah, I don't know what Karachi are trying to do in this draft, man.
We can see a
I'm
few
genuinely speechless, to be
dejected
honest.
Karachi Kings fans
It's
over here.
very
I'll,
confusing.
I'll
If
throw it
it
right.
clicks, it'll be very
Yeah.
good, I guess. If it clicks, sure.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you won't be complaining then. And Siam, I mean, I don't think you've had enough time to collect your thoughts and process all of this. But since you are other Karachi Kings fan, let's hear what you have to say with respect to these two picks.
I think he's playing in the Lanka Premier League and he has been playing first class cricket for a very long time. So that experience part again, it's ticked by our management. Secondly, I think the way it's not like a popular pick, like no one was really mentioning this player will be picked by us or by any of the teams. So I think I'm hoping they have put in a lot of like work or research to it that it's gonna work out or it matches some criteria. But let's see again. What all the picks have not been like something I'd be confident about that. Okay, this player will work out for us or this whole formula will work out for us. It's all on if it works out or if it's not. So and that's not like a good sign for especially for a team which is building from scratch because after Babar we had like a whole lot space to cover. So let's see.
Cover drive, it seems like Wasim Akram went to Salman Iqbal and they had a conversation of how T20 cricket is not a young man's sport at all. You need one or two youngsters here and there, and you can build your team entirely on senior players and experienced heads and people who are nearing 40. So, your take on this draft by the Karachi Kings?
I mean, it's as if Wasim Akram has been involved with Pakistan cricket for the better part of the last 2 decades. That's all I'll say. Like, they're building the perfect anti T20 team here. Obviously, James Fuller, I haven't watched much of him at all, but from what I'm seeing on my timeline, people seem to think he's a very talented player. So that could be a good out of the box pick. And like I don't mind teams making those kinds of picks, like, because obviously we also need to consider availability, because you can always go for that top tier of players, but if they're not available, then it's like, you have to go through the hassle of finding a replacement pick. That replacement pick might not match the profile of the player you're losing. But it's just James Vince, like, why? Just why? As a Quetta fan, I can tell all Karachi fans that this is not something you want to be excited about.
All right, some strong sentiments over there by Asad and Iman. Of course, we've seen the PSL deliver young talent in the past. David Malan, Tim David, Harry Brook, all of these players have applied their trade in the PSL and then gone on to represent their national teams. James Fuller, do you think that he could be one of those players and go on to represent England in the T20 cricket, or is this just another howler by Karachi Kings?
I'm not gonna lie, I had to literally look him up right now. But he's had a good year so far from what I can see. So I don't know. I'm not gonna speak on it because I don't know who this guy is. I don't wanna make stuff up, but it's judging by their other picks, you might think, oh yeah, they don't know what they're doing. But clearly there's praise for him, so there might be something yet. Who knows?
Yeah, and Ryan, you seem to know a little bit about James Fuller, and Karachi already have two left arm paces, right? In Mohammad Amir and Mir Hamza. So perhaps the idea was to have a right arm seamer, bowl in tandem with those two guys. Maybe is that where Karachi is coming from?
Yeah, again, I don't really understand his pick. He's a fine enough bowler, but he's like a fine enough local bowler. I don't know whether you would pick him as your overseas option, because that's expecting him to be a proper four overs bowler every time, and I don't know whether he is that yet. Uh, but it's interesting. I mean, Jamie Overton was available, so they could have just picked him, and he's. I rate him more because he bowls faster, but I don't know, man, what they're doing. Just go with it.
Yeah, so Irij has a comment over here. She is, of course, Iman's sister, and she says, I love how no one understands Karachi Kings' thought process. Yeah, we've spent a lot of time on it, haven't we? We've gone to every single person on this panel, and they're all dumbfounded. They don't quite understand what's going on over here. But then again, I think Rayan has brought up a really good point over here, Qasim, that when you have someone like Jamie Overton, who's performed so well for Surrey, who is another player that Azhar Mahmood rates a lot. So do you think that he was perhaps someone that Karachi could have gone for, maybe a more household name than James Fuller?
That's exactly sort of, I think, what we were expecting. They were sort of going for guys that have big names. They might not necessarily have been the best players, but Imran Tahir and James Vince and were people that names that you recognize, whereas James Fuller is just sort of completely out of the box in that regard. And even with the type of options that they did have on the list, it's just, I'm not sure what they're trying to do. It's just, again, yeah. Man, I don't know what to say anymore. I'm actually gonna have to leave though. Thank you for having me.
All right, thank you so much,
And
Qasim,
hopefully
for
the
giving
rest of
us
the
your
draft's
time.
going to be better. And if
Best of
Karachi
luck to
do
you.
make better picks from here on in, I know not to come on to grassroots before later, because that's
Yeah, we
always
had
that.
Qasim on last year as well, and he was just as confused last year during Karachi's picks in the draft. But thank you so much for giving us your time, Qasim. It was an
Cheers,
absolute
guys.
pleasure to have you on our show. And have a good rest of the day. And here's to hoping the Karachi fare better as this
Thank
draft
you,
goes on.
guys.
All
See
right,
ya.
cheers. Sam, you've had enough time to process all of this now. I know that you have not said a lot, and every time I give you the mic, you're like, oh, I have no idea what Karachi Kings are doing. But I want you to come up with some inspired rationale over here with respect to your team. And where do you think this draft is headed for them?
I think our one of our concerns, which has been there ever since we won the PSL in 2020, has been the death bowling factor. In 2021 and 2022, it has happened so many times that I have lost count that we have made a good total, courtesy Babar, Sharjeel, or any of our foreign batsmen, or even the local batsmen working. We've made 180, 190, 200. But then later on, we kind of mess it up mainly because of our death bowling. Because Amir has lost his, in 2020, 2019, Mohammad Amir was a different death bowler. He's lost that. Apart from that, I don't really see a death bowler in our lineup yet. Like Mir Hamza, you can't really count on him delivering for you in big games in big chases. And then again, James Fuller, as Ryan added, that you can't really expect four good overs, like a good foreign fast bowler overs from him. So again, the death bowling still remains a concern because
Mhm.
this pick does not really tackle that. And then apart from that, we have picked James Vince and Imran Tahir. So Imran Tahir, okay, he provides a spin option. He's experienced, and he it can work out because he's played in this league for quite a lot of time. He's played in the winning Multan team as well in 2021, so he can surely inspire us. So I think for now the starting hasn't been good, but obviously we have that emerging pick. We
Mhm.
have a local core. We have the gold pick as well. So here's to hoping that our look, because now if our foreign picks stay this way, the local core will be more under pressure to deliver, especially Shoaib Malik, Qasim Akram, and Heather early. Because if you
Right.
don't really have a foreign star power in your starting 11, then obviously the local guys have to take over, especially the captain as well, Imad Wasim. I didn't mention him. So
Agreed. And yes, Karachi have gone back to Imad Wasim as their captain, and there's been a lot of shift with respect to their team, and it looks like a new look Karachi Kings, and we're all curious to see how they fare because they're the talk of all of social media recently. Sikandar Subhani Saab in the comment section has asked, "What about Sikandar Raza?" Well, we're as confused as you are, Sikandar Subhani. I mean, Iman mentioned that she would like to see him in the Lahore Qalandars earlier, and I'm going to give this right to her to answer why, Iman, why have we not seen any single team pick Sikandar Raza butt up, especially given the fact that he was absolutely prolific this year in T20 cricket, and I believe he had a good run in ODIs as well, and he is that three-dimensional sort of player, hard to pick with his spin and really, really reliable with the bat, quite a decent fielder as well, and made it to the ICC team of the tournament as well for the T20 World Cup. So, how surprised are you not to see Sikandar Raza in this draft thus far?
Yeah, I feel like he's also available in gold, right?
Hmm.
Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. So I mean, we may still see someone pick him, but it is weird. He's a really great option to have. He's a middle order batter. He offers bowling and he offers batting, which you don't get, and a lot of teams do need right now. Karachi could have taken him as well. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know. I'm trying. Like my friends are being a little bit more optimistic than I am about Lahore. So who knows? Maybe we'll get our shit together. But I am confused. I would have gone for Sikandar Raza. I think, in fact, when I was doing a mock draft, we did try to go for Sikandar Azam and someone else took him for the diamond category. But yeah, I don't know. I'm as disappointed as everyone else, I guess.
I think Rayan is not disappointed because I've received a message from him in the private chat where he says that Sikandar Razabat is not having an impressive LPL at all. So Rayan,
Don't be a
you
hater.
are, yeah. So
No,
you
don't be
please,
a
please
hater,
explain
Ryan.
yourself over here. We
Yeah.
all want you to explain yourself.
I don't have to explain myself. He's averaging like four, but yeah, like he was really looking forward to an IPL gig, so that probably is not happening after this poor LPL. So pretty sad for him. But I can understand why teams, like a lot of teams, do go for current form. Like Fuller is mostly picked because he's been doing pretty well in the LPL. So recent form does matter quite a bit, even though the tournament is like a month away.
All
Two
right.
months away.
Moving on to you, Asad. So we've mentioned how you think that both Quetta and Peshawar are having really good drafts, and then of course Karachi, everyone is confused with. Which team do you think has missed out the most? After Karachi in this draft, and really need to get the slack together, for the lack of a non-swear word. But yeah, who do you think is the next worst team in this draft after Karachi Kings?
Yeah, I think all the rest of the teams are covering their bases well. Like to
Mhm.
label any of them as the worst would be very harsh to all the hard work done by Karachi Kings to be the outright worst in this draft so far. So I think everyone else. I don't think any fan base like should be coming out of the draft so far being mad about their picks except Karachi. Like Hussain Talat, okay, you can debate on it, but uski ek utility hai. Like if you think about it, they've lost Mohammad Hafiz. They need someone who can like do a couple of different jobs in that middle order. I know for a fact that Harry Brook isn't going to be there the entire season, so you would see Hussain Talat featuring quite heavily for them when in that middle order. वो तो वैसे भी खेल रहा ही होगा, but when Harry Brook comes in, then I guess they'll probably just play him wherever Brook plays. It's not a like for like in any way, shape, or form, but you have to make do with what you have. And I know Iman कह रही है कि मुझे एक wicket keeper चाहिए. Don't worry. Zishan Ashraf is coming, inshallah.
Yeah, well, Zishan Ashraf has played for Lahore prior as well. And we've got Danish Aziz picked up by Peshawar Zalmi just now as a gold category player. Another lower order player, really, Saim. And they've had a few of those now. If I start counting, we've got Shafin Rutherford, we've got Rovman Powell, we've got Bhanukar Rajapaksa, and now we have Danish Aziz. Do you see all four of these players featuring in the same lineup at all?
When you said Danish Aziz, my heart stopped because I thought Karachi picked him. Anyway, talking about the lower order part, when we discussed about Peshawar's entire starting 11, they had the bowlers, they had Rutherford, and they had the top order sorted. So I think the main reason, I don't think four of them can start in one lineup because obviously Sherfan Rutherford is there as well, and he has been really good for Peshawar and for West Indies, and wherever he's played, he's impressed. So obviously he's a sure starter. So I don't really see all four of them starting, but I think they're trying to keep a backup for the middle order as well because their top order is sorted. Babar Azam and Mohammad Aris both have cemented their place as they should. And Tom Collar-Catmore is there as well. So I think they're trying to fill up that middle order so they have any backups if there's an injury or if there's someone's not performing well. So I think the strategy is to fill up that middle order as much as they can. So later on, there's no inconvenience caused in the PSL. So, but they're doing pretty well. I think I was expecting them to do well, and they are doing pretty well in the draft so far. They've got spot on.
Right. Awesome. And Rayan, we saw Asad allude to earlier of how Babar Azam is that lone anchor in Peshawar Zalmi, and they're just packing that side now with hitters. Do you think this is the right strategy and the way they should be going about their business?
Yeah, definitely. Like that's how they should construct their lineup. Danish is a bit of an interesting pick because I feel like they already have those low middle order slots filled. So I guess he's just a backup, but I would have liked them to maybe have picked up a local number 3 before starting to think about backups, but that's just me.
Yeah, maybe Tom Kohler-Cadmore could be that number 3 cover drive, right? Do you see him slot in over there for Peshawar Zalmi? Or do you think that they're just going to start coming out and hitting right as soon as one of those openers is dismissed?
I think Kohler-Cadmore को उन्होंने last year भी काफी underutilized किया, and just on that note, Quetta have picked Ehsan Ali as their first gold pick, which is...
It's interesting, right? Because now you have 3 openers, and perhaps one of Will Smeed and Jason Roy will partner Ehsan Ali in the opening department.
I think Ehsan को 3 pick खिलाएंगे. That's what they did last year as well. I was hoping for Sarfaraz to move to 3, but clearly that's not on their mind right now. Ehsan wasn't bad last season. He was one of the few players who was actually doing the job against spin in a team where no one could play spin last year. But yeah, I'm just worried about this pick in the sense that I wanted Nawaz to be playing at 4 for us this season.
Right.
But don't think that's happening now. But let's see. Like, it's not a terrible pick. Like, I cannot complain about it. But हाँ, Peshawar की बात हो रही थी तो TKC, I think they need to utilize him more. They I think they played him the first game last year and then they dropped him for Kamran Akmal the very next game, which was just like, what are you guys even thinking at that point? And he was going through quite the purple patch last year as well. So everyone thought that I think he was in silver last season as well. everyone thought that was
Just a
a steal
follow-up
for.
question on this, Asad, is that we saw that Saim Ayub was given a premature start to his T20 career in Quetta Gladiators, and now he's done really, really well in the domestic circuit. Is that one player that you were hoping to see feature for Quetta once again, or are you happy that they haven't gone for Saim just yet?
I mean, Saim is still eligible in the emerging category, so udhar ek chance hai. But I wouldn't go for him necessarily in the sense. I mean, if you want to play him, if we don't play Ehsan Ali, then I'm good with Saim. Like I would prefer Saim either way. But I just like trying to think how Quetta usually thinks in a not so smart way when it comes to setting up their 11s. I don't want a repeat of last season where we had like 6 openers in our squad and it was just chaos. Like I'll probably have to think on that one once we get closer to the emerging round.
All right, and we're waiting for Lahore Qalandars gold pick. It should be announced any second now because the timer is gone and it says the pick is in. We just haven't, it hasn't been revealed to us thus far. But anyway, any guesses, Iman? Of course, we're waiting for this gold pick for the Lahore Qalandars. Who do you think is headed their way?
I don't know.
Iman got her
any wish?
No words.
Any wish
I'm
list
really
apart
scared.
from Sikandar?
Sikandar Raza has been picked in gold.
Oh, has he?
Are
Well,
you joking? Are you
congratulations
messing with me?
to
Because
you,
I'm not
Iman.
watching live.
No, they spoiled it on the ticker down there.
Yes, they did.
Namli
His
Festa.
name is right after David Wisa. And that is a brilliant pick because he offers so much to Lahore Qalandars, not just with respect to middle order depth, Iman, but also with respect to providing those buffer overs. And we've spoken about how Lahore really needs to accommodate that fifth bowling option. And now Sikandar Raza can be your man to do exactly that. I know you'll be chuffed with this pick. So just go for it. Go at it.
Yeah, if he does well in the PSL, then LPL doesn't mean anything. So, I don't know. I'm just excited for him to be here. I feel like this is the replacement for Hafiz that I had in mind. And this, I don't know. I don't even, you know what? I'm happy with Hussain Talat now as well. It's fine. Whatever. It makes more sense to have Sikandar in gold anyway. It's fine. I hope he has a good PSL. I hope he gets selected for IPL. I hope he gets one of the ICC awards this year as well. But yeah, it's nice to have him aboard.
Lots of love over there for Sikandar Raza. But Saim, I'm going to, pass it over to you. Is that perhaps one of those players that you wish Karachi had signed?
Obviously, yeah. I think I really wanted Sikandar Raza as well because even though he hasn't been recently in form as well, but still he remains a big player for me. Like even though if he's not in form, his current form isn't good, but he offers a lot, those spin overs and then that with his batting as well. So he was one of the players I thought we could go for. Obviously, it wasn't really looking like we will, but yeah, again, Lahore looking like a pretty solid unit now, like they were before.
All right, we've got some comments in over here from our viewers as well. Why is our CM doing cricket analysis? I'm not sure who you're talking about over here. Talanuman and Zoha Chishti says that I was advocating for Sikandar Raza, so feeling a personal W right now. Well, congratulations to both you and Iman. And Daystrike says that man, Siam bro does not want to be here. Siam, is that true? Do you really not want to be here? Because that's what our supporters are. Or followers are getting.
I think he means that I'm a Karachi fan, so talking about the PSL draft live would mean that I don't want to be here. But it's the whole draft is left, so let's hope we do well.
Yeah, we are 3 seconds or actually 0 seconds away from Multan's gold pick now, and I'm looking at that little ticker at the bottom to see if they ruin this as well, and we find out who is Multan's pick a bit prematurely. We haven't found out just yet, and Haris Rauf still has the mic. Who do you think, Rayan, Multan should go for now? What is that hole in their lineup that they need to plug? And is there a cavity at all? And with respect to Multan's team, the way it's shaping up right now, do you feel like they're lacking a few superstars that they have had in years gone by?
Yes, so I think they need a 7 and 8, and one of them should probably be a spinner. So maybe they go with Kadir this round, or maybe they'll go with him in silver. It'll be interesting to see. Otherwise, they could pick some local number 7. Like
they've gone with Akil Hussain. That's brilliant,
Akil
isn't it?
Hussain.
That is a wonderful pick
Number
because
7.
Akil too is not just miserly with the ball, he's a wicket taker and he can really, really whack those deliveries out of the park. Asad, I know that you have spoken about Akil Hussain on Twitter prior. I've seen a few of your tweets. Would you like to add to this?
Yeah, I no, I think he fits their brand perfectly, as you said. Utility with the ball, uh, can hit it hard, and it adds to their batting depth, and that's something that Multan Sultans are always going to like, right? So I think all in all, really top pick. Makes me wonder why Quetta wouldn't have him on mind, ra- rather than using their diamond pick. I mean, obviously not
They have
exactly
Nawaz
comparable,
now.
but
Yeah, they
I
do
mean,
have Nawaz.
never mind. What am I thinking? Sorry,
Yeah.
this is like 7:30 a.m. brain working here. So,
True. Trust me, I know.
um,
Last year when I was doing this with Hassan Bhai and Qasim, I was in Canada and I was literally like staying up all night and wanting to kill myself because it was a really, really slow draft. Iman, in hindsight,
yeah.
given that Akil Hussain's prowess with the ball and especially bowling spin is really, really high, would you rather have had him in the Lahore Qalandars? Just looking back at things.
No, we don't need him. He's great. I think it's a good pick, but I wouldn't have used a pick on him. I don't think we need that. Our bowling is strong enough and balanced enough. Okay, that's why I was saying earlier as well. We can take a young bowler who can bowl left-handed spin. But I thought it was interesting that CD was also like we should have taken him, which I think the third time he said that about a player, or maybe the second time he said that. It's like this main character energy that does not suit Quetta fans at all. It's more like a IU fan energy, by the way, CD. So it's a chill curry. You got Nawaz in your lineup. You don't need anyone else.
Yeah, I mean, you've got one of those premier left arm offies anyway. But Rehan, I think Akil Hussain is really, really underrated when it comes to batting. I think he's very well equipped to be that lower order savior that, a team like Multan could really benefit with. So, we've also spoken in the past of how there aren't a lot of, multi-dimensional players in this team, such that they focus on specialists more so. So, do you think that Akil Hussain is a good addition to the Multan Sultans?
Yeah, he's a really handy batsman, especially at number seven, because the number seven and eight spot was open, so now he can fill that spot. So that's really good team construction from them. Now they just need another batsman, local batsman, probably. I think they've covered their overseas slots. I don't think so. They'll pick anybody else. Like they'll pick overseas guys, but it'll be backups now. So that's good for them. Their team looks to be shaping up quite nicely. I'm interested to see who they go for as the local number three because that was the spot that Shoaib Maksud had. So let's see who they go for there.
Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong, but they had a local number three, an emerging player last year, right? Who was playing for them at three. What was his name again?
Yeah, that was Amir Azmat. He
Yes.
plays for KP in domestic cricket. He's decent. He's actually like he has a decent philosophy about cricket, T20 cricket in general, but he isn't like churning out the kind of numbers that would make him
Mhm.
a starter in the PSL as of now. He can bowl a bit of handy pace as well, so that's pretty good for his development. But at this point in time, I don't think so. He's at the level that he'll start for a PSL team.
Got it. And Australia, sorry, not Australia. Karachi Kings have gone in with their next pick, and it's Australian Andrew Ty. He's played the IPL a bit, and he was originally considered as a death bowling specialist, Siam. But then, in contrast to that sort of brand, he started going for a lot of runs, and then got dropped by Australia as well, and isn't really an option that they go for anymore. So, that's yet another confusing pick by Karachi Kings. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Andrew Ty again, another experienced player. Firstly, and a second Australian player picked by us after Matthew Waits, and I think again they're looking for, as you know, in our bowling attack, Mir Hamza, you can't really consider him as the pace leader. Only Mohammad Amir is there, and then the third, the another overseas player they put, even he cannot be considered as someone who leads your attack. So maybe they're looking for Andrew Ty to give them that pace leader option, or that experienced pacer in your lineup who can handle those big like defending totals and everything. So maybe they're looking at that, but again, it's kind of hard to decipher or say what they're trying to do, like what Karachi Kings really is trying to do, as they're really like going opposite to what people were talking about like on social media. Like the players list were made. Even I personally like looked at the players and kind of like made a list what we could pick for, and it's none of the players have been picked yet.
Yeah,
With
so
all
we've got a few
these,
comments. We've got a few comments coming in, and Tala Numan has written in caps Andrew Tate. No, wrong Andrew, Tala Numan. We're not entertaining that sort of discourse over here at all. It's Andrew Tai, not Andrew Tate. And the Australian death ball bowler hasn't had the best of runs in recent times, Iman. And also, we're getting some messages from Iraj over here that she hopes that Lahore Qalandars gets humbled so that Iman stops being so smug. She's tired of this energy from you. And what's up with this little sibling rivalry going on? I see it on Twitter all the time. Why can't you be nicer to Iraj, Iman? What's up with this?
Um, Iraj is a Karachi Kings fan, and the way I was raised on cricket Twitter in 2021 and 2022, I have to hate Karachi Kings fans. No, but seriously though, Age is being so like she's a Peshawar Zalmi fan this year. She's also a Quetta fan this year. She's also a Islamabad fan this year. So I mean, all three of these teams, if they do, one of them does well, and it's gonna be like, see, Lahore Qalandars did win. But I don't know. I can't help it. Yeah, I'm a serial winner. Lahore Qalandars is the best franchise of PSL, and we're killing it at the draft again. So
one
Loving
minute,
that
one minute,
confidence.
1 minute. ये कौन सी डिक्शनरी है जिसमें serial winners finish last in 5 of the first 7 seasons of the league? मतलब
I
this sense
wasn't
of
there, fan.
this sense of superiority that Lahore Qalandars fans have is just
I would
hilarious
love to
because
know that ये ईमान ने कब jump ship की है, कब बनी है कलंदर्स की fan,
ये
क्योंकि
पिछले
serial
साल ही
losers
बनी
थे
है,
वो
ये
बचपन से
पिछले
तो. Then
ये
we
पिछले
had
साल
that
ही
one
बनी है.
season in which they lost the final versus Karachi. और तब भी, if given that you're from Karachi, I would take it that you might not have made that switch then. So when did this happen?
I was first an Islamabad United fan. I saw them win.
Mhm.
After they won twice, I switched to Karachi.
So we don't
That's
call
it.
this serial winner Iman. We call this glory hunter in our terms. But anyway,
No,
you're of course allowed to support who you want to support. There's no. Oh, here we go. Well, your team, Lahore Qalandars, have opted for Liam Dawson. That's one player that you have gotten from Islamabad United. Very, very handy with the bat and quite miserly with the ball as well. I think he's extremely underrated, Iman, and he's a better player than people make him to be. And he almost won England a game as well versus Australia in that T20 series that preceded the World Cup. So what do you make of this pick?
yeah, no, I think that's a really good pick. I think he also had a good game against us, if I'm not wrong. But last year, when Islamabad was going through it, he turned up and he did quite well. So I'm excited for him. I think that's a decent pick, actually. I think they're doing
All
really
right.
well this time.
Yeah, not a bad
I'm
draft
actually
at
shocked.
all. Rayan, would you like to add to that? Liam Dawson by Lahore Qalandars. What's your take?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I don't rate Dawson that much as a batsman, and this Lahore lineup doesn't really need more bowlers. Like, all five or four of their bowlers, and Sikandar Raza is a completely fine fifth option to share with Visa. So they really didn't need another bowling option. So they probably should have gone with someone with more batting ability, in my opinion, anyway. So I don't know about that, but yeah, hopefully it works out for them.
Yeah, it seems like, they've moved on from Samit Patel cover drive because he used to kind of fulfill that role for them. Someone who can bat in the lower order and provide some buffer overs with spin. And Liam Dawson is a better left arm offie than many make him to be. So do you think that Lahore have done well over there? I think he's too busy watching the draft. Oh no, there he is. Did you miss the question, Asad?
Oh, sorry. What was the question? I was
The
looking at the
question
draft.
was that we've seen that Samit Patel has occupied that role for Lahore in the past, where he bats in the lower order and provides those buffer overs with spin. And Liam Dawson, I was saying, is a better left arm offie than many make him to be. So, do you think that's a good move by Lahore Qalandars over there?
Yeah, I think it's a perfectly solid pick. I don't think he'll necessarily play all the games for them, but it's a good option to have around the squad. Usne Islamabad ke liye bhi last year when injuries hit, he did have one really good innings for them as well. I can't remember who it was against, but it was towards the latter half of the league stages. So I think it's a fairly solid pick. And just a heads up that Peshawar did go for Arshad Iqbal. I hope that they actually play him for a change rather than make him warm the bench all season, which has been the case previously. I think he's one of the most underrated bowlers in Pakistan. He should be in the discussion for Pakistan's national team's depth options, but unfortunately, his PSL franchise has not done right by him in terms of giving him the opportunity to really put his name out there.
Right, Sim. So we have a few of our viewers who are saying that they have to leave now, and they are saying, "Great, great stream, but pass my salam to Sim Sheikh." So you've got a few fans now over here. You're gonna have to
Walaikum
learn how to
salam.
deal with that sort of celebrity status. But anyway, so Arshad Iqbal, of course, has been picked up by Peshawar Zalmi. Cover drive, of course, was going on to tell us how he's been really, really handy with the ball, and you would know that because a lot of his success came for
Yeah.
the Karachi Kings, and then he was discarded. And do you think that's one that really Karachi, let go of that they shouldn't have? He's the one that got away. And do you think that Peshawar have done well to snap him up as their, I believe, silver category player or gold category player? I can't quite recall.
For Arshad Iqbal, I think yeah, you're right that with the season he left, and right after that, the really bad season we had in PSL, and one of the main weaker points of the entire side was bowling. So I think yeah, Arshad Iqbal shouldn't have let go even when that decision happened. I was really not like happy with it at all. And cover drive freak point was right that he should be considered in the that backup area for Pakistan. And talking about the Lam Dawson pick, I think for Lahore Qalandars for the bench, it's a really good option because as you know, Sikandar Raza will probably start, but in case something happens, if some injury or anything happens, then I think having an experienced and big player like Lam Dawson is really good, especially in the later stages of the tournament. So that was again really good by Lahore Qalandars. And coming to the Arshad Iqbal point, I think Peshawar once again did really well with that pick. They're using all their, they're covering all the bases really well. So another pick which we could have gotten, but other teams taking it.
All right, so just going over Karachi Kings lineup over here: Matthew Wade, Imran Tahir, Heather Ali. So Heather Ali is that first young player in there. Then you've got James Vince, James Fuller, Imad Wasim, Andrew Try, Shoaib Malik, Muhammad Amir, Sharjeel Khan, Mir Hamza, Amir Yamin, and Qasim Akram. So they've got two silver picks left and two supplementary picks left, along with an emerging pick. And so, Rayan, I'm guessing that Karachi will want to give Qasim Akram a lot of game time. So, what sort of position is there that they would be trying to fill at this point with the squad that they've selected? If you can make any sense of it.
Yeah, so basically, I expect that Qasim will probably bat at 4 or 5. So it'll be between him and Malik. One will be at 4, one will be at 5. Header will probably be at 3. Shajir and Wins to open. Wade at 6. And then at 7, you've got Imad. 8, you've got Fuller. 9, you've got Mir Hamza. Then Mohammad Amir. And then who's the last guy to round it off? 1 sec, let me just check.
Did
Yeah,
you
Imran
mention
Tahir.
Heather Ali at all in that lineup?
Yeah,
I think I
yeah.
missed that.
So
Oh,
he's
you
at
did.
number 3. So
Okay.
Imran tired at 11. So that's the lineup. It's not exactly threatening. Fuller's probably a backup for Ty is probably a backup for Fuller. So it'll be between them two. Whoever looks better or in better form, they'll probably play. They've retained Mir Hamza, so he'll probably start. I don't have very high hopes for him in T20 cricket, but it'll happen. I don't know why, but it will. And they retained Amir Yamin, which I really didn't understand because I don't see how he makes the lineup while Imad is there because he'll bat at number 7. And so I don't really understand why they keep retaining Amir Yamin. I mean, it's not that bad of a set in that sense that he's in silver. So you can have worse players in silver than Ami. I mean, he's a decent player.
Mhm.
I just don't see how he factors into their lineup as a whole. But I wanted to talk about Peshawar's lineup because this is very interesting. It's a very classic Peshawar lineup. Like through the years, this is what Peshawar's lineups look like. They go overseas heavy in their lower middle order. Like Islamabad go like, okay, we are gonna pack our top order with overseas, but Peshawar are the opposite. They go like, we're gonna pack our lower middle order with overseas because that's a role where Pakistanis don't know how to perform. They don't know how to because there's only two middle order options in the whole of Pakistan. So what Peshawar do is that they outsource that. They get all of these guys who are lower middle order options as overseas, So you got Rajapaksa, Powell, and Rutherford, and then the top order is local, and then with bowling they go pace heavy. So
Mhm.
as you can see, again they've gone with four paces, and then Mujib is probably going to be the makeup of their side. So that's interesting that they've pretty much stuck to the script. Is even with the new not new management but new captain.
Some great insight over there by Rayan. And of course, I've been informed by Cover Drive that he will be leaving us shortly. So, Asad, if you have any final points on this draft, feel free. The stage is yours. Go knock yourself out.
No, thanks for having me, guys. It's been glad to join, but have to head off now and maybe get some sleep. But just wanted to make this point that we are coming for the trophy this season, and we're gonna humble all these Qalandars fans who've been piping up for the last 12 months.
All right. Well, we loved having you as well. Thanks for all your input. And yeah, have a good day. And yeah, if anyone does not know about Asad, he's Cover Drive Prick on Twitter, has a lot of opinionated takes. You might agree with them, you might not agree with them. It's still good to have on the timeline. Iman, I want to bring the conversation to you. So we've seen Lahore snap up a few good foreign picks now. We've seen Liam Dawson, which was the most recent one. Of course, Rashid Khan is their premier player who cannot be forgotten. And if he's available for the entire tournament, then Lahore almost instantly mean business because Rashid just has that sort of an impact on every single franchise that he goes to. And apart from those two guys, I mean, Harry Brook, provided how available he is, he would be more than handy. Of course, is has been brilliant for both Lahore Qalandars and England. And then who else am I missing over here? So I'm just trying to see which four overseas player Lahore would be fielding and which four overseas players would you have Lahore field? Of course, yeah, this is Sikandar Raza. Sikandar Raza, Liam Dawson, and Harry Brook. And who was the last one again? Rashid Khan. So
Rashid. Yeah.
do you think that all four of these could feature in the same 11?
I would love to answer your question, but I've just found out that Wasim Akram insulted Heather while sitting next to him. Is that true? Did
Oh, this
anyone
has
watch
happened?
that?
Well, apparently he went on the interview. Oh wow, where Behram's gone. I'm the
Okay.
captain now.
Yeah.
But basically, I think he was sitting next to Heather previously, and then he came for this interview thingy that they have. And yeah, now Heather's here and he's talking. So that's nice. We're gonna die, but it's nice.
This is. I
I'm
hate
not
him.
sure what's
That's
happening over
fine.
here. I mean,
Um,
you guys carry on.
Baram. Did he say something? I don't know.
No, I'm just saying that I think my camera's gone for some reason. I'm not sure why, but you guys carry on with your conversation.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think that's a really weird thing to say. I'm seeing now on Twitter someone said that has the PSL produced any batters, which frankly is insulting. When you selected the most promising batter for your team, you exchanged him for your captain. Um, it's questionable. I mean, I think a lot of people were happy to see Babar leave Karachi just because of the bad vibes they have associated with them. And it looks like they haven't rid themselves of those bad vibes, and that's really annoying. Uh, it is also weird because Mohammad Haris also very recently performed, and I know a lot of people are saying, and rightly so, that it's too soon to think of him as like the next best thing. But if he's done so well at the World Cup and he did so well at PSL this year, which was effectively his breakout year as well, then maybe you shouldn't be saying what batter has PSL produced. I mean, fine, you don't want to rate Heather, you want to refer to him as a killer, but I don't know. Anyways, yeah. So no, honestly, I forgot the question. I was really annoyed about this Heather comment, but
Yeah, that's fine. I
yeah.
mean, you're obviously allowed to voice your opinion over here. And the question was whether Lahore can field all four of Dawson, Harry Brook, Rashid Khan, and Sikandar Raza Butt. But you can answer that as well as, I just want to shed some light on what you were saying. That, this is the sort of stuff that, our senior players have been accused of in the past, that they don't really inspire confidence within the youngsters. And Heather Ali is one of those few players who has actually gone on to perform well with the bat in the PSL, and he is your platinum pick, which you traded Babar Azam for. So that just goes on to show, in my eyes, the Karachi Kings aren't too confident with what they're doing over here.
Yeah, he also apparently called Imran Tahir the saying that there's no better bowler than him, and referred to him as a mystery bowler. Again, I'm getting this information of what people are telling me. I'm not watching the draft, so I hope I'm not misquoting anyone. So clearly, I mean, I don't know. Yeah. So, but with Lahore's situation, I don't think we'll need to bowl Liam Dawson. We have a lot of bowling options, which is great. I didn't think you could upgrade our bowling attack, but we did. It's kind of concerning that our batting is our wicket keeping option is still not there, which means we'll go local. Or I heard someone say Kamran Akmal, which if you told me that at the start of this draft, I would have been very, very shocked with that option. But yeah, like so far so good, I guess.
Yeah, so Phil Salt has been there, Rayan, in the past for the Lahore Qalandars. He's kept wicket as well. And we see that they don't have that foreign player in the top order anymore with respect to their batting. Is that something that might hurt Lahore Qalandars? What direction do they seem to be going in terms of snapping up a wicket keeper?
Yeah, so as of now, Lahore's batting is looking quite light, especially if they don't have Brook. It's gonna look like Abdullah, Fakhr, Kamran Ghulam, Hussain Talat, Liam Dawson, Sikandar Raza, and then David Visa. That's gonna be their top seven. And if Fakhr is not having one of those peak Warner seasons in which he basically carries the whole batting lineup, they're gonna run into a few problems. I feel they really need someone who takes the load off, and Phil Salt can be that kind of option because then he can open the batting, take some of the power play load off Fakhr, and he can keep wickets. So he's a pretty decent option that Lahore fans should probably hope to get, but I don't know about his availability or anything like that right now. So that's that.
Right, so Islamabad United is about to announce their pick in the silver category. Saeed Ajmal has the mic, and we're all closely anticipating what this might be. And Saim, okay, so Abrar Ahmed has been picked up by Islamabad United. What a brilliant, brilliant draft pick. And yeah, so Saim, he will get the opportunity to work with Saeed Ajmal. Islamabad have Shadab Khan already, but Shadab Khan is more like a conventional leggy, whereas Abrar kind of spins it with his middle finger. He's not your orthodox leg spinner. He's different. So, what do you make of this pick, and how excited are you to watch both of those guys, Shadab Khan and Abrar Ahmed, bowl in tandem?
I think a talent like Babar Ahmed in our country, Islamabad United is the best franchise in my opinion for him to go. Mainly because of the way they play the brand of T20 cricket, and then the management they have with Saeed Ajmal being there. Then Shadab Khan is also a great leader. He understands the game pretty well. You can consider him as one of the senior players, regardless of his age. So this is the best franchise for Abrar, even though I wanted him in our team mainly because we lack a spinner. Because, but for him, I
Isn't
personally
Imad
feel
Wasim your captain, Sam? You're saying you lack a spinner, but Imad Wasim is your captain.
that's another thing.
Seems like you're not really confident in his abilities.
3-4 years ago I was, but recently I'm not quite sure. Even though he might turn out to be decent, not like he's gonna be a burden for us. He'll be decent. He'll give out good numbers, but I think we can be having better players than that. And Abrar Ahmed could have been. He's young. He's confident, especially after this his domestic season and the way he played the Test match. So he could have been amazing for us. But I think for him, it's the best franchise was Islamabad United. I'm glad he's gonna be there as now he'll train under Saeed Ajmal. He'll play with a team which understands the T20 format pretty well. So he'll improve his skills, T20 skills pretty well over there. So looking forward to seeing him play there.
All right, and Iman, just on the same point, we know just how good Saeed Ajmal was across formats for Pakistan. In fact, if you ask me, in that period, in the late 2000s and early 2010s, he was literally carrying Pakistan's team across formats, if you'd ask me. And the fact that he'll get to work with someone like Abrar and Shadab will get to work with someone like Abrar beyond the PSL. Let's forget about Islamabad United in the PSL. Just in terms of Abrar's development, how big of a development is this?
Yeah, I wanted Abrar for Lahore. We don't need him, but I wanted him just because I thought that working with someone like Rashid would be amazing for him. Um, and just being around a like a bowling heavy team that rates bowlers, prepares them, trains them, all that stuff. So, and Islamabad is of course a great team for young players to go to. I mean, they've developed the best T20 player of Pakistan the best white ball player most likely. But yeah, so that's a great opportunity for him. Ajmal, I completely agree with you. One of my all-time favorite players. I think I even wrote an essay on him once on how unfairly he was ousted from the Pakistan cricket team. And so this is brilliant. I'm really happy for him. I'm happy for Islamabad United. I would have been honestly gutted if another franchise, barring Islamabad or Lahore, got him, just because I feel like these are the two best franchises, and Quetta for young players, maybe. Quetta, I think, just gets that edge because they have Naseem and Hassan. I don't know if they're actually doing anything, or it's just Naseem and Hassan being brilliant. But yeah, really, really good. I'm really happy for him.
All right, and we have a comment over here, Ryan, in which Adil Nasir or Adil Nisar, sorry, pardon me, has recommended that Hasibullah Khan, Balochistan superstar from under 19 cricket, who's made quite an impression in his first class career as well early on. He could be Lahore Qalandars' potential pick as wicketkeeper. And you've watched Hasibullah very, very closely. Of course, you have a keen eye on the domestic circuit. So, do you think that there's some weight in this argument?
Yeah, so I quite like Hasibullah. He's very Fakhr-like in his movements in the crease and generally, and he's a decent wicketkeeper. But I don't know whether he's currently ready for PSL level cricket. I think it's 1 year too early for him. I mean, if they pick him and he's a wicketkeeper, so he'll play every game if he gets picked. So that's nice. It'll be good for his development either way. But as for as Lahore fans want about like winning this current PSL, then he may not be the ideal pick in that idea.
All right, and Karachi Kings is about to pick their silver pick, and it's been spoiled yet again by the ticker. A good one, finally, Saim. Tayyib Tahir. He's been prolific in domestic cricket across formats, whether it be first class cricket or T20 cricket. He's really, really caught the viewers' eyes, and the spectators definitely have come to recognize him as one of those late bloomers in Pakistan's domestic circuit. Do you think it's a good pick? Do you think Tayyib Tahir will feature regularly for Karachi Kings? What are your thoughts?
I'm not quite sure where he starts exactly, as he's a top order batsman in T20. If I'm not wrong, he had a strike rate issue. If Ryan could correct me, I've read from his analysis on Tayyip Tahir that he isn't really like a high strike rate but top order batsman. He could be an anchor. So I'm not sure where he starts exactly because we have Sharjeel, we have Wade. So if he comes at number three, you have Heather, and I really don't want them to move Heather Ali. That's his perfect position in my opinion. Heather Ali at three. Then four and five, we have Shoaib Malik and Qasim Akram. So I'm not quite sure if he starts, and I'm not quite sure if he's ready to start in the Pakistan like Super League. So, but let's see a good option, a good local option at the bench, which could be handy if Sharjeel or Wade are out of form. Yeah, James Vince is also there. So, if one of them doesn't click or doesn't work out, then could be a good option. And again, it's a young talent, it's a good player. So, I'm happy that we have someone like that.
Yeah, so Rian, I'll just let you expand on that, of course, because you've had a keen eye on Tayyib Tahir as well. And he does actually strike at nearly 140, but the sample size is only 17 games. He has recently come onto the scene and with a bang. So enlighten our viewers about Tayyib and whether or not you think this is a good pick.
Yeah, so it's quite interesting that last year Karachi picked Shabzada Farhan, and this year they picked up Tayyib Tahir, and they're very similar players. And quite similarly, Karachi have no place for either of them, but they've still continued to pick them. When you have a middle order, which is Heather, Qasim, and Malik, I don't see where you can fit Tayyib in there unless as an opener. Now, the funny thing about Tayyib and Farhan is that although they usually play as openers, their power play strike rates are actually among the worst in the country. They're like worse than Babar in terms of power play strike rates. So they're more adept at attacking spin later on in their innings. So that's what they usually do in domestic cricket. So they would be better off at number three or so. But over here, you've already got Header at number three. So unless they decide to open with Header and then go with Tayyib at number three, uh, I don't see how he starts in their at least in the first game. Maybe later on, if Vince fails or if Sharjeel is not scoring runs, then maybe they will bring him in. So he's a decent enough backup option, but he doesn't really inspire confidence in terms of the entire setup as a whole.
All right. And Iman, I'll bring this question over to you. Of course, Multan Sultans have had their next pick, and a lot of us thought that they might go for Usman Qadir just because they've worked with him before, and Mushtaq Ahmed has worked with him before, but they've actually opted for Osama Mir as their leg spinner, who will be, I guess, featuring regularly in the PSL after quite a long time. It's been a fair few seasons since he, had that season for Karachi Kings. And what do you make of this? Because this has come as rather quite a bit of a surprise to me. I did not see this happening one bit, and I actually thought that they will give preference to Usman Qadir, given that Multan have worked with him in the past. But clearly, Andy Flower and Mushtaq Ahmed think otherwise. So I'd love to know what you think.
Honestly, I like did not see this coming. I'm not like again. Multan is like those teams के Osama Mir जो एक franchise में कर ले, he two times as well in Multan Sultan somehow. I don't know how that happens to them, but it does. So yeah, good for him and good for Tayyab Tahir too. I think that it's some of these guys are not exactly young, but they're proven performers. So good for them. It's not a pick you're going to talk about. It's not going to make headlines, but it's a decent pick, I guess.
Sam, you were talking about how you wished Karachi went for another frontline spinner because you clearly are not satisfied with your captain. And is Osama Mir one of those players potentially that you thought they could have gone for? And given that Multan have gone for Osama Mir, do you think the Karachi Kings should maybe perhaps go for Usman Qadir?
I'd take Usman Qadir happily. Really like Usman Qadir, and I'd be really happy if we go for him because, first of all, we lack a spinner, and then he's been, even though he has had the economy issues that he gives away a lot of runs or whatever, but I'd still take him over Osama Mir. Like, if I had to choose between two, then I'd obviously go for Usman Qadir, mainly because of his experience, and maybe I'm being biased. Like, maybe Osama Mir could be a better bowler.
Yeah, well, let's see. Only time will tell. How I feel, Rayan, about Usman Qadir is I think that if you talk about his stock delivery, just his googly, I think it's probably right up there as one of the best in all of Pakistan. But then, he bats too many bad balls, and that has gone against him quite often. So much so that, after having enough opportunities with Pakistan, he doesn't seem to be like that frontline player who is, lined up now in terms of replacing Shadab whenever he's injured, because I feel like Pakistan might go the abroad direction. That's just my gut feeling. But what do you make of Usman Qadir? Do you think he's going to get a gig this PSL?
Yeah, I think he'll definitely get picked by some team. It may be Karachi, which would be interesting because they went with Imran Tahir as their platinum pick. So if they want to bail on that idea and then play another overseas pacer instead of that, which would be interesting. As far as Osama Mir goes, this makes a bit more sense to me because Usman Qadir is not that great of a batsman to bat at number 8. And as of now, Multan's starting 11 has Josh Little, Sadullah, and Dahani as their three bowlers, all of whom can't really hold a bat. So Sama Mir can hold the bat to a decent degree. He's a decent number 8. So in that sense, they've now covered that little lapse that they had in batting depth. So that's
Understood.
something.
Moving on, of course, Iman, we've just heard that Peshawar Zalmi have snapped up Saim Ayub, and Cover Drive would not be too happy with that. He really wanted Quetta to retain Saim. But, we were talking about, Iman, how Peshawar Zalmi have packed their team with lower order hitters. And perhaps, if they don't have room for Tom Kohler Cadmore, Saim Ayub could be that player one down. And he's, of course, a local boy from Karachi, if I'm not wrong. And he's really, really impressed in the local tournaments, the domestic tournaments that have happened recently, and especially in List A cricket as well. And he's really, really aesthetically pleasing. And I do think that he was introduced into the scene a bit prematurely, and now the time might be ripe for Saim to make an actual impression. Do you think Peshawar Zalmi is the right squad and right sort of environment for him to prosper in?
I like Peshawar. I think this was obviously everyone was excited about Saim, but I don't know if this is good for Saim just because they've sorted out their openers. I wouldn't. I don't know. You've got Babar and Haris said. Babar's probably not gonna drop down to 3. You wouldn't want Haris and Saim to play and then have Babar at 3. I'm trying to figure this out. Either he's not gonna play or he's gonna play at 3. Maybe I don't know. Ryan could probably correct me if I'm wrong, but
I think Harris will go to 3 probably.
Oh, so you expect Babar and Saim Ayub to open the innings?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, yeah, it's not a terrible pick. It's a good pick, of course. Saim Ayub's it's a great pick, but maybe not the best franchise for him. But yeah.
Interesting. And Saim from our panel, do you have anything to say about your namesake? And oh, just to tell viewers that Haris Rauf is on screen right now. He has a Lahore Qalandars pocket square, and he's looking absolutely dapper. So if you're bored with our transmission, go and look at Haris Rauf. He's looking really good. But anyway, Saim, I'll let you continue with your comment on your namesake.
I think after the National T20 Cup final or semi-final and final when Sindh won, I was like tweeting every hour that and adding Karachi Kings that please get him. We need an opener, please get him. And I was imagining a Babar and Saim opening pair, but now turns out both will be playing for Peshawar. If you told me this back then, I would honestly laugh at it. Anyway, it's a great pick. As Iman said, I agree with it that maybe he could have gone to a team which really needs an opener because over here, Haris and Babar are set for the opening. But then, if Haris is shifted at three, then again, Babar Saim could complement each other well. So, regardless of that team factor, it's still a really, really good pick from Peshawar because now they have two of one of, if not the best, but one of the most emerging talents in our white ball cricket. That's Saim Ayub and Mohammad Aris. Both are playing for you, and both can be there in your team for years. So they're setting up a really good core around the national team captain. It's pretty good for me.
Right, and Tala Noman has actually gone on to remind us panelists that Karachi does not lack a spinner. Karachi picked up Imran Tahir as their platinum pick, which we just have seemed to block out. So yes, that makes a lot of sense, and that makes you beg to ask the question that whether or not any team is going to go for Usman Kader, at least whether or not Usman is going to start for any team, because he was Peshawar's main man last season. And if you look at Peshawar's team, Rayan, who do you think will be taking up those spin bowling responsibilities? Whose shoulders does it all land on?
Mujib.
Right,
Mujib
right,
will-
right.
So,
But then Mujib
so
is going to bowl with the new ball. So in the middle overs, do you expect to see any spin at all from Peshawar?
Nah, I think in the middle overs they'll probably go pace heavy. That's Peshawar's modus operandi. They usually just spam paces and get away with it. So they'll probably try and do that again. Maybe they'll pick up an emerging spinner, but maybe someone like Arham Nawab could be a decent enough pick. But that's a bit of a left field option. I think they'll just go with an emerging pacer, probably like Emil Khan or someone, because as of now their lineup looks pretty settled. They've got Babar and Saim opening with Harris at three, Rajapaksa at four, Rutherford at five, Powell at six, Ahmed Jamal at seven, Wahab at eight, and Ishad at nine, and
That is
Mujib
quite
at
pace
10.
heavy.
So
Very, very
yeah.
pace heavy. And Iman, just to let you know that Lahore have announced their next silver pick. It is none other than Dilbar Hussain, aka Ladi, someone who was a fan favorite for Lahore Qalandars a few seasons ago, and just his celebrations and that bright, sparkly head of his, was really getting a cult following. And are you happy for Dilbar? Because I honestly thought that he wasn't as bad as people were making him out to be, and I think he, before getting injured, provided some value to Lahore. I doubt he'll be starting. So good option to have on the bench. What do you say?
Yeah, when he was playing, I was actually very anti-Lahore. So obviously didn't like him that much. But no, I mean, he's part of the Lahore Qalandars family. It makes sense to have him on board again, I guess. I don't know. At this point, I'm just I'm honestly I'm fine with what Lahore has done so far, so this pick doesn't really move me. It's fine. Yeah, good for him.
All right, Sam, what do you have to say about Dilbar's inclusion? Because he hadn't been available in the last few seasons and he was subject to injury. And this is someone that Akib Javed actually originally rated very highly. So do you think that Lahore, as far as their bowling is concerned, is looking stacked even when it comes to their bench?
I think yeah, when they picked up Sikandar Raza to tackle their fifth bowler woes, and they have a backup to him as Lime Dawson, and now even for the fast bowling issue, I mean not an issue, but the backup they have Dilbar Hussain. So I think they're looking pretty good so far. Even other than the starting 11, they have Dilbar Hussain, they have Lime Dawson to cover up for any of the spaces if they are there for the bowling side. So I think it's a good pick because he's familiar with the coaching and the players as well. So it won't really be hard for him. Yeah, he has played for Lahore before, so it's like he's familiar with Akib Javed and all the players in Lahore team. So it's good for him. It's good for Lahore. They have a good backup, and Dilbar is going back to his home environment. So hopefully it works out for him.
Absolutely. And just to announce to our viewers that Usman Qadir has been picked up once again by Peshawar Zalmi. So, Rayan, now that bowling attack is looking, it's looking decent, isn't it? You've got Arshad Iqbal, you've got Wahab Riaz, you've got Salman Irshad, you've got Amir Jamal, and now you have Usman Qadir. Do you think that maybe perhaps Peshawar Zalmi are a bit harsh on Mohammad Umar, who had some decent returns for them and bowled that brilliant delivery? I can't remember who he bowled out, but it jagged back in from what I can recall. And Mohammad Umar has been a man in form in the Qaeda Azam Trophy as well. So do you think that maybe he's a touch unlucky not to find himself on that, bowling attack?
I think Mohammad Umar might get picked up in emerging because he still qualifies for the emerging category.
Mm-hmm.
So they might be saving their pick for then, because if you pick an emerging player earlier, then he doesn't play as emerging. So I'd
Mm-hmm.
still expect them to pick him up. As far as Usman Khate go, it's a decent enough pick. I don't really see him starting unless it's like a turning pitch or something. If Mujib is available, then he'll probably be
Mm-hmm.
their primary spinner. And as far as Lahore goes, Lahore keeps on picking bowlers, and you're like, where's the batting? And then you look at Islamabad and you go, where's the bowling? So currently, we're looking at those sides and going, like, please, there are two disciplines in cricket. Please focus on the other one too.
Yeah, well, speaking about Islamabad, let's see if they go on to shore up their bowling resources because their pick is next in the silver category. And I'm trying to look at the ticker once again to see if that can ruin the fun or, well, elevate the fun in our case because we're one step ahead that way. But yeah, I mean, I think when I look at Islamabad now, I would definitely want to see someone who can provide some experience with the ball or someone who can at least provide some control in the middle because you've got Wasim at the death. You've got, well, Abrar could bowl in the middle, and then you have Fahim and Fazal Haq Faruqi, kicking off proceedings, opening the bowling. So, what sort of player do you think, or what sort of bowler rather, Iman, do you think that Islamabad should go for next? And just based on the team composition thus far, do you think that they're contenders once again, or are they falling or lagging behind?
Unknowingly, Islamabad are always contenders. So yeah, no, they're pretty much contenders again. That's the thing about T20 cricket, right? Like, their batting will always get them really far ahead of the game. And
Speaking of which, sorry, just going to interject
yeah,
real
go on.
quickly. Their next pick is Sohaib Maksud. So big news coming out from the Islamabad camp.
Okay.
I'm not sure if he'll be starting, but I would love to see him start because I honestly feel like, barring the injury concerns, and well, he's not the best fielder around, but Sohaib Maksud is that sort of player who can really go from ball one, and he embodies that sort of, or epitomizes that sort of gung ho approach that we've come to associate with Islamabad. So your thoughts on that, Iman?
Yeah, no, Sohaib's a great pick. I don't it's a bit of a fall from grace for him, but I'm happy for him. This is the kind of team that he kind of fits the quota for, as in the kind of player that he is. So yeah, I agree with you. I don't think he'd start, but when they have availability issues, or God forbid if there are any injuries or form or whatever, I think Sohaib would be a great number three to throw in there. But yeah, no, good for him. I was actually really gutted that Multan let him go, which still made sense. But yeah, Islamabad's a good franchise for him.
Yeah, and we wish Sohaib Maksud the best of luck. I think he would definitely flourish with or under the guidance of both Rehanul Haq and Hassan Chima. Saim, Multan's pick is coming up, but I'll just divert your attention back to Karachi. Karachi still have one pick left in emerging, and they already have Qasim Akram. Last year they went for Faisal Akram. Who would you want to see them snap up this year in the emerging category? Of course, you've seen a bunch of really talented youngsters in the PJL. You saw Basit and Arafat Minhas, and you saw Shamail Hussain, if I'm getting his pronunciation right. And then Emil Khan was really impressive for Mardan. A lot of very, talented youngsters who featured in that tournament. Is there any one of those youngsters who you have your eye on for that final emerging category pick for Karachi?
I think Emil Khan, that fast bowler, if I'm not wrong, from PJL.
Yeah.
I saw a few of his games and I was looking forward that if we have an emerging pick, we'll go for him. Or even Faisal Akram, I'm not sure if they'll go for him again as he didn't really play in the domestic season this time. Yeah, I'm not sure if he did, but Faisal Akram was one of the players I really liked, and I was happy him and Qasim Akram both were picked as both are very good players. So I think Emil Khan is one of the players I would honestly hope we go for, as he's a strike. He can be the strike fast bowler. Obviously, he might get the chance this season. But if you get a emerging player early on from the starting, and if you develop him well, then he can serve you for years. As we have seen that example all over in the franchises in Islamabad and Quetta. If you groom the player well, he'll give you the best service in the future seasons. So hopefully we get the emerging pick right at least, because the other ones have matched the requirements we wanted. If we wanted a fast bowler, we wanted a spinner, we got that. But let's see, let's hope we end it well.
If there's one thing the Karachi, I think, desperately need right now, Rayan, is an emerging pick, right? You want to add some youth to that lineup. And we've got Multan Sultan's silver pick coming up next. It says the pick is in, and I'm trying to look at that ticker once again to give us an idea of who that might be. Zainab Abbas is currently prompting Multan Sultans for that answer, and Heather Azhar has announced the pick, and it is Usman Khan. He is a batter. And Ryan, I don't think I'm acquainted with this cricketer, so please enlighten our viewers if you know who this is.
Is it Usman Khan, the guy who played for 1 second? My stream is just
He's a
catching
wicket
up
keeper
with it.
batter.
Yeah. So that's the UAE guy. He's pretty good. He's a decent option for a number three slot. If they're gonna cover him with like that, that's pretty good actually. Yep, I think he'll probably take the number three spot if they don't pick up an emerging who does that. So that's pretty good. He's not really like he's a backup keeper batter. He'd probably not uh, wicket keep, but he's a pretty good. On his PSL debut, he made like 80 odd for Quetta. I don't
Hmm.
know if you remember
Oh,
last.
it's that Osman Khan. I do
Yeah,
remember.
so
So wait, you said
yeah,
he's a
so
UAE guy. He doesn't play for the UAE, does he?
yeah, yeah, but he's like half qualified for UAE, half qualified
Hmm.
for us. So he can qualify for the UAE later on, but as of now he qualifies as a Pakistani and a local player. So good for Multan that they picked him up. He's a pretty good player, and yeah, I think so. He'll do well. He'll be fine. Yeah.
All right, time will tell if he can answer Multan's number three woes. Iman, there are a bunch of players over here that we thought will make it but haven't. We haven't seen them picked up by any of those big franchises. Aaron Finch is one name that comes to mind. Tabriz Shamsi is another. Apart from these, are there any other players that you really thought would get picked and haven't? And do you think that both of these players warranted a spot in one of those lineups, or is it high time that Aaron Finch hung his boots and is Tabriz Shamsi as good as the world makes him to be?
I think the Braves is a decent bowler. I don't know. I wouldn't have picked him from my team to be honest, but and not just saying that because Lahore has a really good bowling lineup. It's just that I don't rate him that highly. Same with Finch. I think he was great at one point and now he's not. I think if anyone would have picked him, I would have really judged him. But then Vince got picked, so why not Finch? Uh,
Mhm.
I also think that Moin Ali is surprising when I got left out.
Hmm.
Puran as well. I thought that we would definitely go for him if we didn't get Gurbaz. Um, but yeah, I feel like honestly now that I'm thinking about it, now that it's settling in, I'm really really concerned about Lahore's batting. Uh, I didn't think we'd end up at a point where I mean, don't get me wrong, Sikandar is great and Talat is fine. He can hold a bat and he can hit and all of that. But especially with Fakhr recovering from injury and him not having the best of form after the last PSL, and then playing KG at three, I'm concerned. So that's what's occupying my mind right now.
All right. Well, you've got a nervous Iman over here, and you've got Hussain Talat and Kamran Ghulam and a lot of local guys up over there in the batting order. Abdullah Shafiq, obviously. So, yeah, I mean, I can understand where you're coming from. A little bit of a surety in that top order would have definitely helped. And Mazhar Arshad is announcing Karachi Kings silver pick, and that is Mohammad Akhlaq. So they've stolen that one from Islamabad United. We've seen Akhlaq feature fairly regularly in between for Islamabad United. He is known to be quite a destructive batter and can also keep wicket. Saim, happy with that pick or not?
Clark was like a high intent top order T20 batsman, if I'm not wrong. So
Yeah.
I'm happy. But then again, the part comes at where he will play, because at number three, if Heather has to play at number three. First of all, I'm not sure if they will, because you can expect anything from the Karachi Kings management. But let's see, because Tayyab Tahir and then Mohammad Akhlaq, two good young batsmen. Mohammad Akhlaq being better one in my opinion because he can play at a good strike rate. He can even like use the power play pretty well. But once again, Sharjeel Khan and James Winsor out there, and they'll mostly get the priority. And then Heather Ali is there as well. So I'm not quite sure again if will properly start for us or not. So, but again, a good like option to have on the bench. Really good pick.
Ryan, you've just gone on to inform us that Nicholas Puran has pulled out of the PSL and made himself unavailable. So, would you like to shed some light on that? Tell our viewers what the story is over there.
Yeah, no real story. Just pulled out and said he's unavailable and don't nobody pick him. But basically, yeah, he's probably like preparing for the IPL now. The IPL and PSL are quite close by, so we sometimes players don't come because they don't want to risk injury and like make them unavailable for a really big payday in the IPL. So that's usually what happens here. So that's probably what happened here too. Uh, I like Ikhlaq quite a bit. I really like his intent and how he went like in his first national T20 match. He just decided that he's gonna smack Shaheen Shah Afridi, and then he smacked Shaheen Shah Afridi for 4 sixes in that game. So I really like him. I don't know how he fits in this lineup. Maybe if like Vince fails and then they need Vince and Wade fail, then they need to rejig the whole lineup. Then he's a really good option because he can keep and he can open. So then that he's like a backup fail safe for them if anything goes wrong, which it probably will considering it's Karachi. So then he's a decent option, but obviously like not the quality that you're expecting of a starter.
Yeah, I think the point that Sam raised as with respect to like where will you fit all of these top order players, I think that's a very valid one. And Lahore have gone on to make another pick in the silver category. Mirza Tahir Beg Iman. I am not acquainted with this player at all. The only Mirza Beg that I knew of was Mirza Iqbal Beg, who used to be on that show Bole Kya Baat Hai back when I was a kid on Geo Super. So probably not related to him. Hopefully not related to him, but. Yeah, you always see this with Iman that Lahore will pluck a youngster out of thin air, and that youngster will go on to have a BBL stint at some point. They'll play for the Melbourne Stars, like that Chinaman bowler that they had. I forget his name as well. So, do you think that, I just want to know your thoughts over, the Qalandars PDP program and what the benefits are, what the cons are, and what do you feel about it in general?
Oh, that's a good question and a very easy one as well. I think this is what the purpose of PSL was ultimately, which was to develop Pakistan's grassroots cricket to a point that we would have a system where players would be naturally developed instead of having to rely on the broken pathway that we have currently for the women's team, for example. It's surprising to me, in fact, that other franchises haven't followed suit, seeing the success of the PDP and seeing how good it is just for Pakistan. Um, and the fact that the Lahore has now extended it to the women's team and announced that they will be helping working towards the women's T20 league as well in Pakistan is brilliant. And I don't know a lot about this player to be honest, but again, I know that he's a PDP product and we've had success with those in the past, so that's fine. Is he a wicketkeeper? Can someone tell me if he's a wicketkeeper?
Rayan will probably know. He's our guru over here.
I have no idea who this man is.
Well, for all you know, maybe he
I
is Mirza Iqbal Beg's son. Who knows? Who knows?
I have a feeling हम लोग कामरान अकमल के साथ फंस जाएंगे and
हो भी
I'm
सकता है.
not liking this feeling.
That will not be appetizing to watch one bit at all. And well, Quetta Gladiators are about to announce their silver pick, and they've announced Mohammad Zahid, who is a bowler. And well, it definitely rings a bell, that name, but I can't quite put a finger to who he was. Rayan, can you enlighten us if you know who Mohammad
Yeah,
Zahid
it's
is?
definitely not the guy who took 11 wickets in his
Yeah,
first game
not
like
him,
20
no.
years
Literally thinking
ago.
of that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, I'm not sure. There are like quite a few moments it's actually in domestic, so I'll have to confirm which one it is before telling you for sure.
I'm a bit surprised as to why they haven't picked up more of the youngsters yet, or why do we not jump to the emerging category right away? Because we're at this point in this transmission where we seem to be heading towards a lull. We've started to hit that threshold where we're learning about players who we've never heard of. Whereas in the PJL we know a lot of those young players, and you know uh, I would love to see those guys picked up first, just to keep us viewers engaged. Simon, with respect to the
Uh,
PSL's marketing and branding and broadcasting and all that stuff, have you been largely satisfied?
yeah, just one sec. Abdullah Bhai just told me who this guy is. This is basically his real, like the name he usually goes by is Colonel Zahid.
Oh, he's from
He's
Tape
over
Ball,
here.
isn't he?
Yeah, he's the tape goal guy.
All
Yeah,
right, love it. Now
yeah,
I'm all
yeah,
for it.
yeah.
Haris
He's played
Rauf, by
the.
the way, viewers, was Haris Islamabadi before everyone knew him as Haris Rauf. So Pakistan has a very thriving tape ball circuit. Taimur Mirza, Shehbaz Kalia, Wasim Lefty. You guys need to go follow Unknown Mad Boys or something like that. That they have an entire channel. It's great to watch. But that's good. It's good to see that tape ball cricketers are making that step towards hardball Rayan. We've seen it become a success with Haris Rauf. Do you think in the future maybe a pipeline needs to be established to get that talent to the hardball playing field?
Yes, so it's really easy for tape ball players to generally transition to hardball T20 cricket because over there the basics are basically the same. The guy's trying to hit you and you're trying to not get hit.
Mm-hmm.
So it's actually hard said that it was relatively easier than tape ball cricket because in tape ball cricket it's almost like 20 runs out over or something. So it's really good, and it's good that Pakistan cricket has decided to accept poor Haris. Got a lot of jibes when he first came onto the scene,
हम्म,
"Ke ye tapya hai," and stuff.
बहुत
So
ज्यादा.
it's nice that people. This is the only ways people will start accepting it. That there are players that come from everywhere, dude. Like just accept it.
Okay, so apparently there's some Yorkshire connection with respect to Mirza Tahir Beg. I was just overhearing Sameen Rana and Darren Goff apparently was really impressed by Mirza Tahir Beg. But, well, Lahore's next pick is in, but clearly Sameen Rana felt obliged to inform us more about Mirza Tahir Beg, which is good. And I do not doubt Lahore Qalandars when it comes to spotting talent. Of course, they've proven their credentials with respect to that. And I believe Shaheen Shah Afridi is about to announce Lahore Qalandars' next silver pick, which is apparently due in 4 seconds. So any second now. And
If they spoil it, it's Ahmed Daniel.
oh, Ahmed Daniel makes his way back to Lahore Qalandars, and I don't see him start for Lahore at all this season. Iman, especially if everyone is fit with respect to their pace quartet, and Zaman Khan, of course, being a revelation last season. But Ahmed Daniel, what do you make of his career? Because he started off being this other Haris Rauf esque bowler, but wasn't that quick. Went on to play for the Melbourne Stars as well for a bit, wasn't too successful. Has had a little bit of good fortune here and there in the PSL where he's made a bit of an impact, but he hasn't really broke onto the scene. But in terms of bench strength, are you comfortable with having first Dilber and now Ahmed Daniel with respect to Lahore Qalandars' fast bowling stocks?
Yeah, I mean, again, we don't really need him,
Mhm.
but it's always nice to have players on the bench. I mean, they're all part of the Lahore Qalandars family, all are welcome. And he's been acquainted with us. So, yeah, I'm happy to have him. Again, no serious thoughts. I'm still concerned about our wicketkeeper. Um, I'm dreading what I'm about to hear, I'm pretty sure. And
Shaheen will
yeah,
wicket keep.
Who will?
I
Shaheen
said in
will
the group
wicket
chat,
keep? I don't doubt that.
I said Fakir will wicket keep.
Maybe Kamran Ghulam can wicket keep. Does he keep it all? I don't know. But he was also being used as a part time spinner last season with the ball. So I'm not sure what their plans are. They've left it rather late, haven't they? Because we're almost here towards the end of the draft and we still don't know who will keep wicket from Lahore. Perhaps they have their eye on Hasibullah. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Not not very optimistic there by
I
Iman
don't
at
know.
all.
I don't think they should have left it this late. I'm honestly a little bit peeved about this. People have backup wicket keepers, and हमारे पास starting wicket keeper नहीं है.
Hmm.
How?
बात
How
तो
did
ठीक
you
है.
let that happen?
बात तो बिल्कुल दुरुस्त है, and you can expect this sort of a blunder from Lahore, who for the longest time thought Sohail Akhtar was fit to lead them and win them a PSL, and he was completely like, credit to Sohail Akhtar for trying to do his best and give it or perform to his best ability, but really he didn't ever really seem cut out for the role. And Samin Gul has been picked up by Multan Sultan. Samin has had success with Peshawar Zalmi in the past, and he's bowls at a decent click and really, really good with the new ball, Saim. And do you think that Multan's bowling attack is now shaping up nicely, or do you think that they still lack a bit of firepower?
I think in the starting, as we discussed, they'll be needing pacers, so they are doing well in filling that gap. Not sure about the death bowling part. If Samin Gul, Dahani, Sanullah, and all the pacers which will be
Josh
playing in the
Little.
starting, Josh Little, yeah. So let's see how their death, because death bowling, I think it has been their concern. They lost the final
Mhm.
last year because of that. Like they started really well in the last 5 6 overs. They death bowling was a big letdown. So it will be interesting to see how their death bowling fares in this four-man pace attack. But I think it will turn out well if Dahani is in form, and George Little and Isanullah is a Dahani type bowler as well. So if both Dahani and Isanullah could either save the day, or both of them could like give a lot of runs as well. So let's see what happens.
What about you, Ryan? If we compare this to Multan attacks of the past, it definitely lacks experience. You don't have an old head in there who can kind of run the show and direct the young pacers as to what lengths they need to bowl at. I'm not sure if Rahman Reis is still their bowling coach, but there seems to be a dearth in experience in that Multan bowling attack. And do you think that they have done a good job here with respect to their draft picks?
Yeah, you're right about the experience part. There's definitely a bit of inexperience in the Multan bowling attack, but Samin Gul as a pick is a very good pick. Like I like Samin Gul. He is a very good new ball option. He is probably a good backup in case they decide that maybe they don't want to play Osama Mir and they want to go pace heavy like Peshawar. Then he's a very good option to bowl with a new ball with Dani or anything. Obviously, that won't help their batting, but it's fine. So, but yeah, you're right there that maybe they could think about bringing back Roman or Soil Tanvir
Oh,
after that.
well, speaking of Roman, speak of the devil, he's been picked up by Islamabad United. So, a homecoming there for Roman Reis. That's a nice little story in there. He has taken 120 wickets in 110 matches, a 24 average. And Iman, if I look at Roman Reis' career, he started off really, really promising. And then only the real ones will remember his performance versus England in that Champions Trophy semi final, where I believe he got the wicket of, it might have been Johnny Bairstow or Jason Roy. Oh, well, Jason Roy was injured for that game. So I think it was Alex Hales actually that Roman Reis got out in that game. And, it's been a stop start career. He's been very, very unfortunate with respect to his injuries, but he's still fought back, made his way to the PSL yet again, and he's an experienced campaigner. And his change of pace, the variety and variations in his deliveries has been the hallmark of his bowling. So, what do you make of this pick? And do you think that Roman Reis has some gas left in the tank yet to impress us at the PSL?
Yeah, I think it's honestly really sweet. I'm maybe not gonna talk about his cricket as much. He's a decent cricketer. I think he's had a good comeback. I think the story that he's had with the injury and now coming back to Samad United is really sweet. And I think the way he was with Multan earlier this year, I remember this one time the Honey was struggling a little bit, and Rahman would go again and again and just talk to him, coach him through it. And I think that having someone like that on your side, whether on the field or off the field, is really important. And that's what's so heartwarming about PSL. Sorry for being a little emotional, but it's sweet. It's sweet to have people like him. And I'm glad that he's been picked. I actually was kind of afraid that he wouldn't get picked at all this year. So yeah, I'm happy for him.
Yeah, likewise. And, stalwarts like Roman Reis, it's great to see them being rewarded. And, of course, trust Rehanul Haq and Hassan Chima not to leave him out to dry. And I mean, I think that Islamabad United will definitely benefit from him, not just, on the field, because I'm not sure how much game time he will get, but definitely off the field because he has a lot of wisdom to share. And Saim, there's one person who we haven't seen picked up by Islamabad this year who's been a regular feature in there bowling attack, and that person has been Musa Khan. So do you think that any team would pick up Musa perhaps? And another guy who I can think of who was very regular in the PSL and I haven't seen him in any squad yet is Ilyas. So both Musa and Ilyas, not very tall, kind of skiddy, but quick off the surface. Do you think that one of these teams could do well to pick one of those guys up, or do you think they won't really make it to any team?
I think firstly, if we start looking at the teams which require fast bowling attack, like for let's start with Karachi, I think one of Ilyas and Musa could have been a decent option on the bench because it's not like all about the 3-4 pacers you play. It's a long tournament, and if you want to go deep in the tournament, you need to have good bench options like Lahore, Islamabad. Everyone's following that template, so maybe we could have Ilyas, one of Ilyas or Musa. Especially, I'd rather take Ilyas. He has played for us before, and I think in 1 or 2 games he was pretty good for us. So they can be good bench option. I'm not quite sure if any team will take the risk to start them because I think most of the teams have their 3 pacers or maybe 4 pacers, 3 pacers you can say set, and taking a risk like that, like playing someone like that who hasn't been in good form and who hasn't really had a good record in the PSL is a risk. So I'm not quite sure if any team would be ready to take that gamble. But obviously they are good bench options, so you could fill up the squad by taking those players. As they're local players, local young players, they can learn, and you can have your bench options as well.
Right. So Rayan, Multan have gone on to pick up Anwar Ali, and I think they had them in the previous season as well. He was part of their ranks, and we've seen this with Multan that they go with these lower order hitters who can bowl a few overs and are just like bit part players at best. I don't mean any disrespect to Anwar Ali. I think he was a generational talent when he appeared onto the scene, and we all remember that under 19 World Cup final. But it's been a long time since, and if you ask me now, Rayan, I would take Anwar Ali, the lower order hitter, over Anwar Ali, the bowler. So I would like to know your thoughts on this selection. And yeah, do you think he'll get a game, especially with the Bas Afridi in that team?
Yes, so I think so. Anwar Ali's been picked as a backup option in case things go south. I doubt he'll play. One potential way he could play is if Tim David is still available and they want to play all 3 of Russo, Miller, and David and Little. So then the place for Akil becomes less available. So they can play Anwar in that Akil position and then have Khushdil cover the left arm spin. So that's one way they could go initially if Tim David is available, but his availability seems to be very little. So, pun intended. but so I don't think so. He'll play a lot this season unless there's some injuries or something like that.
All right, and Multan Sultan's next silver pick might be Mohammad Sarwar Afridi over here, as I can see on the ticker. Any idea who that is, Rayan? Tell us a little bit about Mohammad Sarwar Afridi.
So Mohammad Sarwar Arfidi first came onto the scene in the Pakistan Cup last year. He was batting at number 4. He was the main run scorer for KP in the run to the final. And he's a pretty decent batsman in the KPL also. He opened the batting sometimes. He really clears his front leg and goes after the bowling, but he's not a natural hitter. He's more of like a proper batsman type thing. But he's a decent backup option to have if the Usman Khan idea doesn't work out for them. Then they can go like, okay, we'll go with Mohammad Sarwar Afridi instead. So that's an option. Also, he does bowl a bit of medium pace. It's not very threatening medium pace, but it seems to take wickets for some reason. I don't know whether it'll be that successful at PSL level, but it's a decent option to have, I guess.
Yeah, I guess all teams are kind of shoring up their resources at this point, just making sure that no real stone is left unturned and they have all bases covered, especially with respect to their bench strength. You mentioned the KPL, Rayan, and Iman. I want to talk to you about who I thought was the find of this year's KPL, Hassan Nawaz. And the way he was hitting the ball, it was just timed as sweetly as one could imagine. Surprised not to see him being picked at all because I thought he was quite a decent talent and I was expecting someone to grab him.
I thought you were gonna say someone like Asad Shafiq. And I didn't know if you were serious.
Asad Shafiq is playing well in the LPL, but no, I'm talking about Hassan Nawaz, who reminded me a bit about like the flair and follow through was very Yuvraj Singh esque.
Yeah, I don't know much about him. He was one of those people that on the TL you would see people hyping him and hyping Tayyab Tahir though,
Hmm.
and you were like really excited for these two picks. But yeah, it is strange now that you say it. But you know, supplementary still left, so who knows? He
Hmm?
might still get picked. But I think Anwar Ali's pick is really interesting. I agree with you. I think he's been picked as a lower order batter than a bowler. I remember when he did really well in the National T20 Cup. And then when I was watching Pakistan England live, there was a poster that said pick Anwar Ali for the World Cup.
That's
And it was a
hilarious.
dead serious poster, and it was a few rows down, and I thought that was hilarious. But yeah, he had a good run as a lower order batter, but again, I wouldn't pick him. But yeah, good for them.
Yeah, I mean, Quetta Gladiators fans will definitely be praising Anwar Ali because he has quite a few knocks for them right at the death. And I mean, you have a few of these bowlers now, or well, seam bowling all rounders who can really hit the ball. Anwar Ali is one of them. Amir Jamal, I haven't really seen him bat much, but he's supposed to be one of them. You have Fahim Ashraf, you have Amir Yamin, and basically, it seems like all teams have at least one of these guys. Do you think that Amir Yamin will actually get a game for Karachi Saim, or do you think that he'll just warm up the bench while the others play?
I think Amir Yamin had he in the previous domestic seasons he has played as a number seven or even at the even up in the order. So I think if Karachi want to play him, they should either play him. I don't think they will, but if they want to play him, they should play him.
I think
If
we've
not in the
lost
top
Sam. Oh,
seven,
there he is. No, 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 go for it.
if,
Sorry.
if not in the top seven, then I don't think they should play him because he's doing more well as a batter compared to how he's doing as a bowler. So I think it's a waste for him. Honestly, he could have gone played in some other franchise. He could have done well. He's been doing well. So I'm not quite sure why we kept him even when we won't really play him. And when we'll play him, we'll play him as a new ball bowler, and then he'll be sent like at number eight or number nine, which is not good for us. It's not good for him as well. So I'm not quite sure why we picked him.
Hmm.
I honestly wanted us to pick Asif Mahmood,
Why
who
you
played
retained
for.
him, not picked him? You retained
Yeah, sorry. I
him.
wanted us to pick Asif Mahmood. He played for Sindh in National T20. He picked a hat trick. He had a hat trick for them, and they qualified for the semi or the final. I'm not sure. And I honestly really like him. So I was thinking if we could pick him, he could give you the 4 overs. He could bat at number six or number seven or number eight. But I highly doubt they'll do that.
Right. So I think we might be done with the silver picks over here, Ryan, and we might be headed towards emerging. And I alluded to this earlier as well that we saw a lot of impressive youngsters play in the PJL. Basat Ali Mengal comes to mind. Arafat Minhas, of course, has been amazing for Pakistan's under 19 teams as well. And then you have Emil Khan, Shamail Hussain. And there was this one wicketkeeper as well. I forget his name, but he was playing really well. So can you shed some light on which young players do you expect will be picked up? And is one of those young players going to keep wicket for Lahore?
So I think Islamabad will probably take Mubassir back. Hassan Nawaz is probably going to be picked by someone. I have no idea who, but maybe Multana targeting him because he can be the number three then, and then he
Mhm.
can fulfill their emerging problem as well. Actually, they don't have an emerging problem. Hassanullah's emerging, but, so yeah. But yeah, and then there's Shabail Hussain who could be picked. There is a few people, Emil Khan, Abidullah in the PGL. Basically, these pacers are probably more likely to be picked than the batsmen because pacers don't really need development in that sense. You can just throw them in and they'll probably be fine. Batsmen do need development, and at 20 under 23 batsmen, it's really difficult to find people who are dependable enough to play regularly in a T20 PSL side. So I only really see Hassan Nawaz, who's going to be a proper pick batsman wise. There may be like guys like Basit Ali who may get picked, but the important part is that out of these six sides, three to four of them have already decided on their emerging picks. So only really Peshawar and what's the other side that I do? Yeah, Quetta. So
Hmm.
Peshawar and Quetta don't know who the emerging player is, so they're probably more desperate to see who they ideally want. Others like Lahore already have Zaman, uh, Multan already have Ehsanullah, and Karachi already have Qasim, and who's I forget. Islamabad probably have Mubassir. So in that sense, the only two real sides who've got skin in the game over here, and they would really want their ideal picks. So let's see if other people mess it up for them.
Right. I mean, we're all watching keenly, and Saim unfortunately has to leave us. So, Saim, before you leave, I'll give you the mic one last time for any final points you want to make. Of course, it was an absolute honor to have you over here with us on this show, and really thank you for enlightening us with your company. And a few of our viewers definitely were all praised for you in the comment section. So, clearly, you've built a bit of a fan base. So, yeah, any final thoughts, any final comments? Go for it.
I think thank you everyone for having me. All the people here were amazing, and I learned a lot of new things here. It was a really fun experience watching the draft, because if I was watching it alone, then I'd be just sitting in the corner depressed, because Karachi Kings really didn't have it good this time. But with you guys, it was a bit better. So yeah, thank you everyone. It was wonderful having you guys, talking to you guys about the draft, and hopefully all of you have a wonderful day.
All right, perfect. Well, you have a wonderful day as well. And here's to hoping that Karachi can prove everyone wrong and win a few games, maybe. At least fare better than last time around. And I mean, if they don't, we'll have great meme content. So we're not complaining either way. But yeah, thanks once again to Saim and Iman. Same question to you with respect to the emerging picks. Are there any players in particular that you have your eye on who you would love to see get picked by either franchise, really? Because we want the PSL to be a platform where these young players can come and express themselves and then go on to make a case for representing Pakistan in their senior 11.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't follow the PGL very closely, but there were a few standout names that everyone knew because videos of them smacking 50s with ease, and there was, I think, a century as well somewhere in there. And
Bassett,
then
yep.
the that new ball bowler, I don't remember his name, but there was that guy as well. So there's a lot of great names. I'm not the
Mhm.
best person to ask about this, to be honest. Uh,
Fair enough.
but I'll trust Ryan's expertise on
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, I believe Emil Khan was that bowler that you're talking about. Really, really impressive from
Yeah,
Madan. And Adil
yeah.
Nisar in the comment section has gone on to name that wicketkeeper that I was thinking about, the Madan Warriors wicketkeeper, Daud Nazar. Really, really impressive. So, yeah, I mean, was keeping a close eye on the PJL. And a bunch of these youngsters really impressed me. And Ryan, in particular, the unorthodoxy with which they played their cricket, which is very, very alien to Pakistan cricket as a whole. That was my favorite bit from the PJL, and I think it's a great initiative with respect to giving these kids exposure, having them work with top cricketers, especially Viv Richards. I mean, that's huge. So, do you think that this PSL will be a bit different, given that we're already acquainted with these young cricketers, and how many of them do you think will make the cut?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of PGL in general. I feel like it's a needless experiment we've done to suit someone's ego. But yeah, hopefully some guys benefit from it. So there's that.
Well, I spoke to the chairman recently, and I can assure you that he's a man with strong ideas. But if you talk to him in person, he's actually quite warm, quite down to earth, and you don't feel intimidated at all. But of course, everyone is entitled to their own opinion, and every single leadership has its pros and cons. And only time will tell if PJL is a fruitful venture or whether it goes kaput. So we will not know that just as yet. Karachi Kings emerging pick is in, and that is going to be Irfan Khan Niazi. So I've heard this guy's name before, and I'll have Rayan brush my memory as to what his skill set is.
Yeah, so I call this guy Youngster Niazi because, mashallah, say he's been playing under 19 cricket for the past 6 years. But uh, somehow he always manages to be under 19. No comment on how that happens, but anyway, he's a pretty good hard hitting batsman, like in the number six Asif Ali role type thing. So if Karachi do want to give up on Wade at number six, then he is an option at number six. But it is a lot of expectations of, well, younger person. So hopefully he'll be fine. I don't think expect him to regularly play though. He'll probably be on the bench.
Well, considering that you're saying that he's been playing under 19 cricket for 6 years, I'm not surprised that Karachi Kings was the team that went on to go and pick him. 26 seconds left for Peshawar Zalmi to get their emerging player. Zaid Babar wants Lahore Qalandars to pick Daud Nazar or Shahwez. Both are keepers, both played in the PJL, and both were impressive. And, Hasibullah Khan is another option, of course, as Adil Nisar points out. And it's really interesting that Lahore have left it this late, in order to pick a wicket keeper. But Peshawar have first dibs, or at least before them they do. And let's see that who they pick in their emerging category now. I have my eyes locked on the screen. I can see Mohammad Akram, and seems to be a bit of a delay. We've also lost Iman in the process. I wonder where she went. Hopefully she'll be back to join us soon enough. Ah, there she is.
Yeah,
There
I'm
she
here.
is. We still have Imam. Imam. Wow, we still have Imam. Sorry, Iman. We also still have Imam. And really fun question in the presser today, where someone was like, "Why don't you get picked for white ball teams?" And Imam says, "Well, I've been playing in the white ball team for 6 years in ODI cricket, and I don't really warrant a spot in the T20 team." So really great line of questioning in the pressers. Lovely, love to see it. Peshawar Zalmi are still hanging on to that pick. It's weird. Why have they not made it yet? I'm looking at the ticker again. Maybe they'll give it away, but no, nothing yet. Um, yeah, it seems like to be a bit. There seems like there's a bit of a delay over here, and
Yeah.
maybe they could do with a spinner, perhaps, because they only have Usman Qadir. So I'm thinking maybe that's the way to go for them, because their
Yeah,
batting looks
maybe
quite
Arab
stagnant.
Nawab or Faisal
Yeah.
Akram if they're taking of a
Uh,
spinner.
Uh huh.
Otherwise, they could go with any emerging fast bowler. They'll probably be fine.
It's going to be a lot of fast bowlers then. I feel like they have enough already. But then you were mentioning earlier that Mohammad Umar might be picked up as their emerging seamer. But no, based on Zaid Babar's comment, oh no, he's just wishing that they pick him, Aram Nawab. I thought that they had picked up Aram Nawab. So Zaid, be more explicit in your comments over here. Don't throw us off like that. Yeah, I mean, I have Akib Javed and Sameen Rana on my screen, and it says Peshawar Zalmi emerging. So I have no idea what's going on over here. Hopefully, that pick is revealed soon, because we're very keenly awaiting who they go for. And I like
Guys,
the layout this time.
I haven't watched a lot of drafts like fully, but it's
Mhm.
never been this chaotic, has it? In terms
It
of
has, it
like,
has. It's been worse actually. This is quite orderly. They
really?
just started late, but honestly, it hasn't been bad at all. Sufyan Mukim, no idea who is, but it says it's a bowler. Maybe Rayan can enlighten us, or if not, then we'll just have to move on. Rayan.
Yeah, I'm just gonna message Abdullah Bhai and ask him if he knows who is. He said,
Zed
"Oh
Zed
Babar
no."
saying,
says
He
left arm
said,
wrist
"Oh
spin,
no," right now.
Northern. Left arm wrist spin from Northern, Sufyan Mukim. Interesting. We did predict that they might go for a spinner. And a Chinaman is interesting, but one would think that, if they wanted to go for a Chinaman, maybe they could have gone for Faisal Akram, because he has a bit of PSL experience. He's been playing the national T20. He's bowled Pakistan in the nets. He's outfoxed Rizwan in the national T20. I believe that was his first T20 wicket. So I feel a bit, sad for Faisal Akram, because he's one of those players that I had earmarked to be a superstar in the future. And it's a tough trade. Left arm Chinaman bowling and leg spin in general, really hard to control. So yeah, I mean, it's a bit disappointing, but here's to hoping that Sufyan Mukim can make a bit of a mark. And yeah, I mean, we're at that point, I guess, Iman, in the draft where things are moving a bit slowly and all of the prime picks are taken. But I can assure you, from past experiences watching this thing, that this is way more orderly than it has been. I mean, the last time it was quite chaotic as well. And sometimes the breaks are also, haphazard. At least we're now getting a lot of consistency. But how has this experience been for you thus far? I mean, of course, coming here, talking to us, of course, and watching this draft live. I think we've lost Iman again. Oh,
can
no,
you hear?
she's back. Yeah, we can kind of hear you. You're cutting
Can you
in the
hear me?
middle. Yeah, I think you might
Uh,
have to rejoin, because there's a bit of hindrance in perhaps the internet or the network. Oh, you seem to be all right now, so go for it. Adil Nisar, in the meantime, says that I heard Zishan Zamir is injured for more than a year now. Yeah, I mean, the last I saw of him was when he got Babar Azam out and then he pulled up very next delivery. Rian, do you have any update on Zishan Zamir? Because he's definitely one for the future, and I really liked his bowling action as well.
Yeah, Zishan is like at the same level talent in terms of like since under 19. Unfortunately, he's also Naseem level injury prone,
Hmm.
so we'll have to. He has a few back problems in general, and yeah, he was named in the Sin squad for the national T20, but didn't play a single game because he was injured then as well. So I don't know. Maybe his body will just have to catch up with him, and eventually, it takes around 2022. His body's developing enough that it can
Mhm.
hold the strain of fast bowling. Until then, we'll just maybe have to wait.
Well, Islamabad United have definitely thrown their weight behind him because Zishan Zamir is their emerging pick. Iman, my original question to you was that how are you enjoying this first time experience of watching the draft right till the end? And then also go on to tell us that how impressed were you with Zishan Zamir, especially when he got Babar Azam out in that last PSL, unfortunately pulled up right after. But that was very much a moment of the PSL 7 for me.
That was a beautiful delivery as well. I thought that it was really, really painful. I think just seeing a bowler, especially a fast bowler, because I quite like them a lot, seeing them kind of hold their back or hold their arm or even start limping, or even when Naseem fell with his cramps, it's a very painful moment. Uh, but that was a beautiful delivery. It's sad that we didn't get to see more of him that season. I hope that he comes back and we see more of him this time. But it's nice of Islamabad United to pick him. And they're such a nice franchise. Look at them. They pick all the nice guys. They got Rahman back. They pick Zishan again. But yeah, but the experience this time has been interesting. I am a little bit confused about this whole ticker business. Why it keeps revealing the picks. I don't know why Zainab as well. She's a great host, but I'm not sure why she's talking when they're supposed to be announcing picks and asking questions at that time. So I definitely think there's work to be done, and you would think 8 seasons on we would have sorted this out, but yeah, it's the PSL, so it's
Yeah, and it wouldn't
the
be Pakistan if everything was in order anyway. You know, there has to be a bit of haphazard stuff going on. And Rian, Abdul Wahid Bangalzai has been picked up by Quetta once again as their emerging pick, of course. Son of the soil, he does hail from Balochistan. And, you know, it would be great to see Hasibullah picked as well by Quetta because we want to see more and more kids from Balochistan feature for their, premier team in the PSL. And do you think that Abdul Wahid Bangalzai could get more game time this year, especially up top in the top order, or will he just have to wait his turn given that there's so many other players who are more experienced than him and are also more pedigreed than him?
Yeah, so basically, Bangalzai is the only emerging player in the squad currently. So it'll be important to. He'll probably start for them unless they pick up another emerging player or emerging pacer to partner Naseem and Asnan. So then maybe he'll be outside the squad. But if he remains the only emerging player batsman, then he's probably going to play, and it'll be good to see. He'll probably play at number three, which means that France will slide down to number four and Nawaz at
Hmm.
five, and then so on like that. But otherwise, it's a very good pick. He's a decent batsman. Again, that's always the point with these younger batsmen. They're not exactly developed for T20 cricket at this point in time, so you always have to kind of carry them a bit. But he's a decent enough anchor. Like he performed well in the Pakistan Cup last time, so he can
Hmm.
definitely rotate strike and all of that. And he's got a decent power game as well.
Yeah, it's interesting because I've seen him rotate strike well, and then in the Qaeda Azam Trophy, sometimes he comes out in all-out attacks. But in T20s in particular, I feel like sometimes his strike rate does lag behind, and he's obviously very, very young right now, so he'll only get better with time. And Abdul Wahid Bangalzai is, along with Asibullah Khan, the future of Balochistan cricket. And we haven't seen anyone pick up Bismillah this time around, so I guess the next generation of Balochi cricketers is coming in. Lahore's emerging pick is hopefully a wicket keeper. It's got to be one of Hasibullah, Daud Nazar, or Shahwez. And some people in the comments are saying that Shahwez it is. So he would have actually been third choice for me. I would have gone for one of Hasibullah, Daud Nazar, Rayan. So do you think they've gone for the right man?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe they want like Chavez is more middle order based, so like they want
Mhm.
the wicketkeeper who bats in the middle order, so that's why they've gone with Chavez. Otherwise, I think so. Lahore maybe, yeah, they really should have thought this wicketkeeper situation better. True, but what can we do now?
Right. Iman, how are we feeling as a Lahore Qalandars supporter after pretty much the entire draft picks are done for Lahore, other than supplementary, of course?
I think having him as a backup wicketkeeper would have been great. I think the fact that he's going from playing the under 19 league to playing for the PSL, most likely, of course, who else is going to keep unless we do something in supplementary that I don't know. Is a big jump, but good for him. I guess he's Lahore now, so I have to support him. I'm happy for him. Um, yeah, I really hope we have another keeper in the cards, though. I'm happy for him, but he doesn't need to play every game.
Yeah, perhaps Lahore picks up one of the foreign keepers in their supplementary picks, and you never know. I'm not sure if Phil Salt has been considered at all this year because he had been featuring quite regularly in the PSL prior to that, Rayan. And he was, not extremely successful for Lahore, but there were times when he gave them starts. Do you think that they should have hung on to him? Is that going to be a lapse that might cost Lahore in the tournament?
Yeah, I mean, like generally, Lahore's batting quality seems to be a bit lacking at this point in time. Maybe they'll recover it in supplementary. Like in supplementary, you can pick diamond level players if you want. So maybe they'll recover it there.
Yeah, I mean, all eyes on those supplementary picks. Of course, Islamabad United is announcing their next emerging pick. I think this will be Mubassir Khan, and he has good reason to be that pick as well. A player of the tournament in the last two Qaeda Azam trophies, if I'm not wrong, scores runs, fields really well, and also balls handy off spin to go with that. Have you caught a bit of Mubassir, Iman? And if so, what do you make of him as a cricketer?
Oh, he's quite good. I mean, I like him as a young one. Again, not too well versed in the young ones, but if he's a name that I know and he is, that means he's good.
Yeah, I
But yeah,
mean,
I'm someone saying in the comments that we're gonna pick Dunk as our
as a
wicketkeeper. Sorry, I'm
supplementary
very
pick.
Lahore obsessed. But no, please, no, thank you.
Oh, surprise, surprise. Mubassir Khan is not the emerging pick for Islamabad United. In fact, it's Hassan Nawaz, who we were talking about earlier, the dashing KPL batter. And that's very heartening to see. And I love the fact, Rayan, that a player like him is going to Islamabad where he will be nurtured properly. Well, he would be given that license to go out there and express himself and thrill the crowds. And this is a very big development. What do you think about this pick by Islamabad?
Yeah, funny that actually basically Hassan Chima came in a space after the KPL, and everybody was asking that, hey, what do you think of Hassan Nawaz? He was like, yeah, actually we wanted Shadab told me about him like a few months ago, and we were gonna like sneak attack with this pick. We were gonna be like, nobody knows about him. We're just gonna take him, and we're gonna be like, oh, he's really good. But now he went and played in the KPL, and now everybody knows about him. So हमारी वो sneak attack value चली गई है. But yeah, they still got him, so I guess it didn't affect him.
यार बड़ी एक मजे की बात ये है और इस्लामाबाद यूनाइटेड देव ऑलवेज बिन नोन कि ये जो छोटे यंगस्टर्स हैं इमर्जिंग प्लेयर्स हैं इनको मौका देते हैं शदाब खान हैज मेड अ करियर ऑफ कोर्स एंड मोहम्मद वसीम जूनियर एक और ऐसे प्लेयर हैं जिनने आगे जाकर पाकिस्तान के लिए नुमाइंदगी की सो विद रिस्पेक्ट टू बोथ ऑफ दीज गाइज you've got Hassan Nawaz and you've got Zishan Zamir. Is this like the perfect platform for them to go on and make their case to play for Pakistan in the future? Of course, it's of course very, very early days for both of them. मगर क्या आपको लगता है, Iman, I'll ask you this one, that both of these players could potentially go on and represent Pakistan in the future?
Yeah, no, 100%. That's the main purpose of PSL is to kind of show what you're made of and kind of if you perform on that level and then you're shoo in for the national team. I mean, we saw it this year as well. Our picks for the World Cup were based on PSL performances just because we didn't play a lot of cricket other than that if you don't count the Asia Cup. And yeah, I think that Islamabad is a team that really cares about nurturing talent, like I said earlier as well.
Hmm.
So when you have a young pick, if you are a young player that's been spotted by Shadab Khan or Hassan Chima and you get picked by them, you know you're gonna have a good career, and that's why you have to love Islamabad United even when you hate them.
Absolutely. And as per Zaid Babar from the comments, he says that Islamabad United has some kind of record that every emerging player of theirs has played for Pakistan. So let's hope that that same sort of run extends to both Zishan Zamir and Hassan Nawaz. There was a pick in between. Hasibullah has been picked up by Peshawar Zalmi. Really happy for him, Rayan, because I think he has enough performances in his kitty to kind of get that PSL contract. And it should be really helpful for him to pick the brains of Mohammad Haris, someone who was in Hasibullah's shoes not too long ago, and learn from him and maybe emulate his success to go on and play for Pakistan someday.
Yeah, it's a pretty good pick from them. Hasibullah is definitely, like I've talked about it before, but he is a different prospect. And if the plan with Syme doesn't go to plan, then he's a pretty decent backup to have.
Mhm.
So that's good, but that probably means that I don't really see him playing regularly. So that probably means that Sufyan Mukim, who got picked up in the earlier round, is probably the emerging player for the season. So
Mhm.
that will be interesting. I asked Abdullah Bhai if he could bat, and he hasn't made a single run in second 11 cricket as of now. So no, he cannot bat, but he's a pretty decent bowler, and he's been taking second 11 wickets a lot, so should be fine. He'll probably be sharing the bowling load with Saib, so pretty good, yeah.
Interesting, and we've seen this before with Peshawar Zalmi when they picked Abrar back in the day, and Abrar didn't really feature for them a lot, but in the few games that he did make an impression. So maybe Sufyan Mukim can kind of emulate him and go on to make his case, and then maybe a few seasons later we'll see Sufyan Mukim completely killing it in the Qaeda Azam Trophy, taking 45 odd wickets in 7 games, and then not being picked by Pakistan ahead of a spinner, behind a spinner who has been with the team long and longer. Who knows? History might repeat itself. But Queta's emerging pick is almost announced over here. I'm going to try to look at the ticker if there's some clues over here. Uh, Adil Nisar in the comment section has informed us that that pick is Emil Khan. And that is very interesting because now you're looking at a bowling
Nice.
attack which is extremely pacey and very young. And yeah, it'll definitely keep a lot of batters on their toes. You've got Naseem Shah, Mohammad Hasnain, and now you have Emil Khan from Mardan, from the PJL. Rayan, anything that you want to say? I think for me personally, Emil was the most impressive pacer on show in that entire tournament.
Yeah, that's a really good pick. I really like the makeup of their side now. If Emil starts and Bangalzai doesn't, no offense to Bangalzai, but Emil with Naseeb and Emil opening the bowling, and then Hasnan as third pacer, Hasaranga to as the fourth guy, and Odin Smith and Nawaz to share
Hmm.
Nawaz and Iftikhar to share the fifth bowler's load, and you still got Hasaranga batting at number 8. That's a really good side, and
That
I
is.
don't know how they could mess this up now. Yeah.
Absolutely looking like a top four side to me. What about you, Iman? First, I want to know whether or not you think that Quetta is looking like a good squad. And secondly, just a more general question for you. We've seen in the past, with the emerging category players, of course, they only remain emerging up until a certain point. So, as good as this rule is to promote new talent, does it also work against them? Because all of a sudden, you lose out on players who you've seen for a few seasons and then they're not good enough to be non emerging players and then they just fall off the radar. So, as like from theoretically, do you think that this science works in the favor of players careers, or is it like a double-edged sword?
I think on the Quetta question, I agree with Rayan. I think this is a really good bowling attack. Uh, and someone in the comments was saying that they need an experienced pacer, which I don't think they do because the last time they went for experienced pacers, they ended up with Mohammad Irfan and Sunil Tanvir types. I think this is an upgrade of epic proportions for them. Um, and I think that Naseem offers that kind of the brains and a little bit of experience. I might give him too much credit, but I think he deserves it. And I think that I'm really excited to see what they're gonna do. And I'm glad that I already said that I was looking forward to seeing what Quetta would do in PSL, because now I won't seem like a glory hunter. But yeah, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I feel like the emerging rule makes sense. The You might think the pathway isn't perfect. Okay, why are we not converting all emerging players into like starters for higher level, like silver, gold picks, diamond picks, etc. But I don't know. I don't know a lot of details for it, but it makes sense to me. I guess Ryan would be a better person to ask, because it's a very grassroots specific question. But yeah, I think it makes sense to me. It is. I am a little confused though. Why do we see players like Qasim Akram still as emerging picks? He is an emerging
I
player, right?
believe, and Ryan can confirm this, is that you have to play a certain amount of games as an emerging player to move on to the next level. Basically, not
Okay.
being considered as an emerging player. But we'll get back to that. Peshawar Zalmi have picked up Jimmy Neesham, which I think is a fantastic pick. A great all-round option, both with bat and ball. He was always really, really impressive for New Zealand, and I think he lost a few years in international cricket just because New Zealand were rating Corey Anderson higher than him. And this is really promising because now they have a stacked batting or hitting 11, minus Babar, of course, who's going to be that anchor up top. Rayan, do you think this is a good pick? And how excited are you to witness Jimmy Neesham's tweets when it comes to the PSL this year?
So, yeah, yeah, sorry. Nisham, I don't really rate him that much as a batsman. I think in bowlers he's not that good as a bowler either. But he's a very good backup option for them to have when they've got Rutherford. And if Rutherford's or Powell's form isn't that, or if they're unavailable, then Nisham is a decent backup option to have. And he provides more bowling cover than they do. Obviously, not like 4 overs bowling cover necessary, but a decent 1 or 2 overs bowler. So in that sense, he's a very good supplementary pick, like what you would expect in a supplementary. So that's a pretty good start for them.
What about you, Iman? Are you a fan of Jimmy Neesham? I think I am, because back in 2019, I was watching Pakistan versus New Zealand at Edgbaston, and we had them under the wraps, 6 down, and New Zealand weren't looking too good. But then Colin de Grandhomme and James Neesham literally took their score to like 240 odd, which then Babar Azam chased down, not out, scored 100, one of the best days of my life. So definitely Babar's as well. Do you rate Jimmy Neesham, and do you think that Peshawar have done well to acquire his services?
Again, I think he's an upgrade from last year. Who's that white guy? I don't remember his name, but he's definitely an upgrade. I don't rate him that highly. I don't like
I
start
think Ben
shaking my
Cutting. Ben
boots.
Cutting was playing for
Yeah,
Peshawar Zalmi. Yeah.
yeah. I think he's an upgrade for sure. I don't rate him that highly. I wasn't too worried when he came out to bat in the Tri Series or ever, to be honest. I don't think he's gonna smack for long. He's gonna hit a couple of sixes and then get out. But yeah, like again, like Ryan said, it's supplementary picks. It's a good pick. It's a decent one. Why not? If Jimmy Neesham is available, then have him on. He's hilarious as well. So a bit of
Yeah.
personality never hurt anyone.
Yeah, I love those interviews that come out of that camp in Peshawar Zalmi. And big news, Rayan. Multan's supplementary pick is someone who I think will definitely start for them. They've picked up Adil Rashid. And that is immense because Adil has experience working with Mushtaq Ahmed and Andy Flower, if I'm not wrong. So he has worked with both of those guys, is very experienced, was one of the men of that T20 final, bowled that, maiden over wicket. That was a maiden wicket over, really. And he really changed the course of that game in that final. Got Babar Azam out as well. And Adil Rashid has so much experience. He has a wealth of experience to offer. And not many Pakistanis can pick up his googly. So do you think that this really puts Multan at the forefront? Is this the sort of pick that they were waiting for, Rayan?
So Adil is probably like option in the sense that they could go with. As of now, I have them as Akil at number 7 and Osama Mir at number 8.
Hmm.
But they could flip that and go like Adil at number 8 and then Anwar Ali at number 7 with Khushtil to provide the left arm spin. So that's two ways they could go about it. Either way, the batting is covered and they get leg spin. Obviously, Adil is a higher quality of leg spin than Osama Mir. and Anwar Ali as a decent number 7 and pace option. But since they picked Akil earlier, I think they'll start with Akil, and Adil is probably going to sit on the bench
Hmm.
until they decide otherwise. Other option is that maybe Josh Little does not start, but again he got picked earlier, so he probably does start until they decide otherwise. So I think he'll be a bench option for now, but he's definitely again like Nisham a really good option to have on the bench.
Adil Nisar says that all three leading leg spinners in the world are playing PSL. Rashid Khan, Adil Rashid, and Hasaranga. I wish Adam Zampa was in the offing as well. I think he's really, really underrated. Zobby, and would have loved to, see him brew his coffee in Pakistan during the PSL. That would have made for some great content. Now we're headed towards Quetta Gladiators supplementary pick. I can see that Zainab is moving towards the Karachi camp, weirdly enough. So might be a lapse in transmission. I'm not too sure. And this is going to be really interesting because Quetta have already done really, really well as far as their draft picks are concerned. So, who are they going to go with next is the big question on everyone's lips. And yeah, seems like there's going to be a bit of delay with respect to this. Um, what were we talking about now? Completely left my head. Adil Rashid, yeah. So, Iman, would you like to add anything with respect to the experienced England leg spinner?
Um, the final aside, I don't rate him that highly. In
Hmm.
fact, I mean he's a great guy. Okay, I don't mean any disrespect, but I thought the hype after the final was a little weird because were people not watching him bowl before that day? Was I watching a completely different player before this? He's a decent bowler, he is, and he was great at one point, but he's not the leading leg spinner, not top three, not maybe top four, just because there's a bit of a lacking of great leg spinners, maybe, but only because England tax. Okay, everyone out of England is just great, just by virtue of being an
I
English
think
player.
Zappa's probably better, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would
Yeah, yeah,
probably rate Zampa ahead of him. But then again, I do think that Adil Rashid has gone from being a mediocre cricketer to a very respected, genuinely good leg spinner. I wouldn't call him a great of the game, but I will call him
yeah.
like a very, very good player. And I think that Adil Rashid of today, he definitely earns a spot in the top five leg spinners in the world. And he's gotten Kohli out a few times, but then so has Zampa. So there's that. And yeah, there's a bit of a delay over here. I haven't seen Quetta announce their supplementary pick. And these guys need to realize that it's 9:09 p.m. I had to go to a dance practice and stuff. I have a life, but I've been in front of this computer for 4 hours and I have a flight to Karachi in the morning as well. So let's see how my day shapes up. But anyway, Nadeem Umar has, big one. Martin Guptill has been announced as Quetta Gladiators supplementary pick. This is huge. So imagine Guptill and Jason Roy opening the batting for Quetta. How much does that excite you, Rayan? I think we've
Oh
lost
wait, I think you're
Rayan's
muted.
No,
audio.
sorry,
Oh,
my
there he is.
mute button was hidden. Anyway, no, not exciting at all. I don't
Not
want
exciting at
Guptill.
all.
Nah, man,
You
Guptill's
think
washed.
Martin
Sorry.
Guptill is past his prime and has nothing to offer on the batting friendly surfaces of Pakistan? All right, then. A scathing review there by Rayan. Iman, would you agree with him? You guys don't really rate any players, do you? Every player I bring to you, and you guys are like, yeah, well, I don't rate him too much. Is there someone who you guys do rate? Please enlighten
I
us.
do. I rate players, but the thing is, my ratings. I wouldn't trust them as much as Ryan, but I will say Ryan is a very harsh critic. I will.
Hmm.
Ryan, that's a very good question. I think someone in the comments also asked, "Who do you like?"
Hmm. Adam Zampa,
All right.
clearly.
Zampa's very good though. Like no, but like people like McDermott and stuff are better than Guptill. I don't know whether McDermott was even available for this job, but like generally, like that's just name value that Guptill's got picked up on.
Hmm.
But okay, whatever. I mean, it's a supplementary pick. He's gonna sit on the bench. Who
I mean,
cares?
the guy has three toes, Ryan. He's built a career out of it, not even having a full set of toes, and you're going on to say that you don't rate him. The man has the quickest double hundred in ODI cricket, but then you do have an argument of whether or not Raptil is past his prime. Of course, he does not
Yeah.
start for New Zealand either, and Finn Allen starts for him. But I wouldn't be surprised to see him start for Quetta, because I do feel like, they might opt for him because of that big name value. But then again, Iman, would you say that Will Smith is better suited to open with Jason Roy?
Oh, I really like Smead. I think anyone who
Hmm.
doesn't rate Smead right now isn't watching cricket. He's been doing outside of PSL as well. He's been doing really well. I think he's a natural opener to come. Yeah, I think the name value with Guptill played a role in this, but I am just confused why they have so many top order bats. But yeah, like I mean,
Hmm.
they didn't need him. I don't think. What's he gonna do on the bench?
Some interesting comments coming in here from our viewers that Sarfaraz Ahmed is going to be playing with Martin Guptill. And we all remember that little kerfuffle that they had on the field some years ago, which to me was quite comical. And I think Guptill also found it really funny. And Sarfaraz was just in his zone at that point, I feel. And that was fun to watch. I like a little bit of flavor in cricket, that's for sure. But who do we have over here next? They do not have anything on the screen, so we're not quite sure who the supplementary pick will be next. And there's a bit of maybe Lahore. I see Damada Must at the back in the screen, but we'll see. Yeah, Lahore Qalandars supplementary pick in 75 seconds from now. So there is some time. What about you, Rayan? Do you think that Will Smead will get like to play all games this season, because he was very, very impressive for Quetta last season, and in fact I think he got very wrongly dropped when James Vince came onto the scene, and he should have been given an extended run. What do you say?
Yeah, I think he played most of the games last season. Vince was at number three, but he's a very good talent, and definitely England rate him a lot, and Quetta do as well. And the fact that they've got him in silver or gold is steel, and he'll probably start with them, open with Roy, and then Safraz at three, Nawaz at four. It's a pretty
Mhm.
good batting lineup that like shaping up, and let's see how it goes for them. I mean, I don't know how they can mess it up. Otherwise, like apart from like playing an extra batsman too many, I don't really see how they can mess it up.
Hmm. So Ahmed Mujtaba says that Peshawar Zalmi have skipped their turn. I'm not sure how that works, and I couldn't quite make out from the stream that I'm watching what happened over there. But maybe Peshawar did skip their turn. Not sure. Anyway, Zaid Babar has a question for you, Rayan. And yeah, Zaid also tells us the supplementary picks aren't compulsory, so maybe that's why Peshawar have gone and done that. But he asks you, Zaid, that what are your thoughts on Hassan Khan? So we were alluding to this earlier as well. I mentioned how a lot of cricketers who are in the emerging category early on, their careers kind of get derailed later. And Hassan Khan seems to be one of those who was quite handy with the ball and with the bat as well. And we all remember his embrace with Kevin Peterson in the earlier seasons. And it really did seem like back in the day that something would come out from his career. And he was the captain of Pakistan's under 19 team as well. So your thoughts on Hassan Khan, Rayan?
Yes, I really rate Hassan. I really rated his batting a lot more a year ago than now. I feel he's disappointed me a bit with the bat generally. Like he should be getting those 50s and 60s. Usually just gets 20s and gets out, which is a bit disappointing. I really do rate the way he bats, and his national T20 Cup around 2021-20 was very good, and he was performing that lower order role that not many players can pull off. So I and his bowling, with spinners, especially conventional spinners, it does take them a while to learn the trade, and he's bowling pretty well these days. But as a left-arm spinner, you need your batting to carry you in limited overs. You can't be a purely left-arm spinner. You'll barely get picked in anything. So you really need to bring your batting to the fore, and he hasn't brought his batting to that level that
Mm-hmm.
he demands selection, which is a bit disappointing. But he has plenty of time. He can figure it out if he wants.
So apparently, Lahore Qalandars have picked up Jordan Cox, if I'm not wrong, and I'm not too well versed with this cricketer, so I'll let you guys take over if you guys know what his skill set is. Someone is asking if Jordan is a keeper. Well, Lahore fans better hope that he is. But yeah, I mean, oh, he is a keeper. Is that what the nod of your heads mean?
Yeah, he is, he is.
All right, go for it, Iman. Tell us about Jordan.
I don't know a lot about him. I am in this Lahore Qalandars group chat, and we were freaking out about not having a wicketkeeper, and this was one of the names that was put up when we were discussing supplementary picks. So I'm thrilled. Someone out there that I trust rates him, and he's been selected for us. And I was just reading his Cricinfo bio, and it sounds promising. He's clearly a match winner, and he's young. He's
All
22,
right,
so
that's good.
some young blood in Lahore is great, and he'll
Maybe he's
probably
the
be
next
starting as
Harry
well.
Brook with respect to Lahore
Yeah, who
Qalandars
knows? Who
sucking
knows?
out talented youngsters. Big pick for Islamabad United in the supplementary picks. Moeen Ali has been picked, so that really makes. I mean, I don't know. Opposition fans should really be scared now because Islamabad have gone extremely batting heavy once again, and if Moeen Ali is coming in at like 5 or 6, then they must bat really deep. And Moeen has been in the form of his life really, and was really in good touch when he toured Pakistan earlier this year. So he has an idea of the surfaces over here, and seems like there's a bit of bromance between him and Shadab Khan as well, based on all the content that we've been seeing. So good pick, Rayan. Probably the pick of the night as far as supplementary picks are concerned.
Yeah, Moeen is a potential starter pick, and he could really be. And like his bowling is very decent. Obviously, it's off spin, so it's never going to provide you 4 overs. But he's a very decent matchup bowler, and maybe that's why they haven't gone for Mubasser. Because if Moeen's providing the off spin, then you don't need a Mubasser to provide the off spin. So it's a really good pick. I think Islamabad have had a pretty good draft this time. Maybe they would have had like one more quality pacer, but maybe like the guy like Reece Topley wasn't exactly available, or his availability was limited. So then you can go like, okay. But otherwise, I think so. Islamabad have had a top class draft. I think this Jordan Cox pick has definitely saved Lahore some blushes. Like he should definitely start for them, and he will be good. I think he's a pretty decent player. I think he was playing for either the Oval Invincibles. I think it was in the 100, and he did pretty well
Yeah.
for them there. Yeah, so he's good. He'll be fine. Yeah.
All right. So we'll only have to wait to see if Jordan Cox can make the cut. And we've seen a bunch of English players, perform their trade in the PSL and go on to represent England. David Malan and Harry Brook come to mind most recently, yes, for sure. And yeah, there seems to be a little bit of a delay once again. We're seeing some official over here talk while it says that Quetta's pick is in, but we aren't made aware of it yet. It is their second supplementary pick. And I think that will wrap up proceedings for Quetta Gladiators. And I think the ticker has notified us that that pick is Umaid Asif. So they've gone for some experience to shore up the bowling. And Umaid, of course, has played so many PSLs. He's
Nah,
represented
they
so many
already picked a bed
franchises.
earlier. Yeah.
Oh, Umaid, they
They,
had picked up earlier. My bad then. Then we are still yet to see who Quetta have picked. But Umaid, though, I don't see him getting a game with that bowling lineup. You've got Naseem, you've got Hasnain, you've got Emil Khan, who'll definitely be. I think he'll be playing as your emerging player. So yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see what direction they take. Naveen ul Haq is also there, so I wonder if Umaid will get a game over here. So still no pick yet, and the draft has been going on for 4 hours and 20 minutes now, so it's been quite a while. I do believe that the last time we were here, it did not last this long, so maybe they've stuck it out with some more additional content for our viewers. Ahmed Mujtaba says, where is Pakistan's best batsman Ahmed Shehzad? I don't think Ahmed Shehzad got a contract last season as well, Rayan, right? Yeah, he's toast. He's yesterday's opener. So Pakistan need to move on. And no disrespect to Ahmed Shahzad, there are a lot of cricketers who I actually respect him more than, because at least he never, spot fixed or something like that. He was just mediocre. And that is at least forgivable in my eyes. But yeah, Pakistan are definitely on the move now with respect to churning out new talent and giving them more game time. And Ahmed Shahzad has had his fair share of opportunities, and he had the time, like his time, to make it work, and unfortunately he couldn't. You guys have any comments on Pakistan's opener who fell from grace?
I don't have a comment, but I want to share something.
Sure.
Sohaib Maqsood has just tweeted, "That's how you respect your own players. You'd respect for Team Quetta for not letting Naseem Shah go anywhere at any cost." Which
Oh,
is,
shots are fired.
yeah.
Wow.
Oh,
Trust Sohaib Maqsood to never mince any words on Twitter, but this one I did not see coming, because I thought he got
yeah, I
along
didn't
really well with
either.
Multan. Thought he got along really
Yeah,
well.
Multan is your token wholesome team.
Hmm.
So,
Well,
mm,
Heather Azar is also known not to mince any words on Twitter, so I'm glad. I'm
true.
I'm very keen to see how this plays out. Omer bin Yusuf is Quetta's next supplementary pick, a very prodigious young batsman for Sindh, I believe, in the Qaeda Azam Trophy as well. So, what do you have to tell us about Omer bin Yusuf, Rayan? You've been following his career very closely.
Yeah, so he's pretty good. He's actually more proficient against pace as opposed to most Sin batsmen. They're more proficient against spin, but he's a guy who plays pace quite well. So, and he's probably competing with Bangalzai for that number three spot if Quetta open it up. Although I don't think so, they will. I think probably Amal Khan will start for them as the third pacer. So then the number three spot of the emerging spot doesn't really come into play. But if they were to open up that spot, it'll be between him and Bangalzai. So it's good for him, but I don't see him really playing again. So yeah.
Is Umair bin Yusuf the sort of cricketer who could take to T20 cricket? Because I know he plays the other two formats well, but is this his format?
So he played in the National T20 Cup
Mhm.
uh, this year, and he was pretty good. He had a strike rate of around 137 or
Okay.
so, his average 40. So, yeah, and he was pretty crucial for Sindh at that number three role. So, he's a decent enough batsman, but obviously not like explosive or anything like
Okay.
that. Like, you'd be like, oh, I need to pick this guy in my T20 team for sure. But, he's like serviceable if you need him to do something.
Understood. And Iman Karachi have their supplementary pick. It's the Brace Shamsi, someone who we were discussing earlier. And that definitely, now Karachi have both those South African spinners. One is a Chinaman and one is a traditional left arm, traditional leg spinner. And that partnership might just work for Karachi, and you need to have good spin bowling resources to cause a dent in other teams' armory in the PSL. Do you think this is a good pick finally by Karachi?
Yeah, I think it's a decent pick. It's just interesting how they have not picked any young player, or maybe like just a one young player. I mean, the Rays also a 33 type, 32 ऐसा कुछ होगा.
Not the fittest guy
Um,
around.
yeah, but he's a great player. I mean,
Hmm.
not great. I feel like I should stop throwing the word around because people in cricket didn't turn to take great as all-time great.
Mhm.
No, I don't mean that. He's a fine player. He's okay. I don't rate him that highly, to be honest. But he did make fools of us on that one tour with the whole shoe as well. But yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
the
know.
shoe
I
was quite popular.
The Karachi picks this time have been weird, confusing. They've got a side. They can field the playing 11. They will not win matches. That's it.
There's a question from one of the viewers who says, "Why isn't Pakistan producing good quality spinners?" Well, Zafar Gohar is someone I rate really highly, Adil Nisar, and I think he is really hard done by. Not just to miss out on Pakistan selection, but also I haven't seen him in this draft at all. Maybe Islamabad have retained him. Maybe Rian can brush my memory, but he definitely deserves to be here. And apart from that, you've seen what Abrar can do. Barring these two, yes, I do think that there is a dearth of spin bowling quality in Pakistan, but you've got these two guys and you can milk them because they're quite young. Zafar is also under 30, Abrar is just 24. And yeah, what about you guys? Do you think that these two guys are good enough to hold that baton for Pakistan spin bowling resources?
Yeah, as far as Zafar not being retained in T20s, Asma Zafar is more vulnerable to being hit by left-handers
Mhm.
than other left-arm spinners. He doesn't have that kind of, which is good for his first-class skills because he's more of an attacking bowler. He'll flight the ball up and more, so that's good in first-class cricket. But in T20 cricket, it means that you get canned. So, and his batting is not the level that like he's a decent batsman, but he's not an explosive batsman, which is probably what you require of your left arm spinner at number seven or eight. So that's
Right.
the reason he's kind of down the pecking order in limited overs go, but obviously he should be in the test side,
Mhm.
and it's absolutely ridiculous that he isn't.
Right. So Iman, Lahore have made their second supplementary pick. It's Jalat Khan. And as per Samin Rana, he's left arm Malinga. So they have the right arm Malinga, they have a left arm Malinga. और यार ये लाहौर कलंदर्स का क्या सीन होता है, इनने हमेशा ना कोई अनोखी चीज जाकर पकड़नी होती है कि ये जी दुनिया का सबसे लंबा ऑफ स्पिनर है, ये हमारी टीम में खेल रहा है, ये मुंह से आग निकालने वाला लेग स्पिनर है, ये लेफ्ट हैंडेड मलिंगा है. हमेशा मुझे लगता है ये ना they pluck these guys out of thin air, and it's become a very Lahore Qalandar thing to have cricketers who are very very unique play for their franchise.
And literally, sare
Yeah.
bowlers there. They've got like 4 bowlers already who are gonna play every game. So what's even the point?
Yeah.
Like side attraction lagi हुई है, nets में जाके देख ले.
Hmm.
I think 9 or 8 bowling options. I'm trying to count them really fast from what I'm remembering. But itne to hai, like jitna mujhe pata hai. And I don't know a lot, so maybe there are even more. But yeah, no, I was furiously trying to Google, did not come up with anything on Google, by the way. This meme showed up. I assume there's someone else named Jalad Khan who's famous for something. But no, I'm honestly, it's nice to be part of a franchise that's very like rooted in picking like unique bowlers and then giving them a platform to learn from the best and all that stuff. That's cool. But yeah, when we need backups, I mean, he's never going
Speaking
to
of
start, but when we need backups.
Yeah, and speaking of giving opportunities to youngsters and players, especially who belong to that particular area, Arafat Minhas, the Multani boy, has been picked up by Multan Sultans. I'm really really happy that Arafat has gotten a gig over here because no one really deserved it more than him. I think he was the player of the PGL for me. And another guy who I'm actually surprised not to be picked up is Basit Ali Mengal, who was playing for Bahawalpur. I thought he was really good and deserved to be picked up. But good to see that Arafat has been picked up, Rayan, and Haider Azhar, of course, coming good on the whole, staying true to your roots brand after letting Suhaib Maqsood go. So, any comments over there? Do you think that Arafat is going to light up this PSL?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy for Arafat, but I doubt he starts. He's probably like a backup for Akil Hussain or something like that. It's good, but good for him. Like, it's good that any young player gets to experience the PSL. There's a lot of learning that goes on off the field.
Thank you, HD. I'm not sure who you are, but it has been a 4-hour marathon, and it's not hard to keep the energy up, though. We love cricket, and I have two amazing panelists with me over here who I've really enjoyed speaking to. And Karachi Kings are coming in with their second supplementary pick, and the little piece of paper has been handed over to the person. Oh, your Roti Wala. Hello, Roti Bhai. Thanks for all of your support. You've always been great. And let's see who Karachi Kings have picked up over here. Let's see if it's an overseas player or if it's a local player. Some of these faces in the Karachi Kings cap, I'm not recognizing, by the way, guys. I only recognize Mazhar and Imran and Mir Hamza. So the other guys, I have no clue who they are. Where did that guy go? What was his name? Rayan? Faisal Bhai?
Yeah, he said that he's no longer with Karachi Kings this season.
Oh, there you have it. Major shakeups in the Karachi Kings camp, and we're all
Wasn't
very
he
keen to see.
wasn't he that guy that everyone blamed for the bad selection?
Was he? Because he seemed like a decent bloke, and he was trying to.
I
We
don't
interviewed
know.
him, so he was trying to. Well, his rationale was that I'm, shoring up the resources for the future with Qasim and Faisal. But then, yeah, Karachi lost 9 games out of 10, so it's not surprising that they've changed things up. And Mazhar Arshad
Yeah.
has announced Mohammad Umar as Karachi's pick, which is a good one. He's a Sindhi player. I mean, not Sindhi. I'm not sure what his ethnicity is, but he plays for Sindh in the Qaeda Azam Trophy. He was really, really good for Peshawar, and I think that Karachi would do well starting Mohammad Umar even, in that lineup, and he's definitely one for the future and someone who's raised eyebrows in the domestic circuit. And Iman, I'd like to know, like to know from you whether or not you think Karachi have picked up the right guy over here.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty good pick. I like him. I'll be honest with you, I've seen more of him in first class, I think, more than I have in
Mhm.
T20, so I don't know how he is in that. But yeah, decent pick. Again, Karachi, I really have to see a list after this and kind of figure out what they've done here. Because we've been so shocked every single time, or almost every single time they've picked someone, that I'm not entirely sure how their squad is shaping up. But I'm assuming they've covered all bases, and Umar is a good pick here.
I would like to see their list of players as well because I can't quite come up with the lineup right now in my head as I can for maybe Peshawar Zalmi or
Yeah,
Multan or
don't worry,
Islamabad
I've
or
got the
Lahore.
lines for everyone.
Yeah, so it'll be really interesting to see what sort of lineup they field. And we've seen Karachi be really haphazard with their batting orders and stuff like that in the past, and they've gotten it wrong more often than they've gotten it right. And people often speak about Imad Wasim as being a brilliant captain. Well, he's lost 21 out of 41 fixtures, I believe, as captain in the PSL. So that's not a stellar captaincy record, and it'll be interesting to see how their team shapes up. And Islamabad United are 11 seconds away from their supplementary pick, number 2. And this might even be the last one, if I'm not wrong. I think we might be calling it quits for the night after this pick, which I'm really looking forward to, guys. I've got a flight in the morning and I have a dance practice to go to, so I really want this video to be over now. And Mubassir Khan. Mubassir Khan is that pick. Of course, we all suspected him to be that player, and I think that wraps up proceedings as well. So quickly then, Iman, you go first, and then Rian, you can go next. What do you make of all of the draft picks, and which teams do you think are most nicely placed to pose a challenge in this or next year's PSL?
Uh, I'll go first really quickly. I think Islamabad United have unsurprisingly had a pretty good draft. I think Lahore has also kind of redeemed themselves right at the end when they got the good wicketkeeper. I can't see any gaping holes in either of their lineups that'll cost them very badly. Um, I think that Quetta's also had a pretty decent going, and I think Peshawar started strongly, and I think they're fine as well. I honestly I feel like this was a pretty good draft. The only one I'm not too thrilled about is Multan. I expected better for them, I guess, but no one is as bad as Karachi, so everyone
Right.
looks good right now.
What about you, Rian?
Yeah, so I have written down some lineups. I don't know these actually will play, but these were the ones that I had beforehand. So for Islamabad, I have Munro or Gurbaz, Sterling, Hales, Shadab, Azam, Asif, Fahim, Hassan, Wasim, Zishan, and Fazlak Faruqi. So I think that's what will probably play. Abrar is a really good pick, but I don't see how they fit him into their lineup without sacrificing the batting depth, which they usually don't do. For Karachi, I've got Shajil, Vince, Heather, Qasim, Malik, Wade, Imad, Fuller or Tai, Mir Hamza or Mohammad Umar, Amir, and Tahir or Tabriz. So that inspires less confidence, but Mir Hamza and Mohammad Umar are probably competing. Mohammad Umar can bat a bit, so that may go in his favor. I don't really know if it will. For Lahore, I have Abdullah Fakhr, Kamran Ghulam, Hussein Talat, Jordan Cox, Sikandar Raza, David Visa, Rashid Khan, Shaheen Shafridi, Haris Rauf, and Zaman Khan. That's saying that if Harry Brook isn't available. So that's a
Right.
pretty decent squad. I don't know whether the batting quality is that great, but at least with Jordan Cox in there, it's like at least you're not sacrificing a batting slot just to play a wicketkeeper. So
Right.
that's good at least. For Multan, I have Rizwan and Shan at the top of the order, obviously. And then Usman Khan or the other guy, who I don't remember his name, but him for number 3, Russo, Miller, Khushdil, Akil Hussain, Osama Mir, Ehsanullah, Dahani, and Little. So again, that's a pretty good bowling lineup. I don't know whether they're too covered at the death. They'll probably go for more runs at the death. Ehsanullah has also been quite expensive in his domestic stint. Dahani also goes for runs at the death. Josh Little isn't a specialist dead bowler, and Osama Mir is expensive. And so Kilo Sen is good and he's economical, but he doesn't bowl at death. So there is that. And the batting wise, they look pretty solid. David Miller is gonna just fulfill that Tim David role. I don't know whether he'll have the same impact as David because Miller isn't the kind of high intent batsman that Tim David is. David just came in and started hitting from ball one. Miller is more like, oh, I'll take it to the end and then start hitting. The end result may be the same, but Multan's innings will be less chaotic than like last season. We saw them score 240, 220s. So I feel like 240, 220s will be less likely with Tim David out of the picture, it'll probably be like only 200. So there's that. For Peshawar, I have Babar and Saim opening the batting, Harris at number three, Rajapaksa, Rutherford, Powell, Ahmed Jamal, Wahab Riaz, Salman Ishad, Mujibur Rahman, and then the emerging player Sufyan Mukeen. So in that, I feel like Sufyan Mukeen is a wild card. I have no idea how he will do at PSL level. He could be really great, but in the off chance that he isn't, then they could be looking at a situation where they don't know where to get 4 overs out of, and they don't really have anybody in that top six who can regularly provide overs if Sufyan Mukeen starts going for runs. So that is a bit of a danger point for them. Otherwise, the bowling looks fine enough. The batting looks very strong. So they're more batting heavy than bowling heavy, basically. And finally, we have Quetta. I really hope that they go with this lineup, which is Jason Roy, Will Speed, Safraz Ahmed, Nawaz, Iftikhar, Umar Akmal, Odin Smith, Hasaranga, Emil Khan, Hasnan, and Naseem. So in that you've got all pace bowling bases covered, all spin bowling bases covered, all batting depth is covered, and you've got like pace and spin covered as well. Power play batting, middle overs batting, death batting. So it's a really good lineup on paper, and I really feel like they've been the main winners out of this whole draft. Like, if there was one team that was considerably better after this draft, it's probably Quetta. I left the mic, sorry, but yeah, I'll shut up now because everybody wants to really go home.
I'll agree with you there. I think Quetta are the real winners. I think Lahore's team is really good, but barring that bowling attack, I think that they do lack a bit in the batting department. And similarly for Peshawar Zalmi, I think they have a lot of batters, but they do lack a bit in the bowling department. Karachi is chaos left, right, and center. And Islamabad United, of course, are, like Iman said earlier, they'll always be contenders. And again, I think that maybe they're not too strong in the bowling department, but the batters will probably more than make up for it. And what team am I missing over here? I think I've gone through everyone, right? Lahore, Karachi, Islamabad, Quetta, Peshawar, Multan. Multan is a bit of a wild card for me right now. I'm not sure what to expect from them this season. I think that, given that they have sound management and everything, they'll probably make the playoffs, but I'll hold my judgment on them thus far. So I'm not quite sure what to expect from them. Any quick word from you, Iman, before we wrap things up?
Yeah, no, I just was reminded by the comments that Mohammad Umar is that bowler. I think, correct me if I'm wrong. जो tie वाला match, super over वाला match हुआ था, he was the one who bowled the last over to Shaheen.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah.
The guy with the little man bun.
Yeah. Yeah, I felt bad for him, but yeah, okay.
Perfect. Anyway, thank you so much, both Rayan and Iman, for joining me today and covering the draft live, and everyone else who joined us prior. It's been great. It's been long. It's been 4 hours and 36 minutes. But I hope you guys enjoyed, viewers. And yeah, if you did, of course, like this video and like our channel, share it with your followers or with your friends, and subscribe to our channel and follow us across all platforms, because we at Grassroots Cricket, we're trying to transform the landscape or change the landscape of cricket coverage in Pakistan. So help us in our cause, show us some love, and follow our content. And yeah, I'm headed out to Karachi tomorrow, so I'll be bringing you more fan cams, more match reports, and more fun content from the ground. That's it for today. And yeah, once again, thank you, both of you, and thank you to our viewers as well. That's all for now. Goodbye.
शॉट और कैच आउट हो गए